What do you do with the Bitcoin besides it just gather value?
Real estate developers in New York City, they're not buying the real estate because they want to live in it.
But like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. We call them poor. Okay? Right, like, the point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up forever, Laura. Forever.
Right, I mean, right, but I mean, we can all look Bitcoin sort of as...
Forever, Laura. People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency
Yo, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Rob. I don't know what's going on with StreamYards. It's messing up my intros and all that, but what's good with y'all? Shout out to everybody that's in the room. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, please give me a thumbs down or angry face, and I will work on that, all right? Shout out to everybody that's in the building early. I'm going to shout y'all out while you guys are doing that. We got John Guillory in the building, and we got my man Carlton Way. Good to see y'all, all right? We're going to talk about some crazy money tonight. This stream is probably going to be long, but that music had you voguing. Facts. Hey, man, that was Michael Saylor on the track. You know what I'm saying? That was Michael Saylor on the track. You know what I'm saying? I had to steal that from Lil Bubble. You know what I'm saying? I had to steal that from Lil Bubble. Had to pay Michael Saylor all type of Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? And then StreamYards want to not work. You know what I'm saying? You know, Michael Saylor charged like 900 Bitcoin for that feature. No, I'm just playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing. Shout out to Alonzo. What's good with it, bro? So we're going to get into it, man. Let's get into it. Because like I said, it's going crazy in the crypto world. Like this, your girl, Kathy Woods. Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? Your girl, Kathy Woods, sitting up here talking about $1.5 million is a new target for Bitcoin. How many people knew about that? If you guys knew about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know about that, give me a thumbs down. $1.5 million. New target price. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Shout out to Alonzo Griffin starting it out with the off-rip ducats. Make sure y'all show Alonzo some love. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Please throw some flames, radiation emoji, ducks in the chat for my man Alonzo Griffin being the first stream sponsor. I appreciate you, bro. All right. So let's see what Kathy over here talking about. The ARK Invest CEO says the firm has been looking closely at emerging markets where use cases of the digital asset make her believe Bitcoin is partially a risk-off asset. All right. ARK Invest CEO Kathy Woods called Bitcoin a financial superhighway, emphasizing the important use cases for the cryptocurrency in emerging markets. All right. And if you pay attention to the countries that are utilizing cryptocurrency, like El Salvador, it definitely lines up with that assumption. You know what I'm saying? It definitely lines up with that assumption. Wood whose ARK Invest recently became one of the issuers of a spot Bitcoin exchange traded fund, ARKB, said the asset manager is focused on emerging markets and the macro environment worldwide, which has been shocked by the U.S. Federal Reserve's increase in interest rates, she said during a fireside chat at the Friday Bitcoin Investor Day conference in New York. All right. There are signals that not all is well in the world, she said about countries like Nigeria, one of the biggest adopters of Bitcoin, because of the strong depreciation of the country's currency. So now what I want you guys to pay close attention to is that countries like El Salvador, shout out to Abby Normal. What's good with it? Good to see you. I ain't seen you in a minute. Come over to BLR too. Show ass over here. What you doing on Twitch? Shout out to you though. Good to see you, Abby. Shout out to Alonzo. Yo, you will eventually. You will eventually. And I hope that by the end of this stream, I convince you of that. You know what I'm saying? I hope by the end of this stream, I convince you by that. I got a new goal for BLR2. Actually, not for BLR2, but for the BLR sub-series. You know what I'm saying? I want my subscribers to be the most affluent subscribers on YouTube. What do y'all think about that as a goal? You think that's a good, if you guys think that that's a good goal, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that it's a good goal, then give me a thumbs down. Okay. Shout out to PD that remains. What's good with you, bro? So now here it says, because of that, Wood sees Bitcoin as a risk-off asset and a risk-on asset. ARK's spot Bitcoin ETF has become one of the more successful Bitcoin ETFs among the 10 funds issued in January. Wood said that with more institutions entering the space, mathematically speaking, look at this. Mathematically speaking, Bitcoin's price could easily rise above 3.5 million. However, she wouldn't give a new specific target price. Okay. Bitcoin has miles to go, she said instead, and pointed out her previous call of 1.5 million as a price target. Now, let me ask you guys this question. You guys saw the thumbnail, right? My question for you all is, as large of a number as this is, does 100,000 for a Bitcoin price, does that sound far-fetched or impossible? Let me know what you guys think. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment, hit that bell icon twice, subscribe to the channel, and please share the stream to your social media. Now, let me ask you guys this. Why would the world's largest pension fund consider investing in Bitcoin? Why would the world's largest pension fund consider this? They clearly are not considering this to lose money, right? They're considering it to do what? World's largest pension fund is considering investing in Bitcoin. Japan's government pension fund will explore investments in liquidity assets, including forests, farmland, gold, and Bitcoin. So do you see what Bitcoin is in the same sentence as? You guys see what Bitcoin is in the same sentence as? And while all of this is going on, for the most part, Bitcoin's not even getting as much media publicity right now as it did in, I want to say, 2017 when the price went up to $20,000 for the first time. You know what I'm saying? The government pension fund of Japan is looking to invest in liquidity assets, including Bitcoin. All right. So I want to ask you guys, what purpose would they have for investing in Bitcoin? In a request for information released on Tuesday, the pension fund notes that it currently has funds in domestic bonds and stocks, foreign bonds and stocks, real estate, infrastructure, and private equity. The GPIF revealed that it is considering investing in liquidity assets, including forests, farmland, gold, and Bitcoin. It will further research on these assets based on the initial information that they receive. Now, after they've done their research on Bitcoin, what do you think that their decision will be? See, the problem that people have, right? And this is what I want people to understand. The more that these people that have lots of money start to understand the type of asset that Bitcoin is and the type of potential gains that are there, that are still there, these people are going to start buying large chunks of Bitcoin the same way that MicroStrategies and BlackRock are. And what's going to happen, which is already happening, people just don't know about it and aren't talking about it. You got, people that are in the know, like in the cryptocurrency community, people like the Modern Investor, you know what I'm saying, who give good cryptocurrency content, you know what I'm saying, who are talking about the supply crunch. But since Bitcoin's inception, there's always been a supply crunch. Now, when you have people that have large amounts of funds to be able to buy, amounts of Bitcoin, like 60,000 Bitcoin at a time, you run into a problem because that takes a huge chunk out of the supply. It takes it out of circulation. When that huge chunk of Bitcoin goes out of circulation, what happens? You see what happened to the price as soon as that spot ETF was approved. When that spot ETF was approved, that shot the Bitcoin price up to $70,000. Bitcoin right now is sitting at about $70,000, and you still have some people that say that a $100,000 Bitcoin is impossible. I'll tell you this, to all the people out there that say that a $100,000 Bitcoin is impossible, I'm going to go out and tell you that I would bet on a $100,000 Bitcoin occurring before a $0 Bitcoin occurred. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. If there were odds and you wanted to make money, the odds of a $0 Bitcoin occurring would be way higher than the odds of a $100,000 Bitcoin occurring, because it's on the path for that right now, whether people want to accept it or not. You know what I'm saying? The deadline for information submission is April 19th of 2024 at 3 a.m. Subsequent briefings on the RFI will not be held, and the usage of information will not be publicly disclosed. Japan's GPIF is not the first pension fund to consider assets in the cryptocurrency realm. South Korea's National Pension Service has previously purchased shares in Coinbase, totaling approximately $20 million. The Houston Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund had also purchased both Bitcoin and Ether, though the investment was met with mixed feelings. So how many people knew that the Houston Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund had also purchased Bitcoin and Ethereum? How many people were aware of that? What you call this is financial institutional adoption. As more institutions begin to adopt and normalize Bitcoin, what happens to Bitcoin? That creates even more of a supply crunch. What does the supply crunch do to the price? Let me know in the comment section. Okay. According to a CFA Institute survey that was conducted in April of 2022, more than 94% of government and pension plan sponsors reported that they had invested in cryptocurrencies. How many people knew that? According to a CFA, which I believe is a Certified Financial Analyst Institute survey that was conducted in April of 2022, more than 94% of state and government pension plan sponsors reported that they had invested in cryptocurrency. That's very different than the message that you hear about crypto, right? Shout out to Mama Zeke. What's good with it? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. They would be investing in that crypto to try to mitigate that weakening currency. And to be honest, let me ask y'all this, because Win, Lose, or Rug brings up a great point. Would it be fair to say, technically, that the entire world fiat financial system is weakening currency? Would that be a fair statement to make? Let me know. The report did not indicate the type of cryptocurrency related investments that received interest. However, it did note that 62% of corporate benefit plans had placed capital in the sector. Okay. Additionally, the Arizona State Senate has been working with lawmakers and state retirement fund managers on a resolution that will allocate portions of portfolios to Bitcoin ETFs. Okay. So again, what you see is not speculation. It's not me making stuff up. It's not space rocket nerd Negro talk. This is big money talk. You know what I'm saying? If passed, the Arizona State Retirement System and the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System will be required to create a report which will assess the feasibility and risk of investing a portion of state retirement funds toward a digital asset ETF. At the time of writing, the price of Bitcoin is trading at $63,000, up by over 120% since the previous year. So it's higher than $63,000 right now. It's higher than $63,000 right now, currently, as we speak. Right now, the Bitcoin price is $70,414. You know what I'm saying? Which is pretty impressive. That's pretty damn impressive. I guarantee you that's more impressive than the returns that most people are getting on their 401ks. You want to know what else is impressive? This. Ethereum could top $14,000 next year alongside Bitcoin boom. And this was something that was assessed by Standard Chartered. You guys remember on BLR1, I was talking about the possibilities of a $10,000 Ethereum by the end of the year. We got some research to back up my speculation, which, remember, all of this is speculation. You know what I'm saying? Ethereum could top 14,000 next year alongside Bitcoin boom. Standard Chartered. Spot Ethereum ETFs should get the green light by May. And the bank says the asset will only go up from there. Now, let me ask you guys this. What happens to the Ethereum price if the spot ETFs get approved? Shout out to Carlton Way. Facts. And stake it. Stake that bad boy. You know how Diddy, shout out to Diddy. He definitely needs some Bitcoin. You know how Diddy used to say, take that, take that, take that. I got a new one. Stake that, stake that, stake that. You know what I'm saying? Get that Ethereum and stake that. Stake that, stake that, stake that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says British multinational Standard Chartered isn't just bullish on Bitcoin. Ethereum is also going to the moon, its analyst says, which makes sense, right? Like none of this stuff doesn't make sense. A Monday report from the bank. Okay, so again, this is from a bank. This is from a bank, all right? And shout out to everybody. Give Abby her applause. You know what I'm saying? She decided to not be a hermit over on Twitch. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Mama Zeke with the $20 super chat. Definitely appreciate it, Mama Zeke. Mama Zeke says, sending positive vibes, haven't caught a live in weeks. Oh, I appreciate you, and we glad to have you here. Make sure y'all show Mama Zeke some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji, and ducks in the chat for Mama Zeke. We appreciate you. Mama Zeke is a channel OG. She's been checking us out for a minute. So is Abby. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says a Monday report from the bank claimed that the second biggest digital asset could hit $8,000 by the end of this year. Again, which is only $2,000 less than what I said it could hit. And $14,000 is possible by the time of 2025. Now, let me ask you guys this. Do you guys remember the time when Bitcoin was the price that Ethereum is right now? How many people remember when see, like, this is how we have to put this stuff into perspective to make it seem realistic, because when you're talking about cryptocurrency, the gains occur so quickly and the gains are so large. A lot of times it just doesn't seem realistic. Well, here's some realism for you. Here's some realism for you. Ethereum went from a lower price than it, or Bitcoin went from a lower price than Ethereum is right now to $20,000 in less than a year. So for Ethereum to be able to make that same increase gap, is very, very likely, especially with a large amount of money, a large amount of influx going into the spot ETFs, because as the supply crunch on Bitcoin begins to really make Bitcoin like just completely unaffordable, people are going to start looking to an alternative. And if you ask me, the only natural and logical alternative to Bitcoin would first be Bitcoin Cash, and then it would be Ethereum. That would be the only thing that I could possibly think of that would make sense. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, when Bitcoin was the price Ethereum is at now, I remember doubting that it would go any higher. Bro, just can you imagine, like, imagine the price levels. Imagine the price levels, right? Like, the price levels that we have now are insane compared to what the price levels that we had were back then. I'm like, yeah, I'll buy if it goes back down to 3,500. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. They're never coming back. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man TD Media Group. TD Media Group said scam babble. Yeah. That's hilarious. Shout out to Focus Willis. What's good with it, bro? We scam babbling in this bad boy. You know what I'm saying? So now here said, if that is spot Ethereum exchange traded funds get approved, Jeffrey Kendrick, head of Forex and crypto research at the firm, said there in a note, the price of Ethereum is currently hovering slightly above $3,500 per coin. CoinGecko data shows. Now, I've seen some reports that believe that there could be a possible pullback of about $500 and take the Bitcoin price down to 300. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but that's something that they said is a possibility. You know what I'm saying? So being that that's a possibility, I would kind of be flexible with my price constraints as far as buying, because again, you don't want to miss these surges and then get priced out of your original level that you set. You know what I'm saying? Several high-profile fund managers have filed paperwork with the Securities and Exchange Commission to release Ethereum ETFs. Such investment vehicles would expose traditional investors to the cryptocurrency via shares that trade on a stock exchange. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but Fidelity is creating a means to be able to provide staking bonuses for their proposed Ethereum spot ETF, which would be even crazier. That would be even crazier. You know what I'm saying? Kendrick wrote in the note that the bank expects the ETFs to get the green light from the SEC by the summer. What happens when these ETFs get the green light? Ethereum is currently between two important events that we see driving the price upside, wrote Kendrick. It has just had a structurally significant upgrade, which, if you guys are familiar with how Bitcoin or with Ethereum, usually when Ethereum has an upgrade or something changes significantly on the Ethereum network, usually in the short term, it affects the price negatively. And then in a couple of months, the price tends to skyrocket. You know what I'm saying? And U.S. regulatory approval of ETH ETFs is expected in May. All right. Kendrick also said that the network's recent decon upgrade could be the reason for Ethereum shooting up rapidly. Okay. The network behind the second biggest cryptocurrency was upgraded last week. Developers say the improvement will make transaction fees on the blockchain super cheap, which should increase the staking reward. Kendrick added that the upgrade and lower cost on the network make Ethereum more competitive. Standard Chartered said in a different research note Monday that Bitcoin could hit $150,000 per coin by the end of this year if the newly approved ETFs continue to be popular, and they are. Everybody put some praying hands in the chat for TD, because TD is having buyer's remorse right now. That's what this comment is. He over there swinging like how Cuba Gooding Jr. was swinging in Boys to the Hood. Boys in the Hood. You know what I'm saying? He said Solana is the price that Ethereum was at 4 years ago. Right. And think about this. Think about this, right? There's people that are like, should I buy Solana or not? Should I buy Solana or not? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. I showed AB Promotion. I think I showed TD my my Solana returns. I bought Solana when it was $13. You guys remember when FTX had crashed? That's one of the reasons I didn't get a chance to do it. I had a whole bunch of thumbnails and live streams already pre-planned because I was going to follow that FTX story. And then I was like, man, hold on real quick, man. Solana is at $13. Like, this is not a correct price for Solana. This is a error in the market. Man, I bought as much Solana as I could at the time. It was only $13. I've made 228% return on my Solana. 228%. And I'll be more than happy to show the receipt for that. I'll be more than happy to show the receipt for that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but put them praying hands in there for TD. You know what I'm saying? He punching the air right now. So now here it says in January, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission approved 11 of the investment vehicles. They have so far been hugely popular with investors. So again, they've been hugely popular with investors. So, you know, all of the negative sentiment about cryptocurrency, it's not negative in the investment community. It's not the sentiment on these investments is not negative in the investment community. And massive inflows have pushed the price of Bitcoin up significantly. Yeah. Yeah, we just woke up one day and our wallets had doubled. And that was nice. And it's going to happen again very soon, mathematically and financially. Okay? So now, if that wasn't enough to convince you, which it may not be for some people, which is perfectly fine because you don't need to be convinced. You already heard what Michael Saylor said about, you know, people that use fiat currency. What did Michael Saylor say about people that use fiat currency? Hold on real quick. What did Michael Saylor say about people that use fiat currency? What do we call them? What do we call them?
What do you do with the Bitcoin besides it just gather value?
Real estate developers in New York City, they're not buying the real estate because they want to live in it.
But like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor.
We call them poor. we call them poor. You know what I'm saying? That's what we call them, man. You want to keep using that fiat? We call them poor. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, that's hilarious, man. The internet ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Traders cheer Fed rate stance as analyst sees Bitcoin at $100,000 in May. That's coming up, y'all. In May. Think about this, right? I want to ask y'all for real. Does that seem feasible? And if it seems feasible, why does it seem feasible? If it seems far-fetched, don't worry. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get roasted. I'm not going to go in on you. I just want to know why it seems far-fetched. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you why I actually feel that this could possibly happen any day now. And May might actually be too long to say that this could happen. My theory is this. And I talked to TD about this yesterday. What was the time frame that Bitcoin went from about $1,500 to 20,000? What is that percentage jump? Starting at 70,000, if Bitcoin has the same percentage jump as it did when it went from 1,500 to 20,000, where would that put Bitcoin? Point number one. Point number two, the halving is coming up. Theoretically, the halving is supposed to cut the supply in half. If it cuts the supply in half, then mathematically, theoretically, it should increase the price by double. If the price of Bitcoin as of right now doubles, we're already at 140,000, which is over this estimate. And in May, the halving should have already occurred. So this is actually mathematically, in my opinion, an undervaluation. But the thing is that, like I said, with cryptocurrency, you're dealing with these large scientific notation decimal numbers that it's really just this right here tests the capability of. This is how you know that people are not capable of understanding things that are as large as the universe, because people can't fathom the size of these gains. It's not mathematically feasible for most people to be able to analyze this geometrically in their heads. It's too much. They're not used to seeing it. They're used to seeing finite numbers. You know what I'm saying? They're used to seeing small numbers. They're not used to seeing scientific notation. They're not used to seeing numbers so big that the only way that you can talk about them is in terms of decimals, like Satoshi's. They're not used to that. That's not a thing. And another thing, in the United States, we don't use the metric system. So base 10, logarithms and natural logarithms, it's just not really commonplace. So that's another issue, right? But this is very real. Make no mistake of it. You know what I'm saying? Make no mistake of it. And, somebody may not listen to me, right? For whatever reason that might be. But will you listen to the analysts at Standard Charter? Because there's many people paying them money to keep them rich. You see, nobody's paying me to keep them rich. Nobody's paying me to get them rich, although I am qualified to do that type of work. You know what I'm saying? I have the credentials to do that, but I don't work in that field. However, these people are being paid by wealthy people to maintain and grow their wealth. And these are the people who are trusted by these billionaires who come out with these reports. Okay? It's a real exciting time in the cryptocurrency, space. Stock and crypto markets soared after the Fed interest rates and hinted on Wednesday that more cuts are coming. One analyst said Bitcoin could reach a new all-time high above $100,000 as early as May. Some Bitcoin options traders are betting the cryptocurrency will hit those levels by the summer. So it's not a matter of if. Let me ask you guys this question. Where are you at with your thought process on $100,000 Bitcoin? Are you in the belief of it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when? If you ask me, if you're still in that group of people where you're thinking that it's a matter of if, I would say do more research. Yeah, I agree. You know what's funny? I was actually going to mess with a derivative on I was going to try to do a strike on crypto.com tonight. Yeah, and I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Mama Zeke, it's a matter of when. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And also, real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys being here. If you all have not smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream to your social media. We got 18 people watching and we got 20 likes. If we could get the likes to 30, that would be great. That would be great. That'll get us to level 1. See, we got levels. Like how Bitcoin got price levels, we got like levels. We got to get to level 1. That's 30 for right now. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin will reach $100,000 before the end of May, thanks to Federal Reserve officials indicating that rate cuts are coming. That's according to Jonathan DeWitt, Chief Investment Officer at crypto capital markets firm ZeroCap, who told DL News his firm sees a rise in Bitcoin's price prior to the halving event in April to $80,000, which if you watch BLR1 on the Tales from the Cryptocurrency episode over there, I also said that. Now, here's my question. Let's check the credentials, right? What kind of credentials do you usually have to be a chief investment officer? What kind of credentials and experience do you have to have? It will then break above $100,000 the following month, he said. The Fed's stance last night has reinforced this thesis. And what they're talking about is based on the Fed rates. They're not even talking about the halving. They're talking about the current price and the price sensitivity to the Fed announcement, not even factoring Bitcoin's own network, updating itself. Okay? The prediction comes after the U.S. Central Bank said on Wednesday that it will keep its rates within the 5.25 to 5.5% range for now, but that it expects to slash interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point in 2024. Traders cheered the news, piling into risk assets like stocks and crypto. The benchmark S&P soared to a record high. Bitcoin rose 10% to 68,150. Now, as far as the S&P goes, right, I'm going to take a pause off of that, and I want to show y'all this, right? Because this is what we're dealing with right here. Mama Zeke said BS credentials that them people recognize. Yeah, that's facts in some cases. But, for us, we got to have the hardcore credentials. You know what I'm saying? So check this out right here. The S&P 500, right? Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Look at micro strategies. Look at micro strategies. MicroStrategy's Bitcoin bet lifts its market cap above nearly half of S&P 500 firms. I mean, like, at some point, when do you stop denying validating data? You know what I'm saying? At some point, when do you accept reality? What we're seeing right now is, we're just going to keep it a buck, cryptocurrency derangement syndrome. Bitcoin derangement syndrome. You have people still to this day denying validating reality. Like, I'm sitting here showing hardcore tangible proof, and it's like, yeah. What more do you got to do? That's my question for you guys. What more do you have to do? If this was a scientific experiment, the hypothesis would have been settled a long time ago with all the supporting data that we have. But for some reason, the reality is that none of this is up for debate, right? None of this is up for debate. But there's some people who actually think that there's still a debate going on. The debate is imaginary. It's in those people's heads. Shout out to Carlton. Wait, Carlton said some people we have to leave behind in the fiat world, right? We got a lot of fiat earthers, like how they got the flat earthers. We got fiat earthers that we got to leave behind. It is what it is. They're going to definitely get left behind. We're going to call them poor. You know what I'm saying? ZeroCap's prediction aligns with some traders in the options market. About 2,400 bullish Bitcoin bets that expire at the end of June are for the price target to reach above $100,000, according to data from derivative platform dare a bit. But the majority of open contracts on price gains for that same period, some 18,000, put the future price in the $60,000 to $85,000 range. And I think that that's actually a safe place. I think that's a very safe place. Bitcoin reached an all-new time high of $73,700 on March 14th. And what's crazy about this is that we're still in the realm of that price, and that's now like a lower price, which is wild. Like, that's wild. Since then, however, the world's biggest cryptocurrency by total market value has slumped. But where are we at today? If somebody in the comment section would be so kind as to give us the current, right now, price of Bitcoin, that'd be great. Since then, however, the world's biggest cryptocurrency by total market value has slumped. The halving, estimated to hit on April 20th, is expected to shore up the price, which will slash miner rewards by half as part of a programmed event designed to trim supply, in theory, support a higher Bitcoin price. Today, 900 newly minted Bitcoin each day will drop to about 450 post-halving. The Federal Reserve's expected cuts, the halving, and the buzz around spot Bitcoin exchange-traded funds have been identified as key drivers behind the recent rally. And honestly, like right now, it's not even at a rally. It's at a flat line right now, just maintaining the high price that it's at. There you go right there. Shout out to Carlton Way. Make sure y'all throw some flames in the chat for Carlton Way. 70,304. Ha, 304. You know what I'm saying? 70,304. This is why Bitcoin completely reversed its entire drop from yesterday, and Ethereum and others followed. Pratik Kala, senior digital asset investment analyst at crypto fund manager Digital X, told DL News. Okay. So again, these articles are supporting the things that I've been saying for quite some time. This is insane. Like, there's so much stuff that I want to show you guys that's going on. It boggles my mind that people are still in denial, because that's exactly what it is. Would you guys call it denial? If you would call people's current positions on cryptocurrency denial, give me a thumbs up. If you wouldn't, and you'd call them something else, let me know what you'd call them. I don't know what to call them. That is dangerous denial is what I would call them, because to block yourself out of this type of wealth transfer on just ego and speculation is just wildly bizarre to me. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Denial, hopelessness. Yeah, facts. Look at this. This is where we at right now. People got a chance to make some money. Bitcoin price is set to hit $90,000 amid halving impact. So again, there's literally no indicators of Bitcoin decreasing. No indicators. There's literally people that say that they won't buy it because it could possibly go down to zero. Yet people have dollars that in many different economies all over the world literally have gone down to zero. Like, you can look them up. You can look up the balance of payment crisis and the hyperinflation in many different economies all over the world. Nearly every economic bloc has either had a Great Depression, a devaluation, or economic crisis. Literally everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But there's people who are betting on a $0 Bitcoin, and that's why they won't buy it. Despite the fact that there's been evidence that structured financial systems can crash. And they're still using structured financial systems as their daily form of transaction currency. I'm gonna say it again. A $0 Bitcoin is far less likely than a $100,000 Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? And what's crazy is that if I said that to a crowd of people, I would get shouted down like I'm crazy. When literally the data is right here. Somebody will literally just say, well, Bitcoin can just go down to zero. And like, boom, they've just destroyed me. But there's literally no evidence of that being even possible at this point. The existence of BlackRock and MicroStrategies and the amount of Bitcoin that they themselves hold literally right now will prevent the price from going to zero ever, mathematically. But yet somebody will be like, that could just deflate to zero in any moment. All of my arguments, all of my data, all of my content just blown out of the window. I've been destroyed. Like, you can't make it up, man. You can't make it up. Look at the screen. Bitcoin price set to hit $90,000 amid halving impact, says Bernstein. Now you got a Steam talking about. Now you know some Steams know about money because they got it all. Global investment firm Alliance Bernstein continues to be bullish on Bitcoin and now predicts that the coin will hit $90,000 this year. And again, if you ask me, that's a very, very conservative bet, conservative estimate, very conservative, possibly even undervaluing. You know what I'm saying? The price of Bitcoin may have fallen back below its earlier 2021 all-time high after touching a record level of nearly $74,000 last week, but some analysts are still bullish on the leading cryptocurrency. And I think that being bullish right now, actually, I mean forever, you know what I'm saying, is the right direction to go in. See, like this bullish and, you know what I'm saying, and the bear and all that, cryptocurrency investors only use that to buy cryptocurrency. Ain't nobody really selling it all like that except for traders. People that's in crypto are holding the crypto, man. We're contributing to the supply crunch. Crypto investors have different investment patterns and different investment goals than traditional investors. And that's one of the reasons why people can't wrap their heads around it. You got people that'll sit there and say, like, you got a bank that's offering 1% interest on a savings account, and like you got people that are thinking they're balling out. Like, no, you're not. Look at this, man. Do y'all know how MicroStrategies raises capital? They take out loans and buy Bitcoin with it and pay the loan off in a year. Imagine if somebody took a home equity loan out, bought Bitcoin with the home equity loan, and paid the home equity loan off with the Bitcoin profits. I mean, like, you could literally model your finance the way that MicroStrategies models building its company if you got the credits and ability to be able to do that. And like there's evidence of it. There's evidence of this. Like, people are just ignoring the evidence. How do you just ignore evidence? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Yeah. In 2020, I saw that happen. Bro, facts. Man, listen. We'll talk about what I was about to say in Discord. Global investment firm Alliance Bernstein said in a Thursday note that the biggest digital coin by market cap will hit $90,000 by the end of this year, up from a previous projection of $80,000. So they've increased their projection, and they'll probably adjust it again. Now, again, people are sitting there saying that you know, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Do you know how close to 90,000 we are? Like, literally just from last month to this month, it jumped $30,000. If it jumps $30,000 now, we've passed 90,000. We're at 100. Like, What is wrong? Like when I do these cryptocurrency streams, I literally am conflicted between how excited I am about the changes within cryptocurrency, and I'm conflicted with what's actually wrong with people that they don't understand this. Facts. If you guys agree with Carlton, $90,000 literally could have $90,000 is just a tweet from the right person away. Is it? That's where we are. $90,000 Bitcoin is literally a tweet away. It's not even a time frame. It's a tweet. The right person tweets. 50 Cent tweets, I'm about to change my name to 50 bits. We're at 100,000. Taylor Swift announced, I'm taking Bitcoin for my next concert. We're at 100,000. Like literally, we're that close. And then that would be an isolated event, not even related to the mechanical things that are going to mathematically make big. See, like there's the speculation and then there's the mathematical. The mathematical, for the most part, is inevitable, but then there's the speculatory things that are what causes the volatility. This is just volatility we're talking about. We're not even talking about the mechanical things that are going to make Bitcoin hit that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Bitcoin look at this. How many people knew this? Bitcoin last week flipped silver's market cap, but has since dipped below in price and is now trading for $66,536, which, as we know, this is by the time frame, right? We can always tell the time frame by the prices. This is an older article. So again, Bitcoin has flipped silver's market cap. What does that mean? See, here's where the validating data comes in. All of those people that say that Bitcoin is nothing, Bitcoin is not anything, repeat after me. Bitcoin has flipped silver's market cap. Undeniable fact. What you gonna do about it? You're gonna air punch like TD did when he didn't buy that Ethereum. That's what you're gonna do. That's the only thing that you can do. That's what you've been reduced to. That's your only option. You know what I'm saying? Given general bull market conditions with strong ETF inflows, low miner leverage, and robust network transaction fees this cycle, the halving impact seems relatively mild on the miners, with dollar revenues cushioned, Bernstein analyst Gautam Shengui and Makaya Sapra said on Thursday. All right. Bitcoin's halving is now expected on April 20th and is a quadrennial event which sees miner rewards permanently cut in half. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you think that Satoshi programmed it to be the same time frame as leap years? So every time that there's a February 29th, there's a halving? You think that was an accident? Or do you think that he did that on purpose? And what's the significance of it? You think that it was an accident that, you know what I'm saying, Bitcoin is 21 million coins because 3 sevens is jackpot and 7 times 3 is 21? Like, you think that like any of that kind of mathematical meticulousness went into it or not? Nah? And somebody that would program something so sophisticated and complicated, you know, just saying, these are things to think about. These are things to think about. Bitcoin is based on rules. It's a very strictly structured system. You know what I'm saying? It's a very structured system based on rules and math and actual supply, demand, economic price reactions and sensitivities. Miners, which are individuals or organizations that mint new digital coins, earn Bitcoin for keeping the network running. Their payment is cut every 4 years, making the cryptocurrencies more scarce. Okay. It is the second time this month the researchers have dropped bullish predictions for the cryptocurrency. Just last week, look at this. Just last week, analysts at the firm predicted that the asset would reach 150,000 in 2025 due to the huge demand for newly approved spot Bitcoin traded funds, ETFs in the United States. Now, let me ask you guys this question. I need somebody in the comment section, anybody watching on the replay, find me articles that say that Bitcoin is going to go to zero anytime in the near future. Show me accredited financial analysts that are putting warnings out saying, warning, Bitcoin is going to zero within the next 5 years. Please show me those articles. I literally have no problem doing content on them, but I don't even think that the write-ups, articles, and research that would suggest that even exist. So if the write-ups, articles, and research that would suggest that don't even exist, why are there people saying it as if it's credible? And people are receiving it as if that's something credible to be received. We are now more convinced about our $150,000 price for Bitcoin, analyst Gautam Chengui and Makai Sapra said at the time. Okay. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission approved 11 Bitcoin spot ETFs in January, following a decade of attempts by high-profile firms. The products, which trade on stock exchanges, have experienced massive inflows, which we'll be talking about, as investors with interest in the asset snap up the ETF shares. So Bitcoin-related assets are not going to zero, which means that clearly Bitcoin's not either. But people are given credibility. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, HTTPS news Bitcoin.com. Renowned investor Jim Rogers expects all cryptocurrencies to disappear. Says Bitcoin will go to zero someday. This is what I found when I Googled Bitcoin goes to zero. Was there, and shout out to you. We could actually take a look at that article one of these days. Was there any other articles? If you guys find any articles suggesting that Bitcoin is going to zero in our lifetime, please put them in the Discord or tag me in them on Twitter. Okay? Yeah, I got to agree. If you guys agree with Lloyd Sky 9, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Lloyd Sky 9 says, at most, we're all only seeing slight corrections. No real hard retracements in sight yet. Yeah, I agree. And even if we had any retracements, what's the likelihood that it would retrace back to zero value? Now check this out, right? I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Carlton said that old investor is probably a hater like Warren Buffett. Shout out to Lana. What's good with it, Lana? Man, I'm sitting here in my B-boy stance. That B is for Bitcoin. I'm sitting here in my B-boy stance, and that B is for Bitcoin. Warren Buffett's face and his stance on crypto didn't age well. Would you guys agree? Shout out to Alonda. If you guys agree that Warren Buffett's face and his stance on Bitcoin didn't age well, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. His face looks like a thumb that's been in the bathtub for too long. You know what I'm saying? And his stance on Bitcoin, he can't even reiterate it because it was wrong. And now he's not even doing what he said that he would do. But that, I'm not trying to be funny, man. Can't always listen to, you know what I'm saying, old people. Can't always count on them for wisdom. Facts. Mr. Buffett switched it up. Even Warren Buffett was forced to lean back. Even Warren Buffett was forced to lean back. You know what I'm saying? Bernstein analysts argue that the popularity of the ETF is a bullish signal for Bitcoin. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. The analyst also said that buying Bitcoin mining stocks would also benefit investors wanting exposure to the crypto space. Me personally, again, this isn't financial advice. This is just what I would do. When I plan on getting some stocks, which I don't know when it will be, those stocks will be in MicroStrategy. That's what my stocks are going to be in. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be buying some MicroStrategy stocks. I'm not gonna be buying no mining stocks. I'm not gonna buy some stocks where I know for a fact that the profit is set to decrease every 4 years. Despite the fact that the value might increase, we're basing this on mining profits, and I don't know if that's really the best thing. Now, let's look at this. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all would trust BlackRock's investment strategies? We see what they're doing, and we see how much money they have. People are mad at them because they got so much money. Evil BlackRock's going to take over the world. Okay, well, the world is here for you to take over too, but you're sitting here being a spectator, you know what I'm saying, and glazing BlackRock instead of working on your own world domination plan. That's your choice. That's a choice. You know what I'm saying? BlackRock Spot Bitcoin ETF. Look at this. Look at this. BlackRock Spot Bitcoin ETF amasses 250,000 Bitcoin. What do you think that remember, there's only 21,000, and there's actually less than that because we don't know how many have been lost in the blockchain. Carlton crazy. Carlton crazy. Carlton said, white folks mad at BlackRock like black people mad at Diddy. Man, if that's not an analogy, I don't know what is. If that don't show the priorities, if that doesn't show, like, somebody needs to come up with data that analyzes a racial priority gap. I think that would present some interesting findings that actually would substantiate the YouTube algorithm that everybody blames on shadow banning them, because the algorithm is nothing more than a computer program that interprets human behavior and then provides content based on your behavior. You know what I'm saying? Which says a lot. The YouTube algorithm actually says what a lot of people say, but then people get mad at the algorithm. In one sentence, you will sit there and listen. You will listen to somebody say, Weeze likes watching dysfunctions, right? That's what they'll say. They'll say that. I've seen that in the comment section multiple times. I got mad screenshots of people saying that. Weeze likes dysfunctions. Then somebody will sit there and say, I don't see why more people don't watch your cryptocurrency videos. It must be the algorithm. No, the algorithm is suggesting content for Weeze likes dysfunction. If Weeze liked cryptocurrency, then Oz would has modes of views. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, let's keep it a buck. And that goes into what I was talking about earlier in the Diddy stream, that more people were interested in the Diddy stream than are about this, clearly. You know what I'm saying? We got the data to support it now that we got live numbers on the screen. I mean, you know, it is what it is. These are undeniable facts. Shout out to Yagman and Power Bottom. Weez must robs everything's cryptos included. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that. You know what I'm saying? If y'all agree with Yagman and Power Bottom, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's facts. Oh man, y'all be killing me, man. Them troll accounts be killing me, man. Look at this. BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETF amasses 250,000 Bitcoin as Fidelity crosses 10 billion. These are established companies doing this. These are companies that people pay to make them rich, to keep them rich. This is what they get paid for. Let me ask you guys this. Again, we got to follow the logical path of dealing with conflict. If a company that gets paid to preserve and grow wealth is buying Bitcoin, why is that company buying Bitcoin? Why is that company buying Bitcoin? Why are they doing it? So, like, I want people to pay very close attention. When it comes to this, what we have, y'all, is we in real time have people denying the facts. They're denying facts. And people can make fun of me and say whatever they want about me. You know what I'm saying? A little subliminal stuff. That's fine. But at some point, please debunk what I'm saying. Please debunk. I invite anyone to please debunk any one of my cryptocurrency videos, any one of my videos for that matter. But since we're talking about cryptocurrency, my cryptocurrency video, after you get done huffing and puffing and fogging up the window and subliminal this and subliminal that, after you get done with all of that and the entertainment value, debunk me. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, Rob, I've been looking heavily into China's digital cryptocurrency owned by the People's Bank of China. The digital renminbi is China's digital currency. And that right there is one of the reasons why every other week China's doing something to restrict Bitcoin. Like ever since 2017, China on and off has been doing everything to either control what goes on in China with Bitcoin, and if they can't control it, to regulate it by making certain aspects of trading legal versus illegal. You know what I'm saying? That's why, because they want their digital currency to be the main digital currency that people use. One issue that a lot of countries have with Bitcoin is that they can only nominally control whatever Bitcoins that they have, but they can't control the entire supply. That's the issue that most countries have with Bitcoin. Because of the way that it's programmed, they can't control it. They can't do what they can't just print out Bitcoin. The Fed's not in control of the Bitcoin mint. The algorithm is. And that's why they don't like it, which is counterintuitive, because if we're going to sit here and say that WS is part of the global, or if the financial system is part of the global WS system that is built off our labor, it would seem to me second nature that people should be pro Bitcoin, because it's one of the quickest ways to mitigate the WS financial system. But that's clearly either not people's goal or not how they see it, which I don't understand how you could see it any other way than that. I don't understand. These are double negatives. You know what I'm saying? These are when I go back and ask that question. Well, this is if we believe what we say we believe. Do we actually believe what we say, or do we just say things as a reflex? If we believe that the global financial system is a direct attachment, creation, and vehicle for WS when an independent financial system emerges. To reject it is a very wild notion to me. However, when we're dealing with people who have voted against their interests historically, it would kind of seem consistent with that type of behavior. Would you guys agree or would you disagree? The many people that reject Bitcoin are the people that vote Democrat and then wonder why things aren't happening politically the way that they want them to. We voted for Brandon Johnson and are outraged about a migrant crisis. We're ignoring Bitcoin and outraged about the racial wealth gap. I do not understand it. Shout out to Alonda. I don't understand that. To me, that just doesn't. When there's Bitcoin available to do something like that, to me is it just. I don't understand why that would be. I don't understand why that would be done, especially with the United States in an economic war with China. It seemed like United States would be able to easily interfere with us being able to deal with Chinese currency. I don't understand why when we have Bitcoin right on Cash App, you can just download Coinbase. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why complicate things. There's this thing called Occam's razor, and it says that the simplest explanation is usually the most correct. But what I've come to find out is that it seems like people tend to bypass the simple explanation and go for the more difficult explanation and get upset about time frames and not being able to accomplish goals. Have you guys ever noticed that? I don't see why people wouldn't want to, diversify their portfolio and possibly hold, the Chinese digital currency if they're able to get it. We might not even be able to have access to it. If they're considering getting rid of TikTok, I don't really think that they're going to be really letting us hold money that's competing with them for the U.S. Oil trade reserve currency. I think there's going to be some higher restrictions and taxation on that. You know what I'm saying? I don't see the United States being very big on people outright and blatantly attempting to create a forged alliance with a known geopolitical adversary. That just seems very counterintuitive to me. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin to me is much less risky. And it makes a lot more sense because then you don't have the Chinese government, who is possibly more shady than the United States, having control over it. Bitcoin is literally controlled by math. China is literally controlled by Xi Jinping. I don't understand why somebody wouldn't choose math. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, "Facts, Rob. I think that some of us are waiting for Massa to say it's okay to buy Bitcoin." They did. Didn't y'all hear the intro song? They did. Didn't y'all hear the intro song? You know what I'm saying? Didn't y'all see the article that had Warren Buffett up on the screen? They did. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 says, by these estimates, BlackRock and MicroStat strategies are the richest elites in existence, I guess. And honestly, bro, the way that they're grabbing up Bitcoin, and with Bitcoin expected to surpass the real estate market cap, not only are they going to be, the richest elites, they're going to be like locked in. They're going to be locked in as rich elites. It's going to be a different type of rich elites, something that we've never seen in our lifetime before. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, not that massa, more like a Democrat massa. Oh, they might be Democrats. I don't know if they're Democrats. I don't know how Michael Saylor and that white lady and Warren Buffett, I don't know where they lean as far as politically. They probably lean on the Fed. You know what I'm saying? They lean financially. See, that's another thing. Which ways a Weezer needs to leans. You needs to leans towards what gets your powers. That could be a bunch of different directions. I mean, you better start taking yoga class so you could bend all over the damn place. You know what I'm saying? But again, these are choices. These are choices. So as we see these choices on the decision tree start to bud and people make their choices, people are creating a transaction receipt. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Make sure y'all throw some flames in the chat for Lloyd Sky 9. All you need is a half to full Bitcoin. That can lock you in as well. Facts. If you guys agree with Lloyd Sky 9, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Like literally, this isn't like fairy tale information. Like we just in the information that we've gone over already, we've literally proven that like 7 times over. Like it's undeniable, like at this point. So at this point, with the information being out there and this being undeniable, now we are in the realms of people are making a choice to or to not. When you make the choice of to not, that's the choice that you made. That's the choice that you made. Look at the look. I want you guys to look at this. You see this right here? This is a choice. BlackRock's making a choice. They could invest in gold. They could invest in silver. They got all the money in the world. They could Thanos snap with money. They made a choice. They could get anything that they wanted. Anything. They could buy a country. They could buy a continent. They could buy a damn planet. They bought Bitcoin. There are people that can buy whatever they want to. They have the option to buy whatever they want to. They could have bought a Lamborghini dealer with all the Lamborghinis on it. They chose to buy Bitcoin. These are undeniable facts. There's literally nothing that anybody can do to say that what I'm saying is false or misleading. Here's some more undeniable fact. More people are interested in what happens with Puffy. These are choices. These are choices, and these are choices that people need to be reminded of that they made or that they're making. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, buy Bitcoin now or your grandkids will hate you because the coin will cost at least $500,000 in the future. They won't even be calling it Bitcoin in the future, bro. In the future, the only thing that'll be available is just fractions of a Satoshi. Anybody who has Bitcoin right now, if you don't ever get rid of it, you will be locked in like influency. And everybody else will be fighting over Ethereum, Solana, and Satoshis. And you will be in the clouds. And I'm going to tell you, I got a list. I got a list of people that ain't getting a dime. I'm not letting them loan a penny. Take a guess who's on that list. If your name is on that list and I got money like that, if you ask me to borrow $2, I'll walk right past you and drop a rack in a panhandler's can while you watch and then keep going. Because you made a choice. And I'm not trying to be funny, man, but we need to enforce that on people. Those of us who are making good choices, we need to enforce that. There needs to be consequences for bad choices. You're not getting saved. You're getting punished. Stupidity should be a punishable offense. Denial of reality should be a punishable offense. If you don't have a mental condition that makes you deny reality, you need to be punished for it. Goofiness needs to be exterminated. Because you got stuff like this going on, and then you got people sitting up there saying that Bitcoin is going to zero. Blatant misinformation that YouTube does nothing to correct. This is evidence that we have to question, what is it that people really want? What you want? What do you want? You want somebody to listen to you? Or you want somebody, or you want to control your destiny? I think a lot of people just want to be heard. They don't really want to control their destiny. I'd rather nobody ever listen to me, but I'm in full control of my destiny. But again, this is where people have to sit down and check the reality of what their priorities actually are. And when people sit down and check the realities of what their priorities actually are, you'll find that their priorities are not what they say they are. They're not. The data doesn't support it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, if you know how to log into TikTok, you should know how to buy crypto on an app. No excuses. If you use Cash App, you can buy Bitcoin. It's no excuse. It's no excuse. No excuses allowed. If you got Cash App, you can get Bitcoin. Everybody got Cash App. We're on YouTube. Everybody sends Cash App. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear it. There are people that entertain that nonsense. You could set Cash App to where the fractions on Cash App, say for instance, you spend 97 cents. There's a function on Cash App where you could take that 3 cents that's left, 97 cents minus $1. You know what I'm saying? It'll take that 3 cents and automatically invest it into Bitcoin. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear no excuses. There should be no excuse tolerance ever. You know what I'm saying? Never. Never tolerate excuses. Never tolerate excused mediocrity. No such thing. Mediocrity is a choice. You see, just like this is a choice. Buying 250,000 Bitcoin is a choice. That's what BlackRock decided to do. You might not be able to buy 250,000 Bitcoin, but you could get enough. You can get enough. Now, see, when you have to pay attention, right? And you got to pay attention to the data. Shout out to Jay Bird. What's good with it, bro? You got to pay attention to the data. The data doesn't support we weren't told. The data supports we don't look. That's what the data supports. Because if we do a study just based on data that we have from today, data shows that 40 people at the same time were interested in hearing nonsense about Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Data shows that at this current moment, there are higher priorities than wealth talk. Because you choose which alerts you press. There's a reason you don't get suggested cryptocurrency content. It's because people don't watch cryptocurrency content. And then somebody's supposed to hold their hands. Nobody's going to hold your hand. Nobody should hold your hand. Everybody's an adult. Only toddlers need to have their hands held and kids crossing the street. Maybe if you're in a romantic relationship or something, you hold your you know what I'm saying, your girlfriend or your husband's hand. But aside from that, everybody's an adult. Just do adult shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. This right here, this is adult shit. That's adult shit. Trying to take over the world, that's adult shit. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people on Twitter space landing planes talking about Diddy, but no one is discussing Bitcoin other than us. I bet you it's some crypto spaces going on right now. They just ain't in that same Twitter algorithm as the plane landings are. You know what I'm saying? They just ain't in that same algorithm as the plane landings. You know what I'm saying? People want to make sure that they have as little exposure to helpful information as possible so that when they're behind, they can then turn around and say, nobody told me. If there's any article or any write-up that can be found where something was written about something that could help your future, you don't get to use that excuse. You don't ever get to use an excuse. Excuses are illegal. Carlton Way said the plane landing community is something else. If you listen, if you let Charlie Kirk tell it, the plane landing community is the same as the boat driving and the bridge falling community. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I agree with Charlie Kirk, but that's an interesting observation. You know what I'm saying? So now BlackRock's IBIT spot Bitcoin exchange traded fund crossed 250,000 Bitcoin. That's $17.7 billion in assets under management on Wednesday, just 11 weeks after trading began on January 11th. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is that impressive? If that's impressive, give me a thumbs up. It's clearly not impressive. You know what I'm saying? Look at, shout out to Carlton. Carlton, look at the numbers. Clearly, it's not impressive. This ain't impressive. I bet you it's impressive to somebody. You know what I'm saying? BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF has already, look at this. Look at how many Bitcoins they got. They already accumulated 245,951 Bitcoin as of Tuesday, according to its latest fund disclosures. IBIT's 323.8 million, which is 4,702 Bitcoin worth of net inflows yesterday, per BitMEX research data shows, were enough to tip it over the milestone. These are insane amounts of money. These are insane amounts of money that nobody is impressed by, but they're impressed by, you know, vehicles and clothing. My bad. My taste different. My taste different. You know what I'm saying? My fault. Speaking to Fox Business, Charles Gasparino and Liz Klayman on Wednesday, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink said IBIT is the fastest growing ETF in history of ETFs, adding that he was surprised how much Bitcoin had gone up. Fidelity's FBTC crosses $10 billion in AUM. Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. Meanwhile, Fidelity FBTC crossed the 10 billion assets under management threshold yesterday, equivalent to more than 143,000 Bitcoin, according to Block Data Shared Dashboard. FBTC becomes the second spot Bitcoin ETF to do so after BlackRock's IBIT first reached the $10 billion AUM mark on March 1st, despite generating just $1.5 million worth of net inflows on Wednesday. In comparison, assets held by Grayscale converted GBTC fund have fallen by 45,000 from around look at this, they had 619,000 Bitcoin to around 340,000 Bitcoin in the same period. Can you imagine all of those Bitcoin in the same place? Is wild. Man, that's crazy. If Bitcoin doesn't have any value and it's going to zero in our lifetime, why are companies like BlackRock and MicroStrategy buying it in such bulk? They're buying Sam's Club worth amounts of Bitcoin. As if, I mean, first and foremost, it's just wild that they can afford that much. If it's not worth anything, if it's going to zero at a high probability, why are these companies that are created solely to build and grow wealth buying it like this? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to y'all. We got 11 people watching and we got 29 likes. If everybody can bang on that like button and get us to 40, that'd be great. Why are they buying it like that? ARK invests 21 shares. ARK B has the best day as spot Bitcoin ETF inflow rebound continues. Net inflows into spot Bitcoin ETFs continue to rebound on Wednesday, adding 243 million after witnessing net outflows totaling around 890 million last week, per BitMEX research. Major amounts of money being moved here. BlackRock's IBIT led yesterday's inflows, registering 323.8 million, while ARK Invest 21 shares. ARK B witnessed its biggest daily inflows to date, adding 200.7 million. Grayscale's higher fee GBTC fund continues its substantial outflow streak, shedding a further 299.8 million to reach 14.7 billion in total outflows. Meanwhile, the remaining spot Bitcoin ETFs generated inflows of less than 6 million each. The total net inflows now stand at $11.9 billion. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that they have made money or have they lost money? If you guys think that they've made money, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that they've lost money, then give me a thumbs down. Volume for the U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs also remained robust on Wednesday, generating $3.82 billion in trading, again led by BlackRock's IBIT, which registered $1.82 billion. Grayscale's GBTC and Fidelity's FBTC generated $987 million and $590 million, respectively, according to the block's data dashboard. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What company that we own is moving Bitcoin in a mass and storing Bitcoin and collecting wealth like this? You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin is currently trading at 70,554, up 1% over the last 24 hours and 5% over the last week, according to the block's price page. Okay? I mean, all indicators indicate up. Like I said, you would win more money if you bet that Bitcoin was going to zero, and it actually did, because the odds would be so low. That there's such a low likelihood of that happening. That's such a far out and bizarre prediction that if it actually happened, you'd cash out in Las Vegas betting like that. You know what I'm saying? You'd cash out betting like that. Let me ask you guys this question. Who do you think is doing this? Bitcoin futures open interest reaches new high at $38 billion. Who's buying all these? And why are they buying them? See, like, if people answer the questions that I'm asking, the answers are undeniable. You're in a corner. You're boxed into a corner and you can't get out. Because if you honestly answer the questions that I'm asking, then the answers are obvious. The answers are evident. These aren't trick questions here. Bitcoin futures open interest reaches new high at $38 billion. Well, why the hell would somebody spend $38 billion on Bitcoin futures? Simply because they want to waste $38 billion. I mean, it's just insane that you even have to like have these kind of takes when you talk about these kind of topics. Is The fact that a need for these kinds of explanations existing is there is wild. It's bizarre. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin futures open interest on centralized exchanges has hit a new high of $38 billion. What does that mean? That's an indicator of something. Bitcoin's price has surged to $70,000, a 66% increase year to date. Can anybody tell me a year-to-year decrease of Bitcoin at any time? Does that even exist? Has there ever been a year where Bitcoin has been less than it was the previous year? Does that even exist? You know what I'm saying? Like the distance when it comes to conversations about cryptocurrency, the distance of people's perception from reality is just off the charts. Like it's insane. And what's crazy is if I was in front of a crowd of people, literally 70% of that crowd of people would be looking at me like I'm crazy. Just like how 70% of YouTube looks at me like I'm crazy, which is why it's only like 11 people in here, because this is crazy and it's nonsense and it doesn't make any sense, despite the fact that all of the facts are literally right there on the screen in front of you. Like, not only are the facts in front of you, there are people in the chat who invest in cryptocurrency who literally have a wallet that has traced this exact same chart behavior that can say, yes, all of this is true. I have proof because of graphs in my own portfolio. Yet and still, we're the crazy ones. You have when you observe cognitive dissonance like this, you have to sit back and study the gaslighting so that you're prepared and understand exactly what you're dealing with. You have to understand that to some degree, certain audiences have zero tolerance for certain truths. And that's at this point in history where we are, that's just what it is. Now, can that change? Sure, it could change. Has it changed as of right now? No, it hasn't changed. No, we're literally looking at it. I don't know what to say. What can be said? What can be said about this, guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, wow. Open interest for Bitcoin futures on centralized exchanges has reached a fresh high, which means, of course, that everybody's losing money, right? Facts. If you guys agree with Lloyd Sky 9, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's the facts. Lloyd Sky 9 says, when poverty takes its course in the future, you have this as a reminder. That's one of the reasons why I post these videos and ask these questions. Because you got to say, wait a minute, what happened here? What happened here? There was literally a machine printing out value and people just walked right past it and asked like all kinds of crazy questions about other stuff. And then other people noticed the machine printing out value and just decided to buy as many parts of the machine as they possibly can with all the money that they already have. The cryptocurrency money is not even like this isn't even calculated in the racial wealth gap calculations. So just imagine what this is. Imagine what this is doing to the racial wealth gap. Like imagine what BlackRock and MicroStrategies on their own is doing to the racial wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. Imagine what that's doing to the racial wealth gap. Like this most recent Bitcoin surge, Bitcoin is now at $70,000. Imagine what that's done to the racial wealth gap. At what point does that get acknowledged? Because who came through on horseback and took your Bitcoin wallet? Who came through with torches and forced you to give up your private keys? You know what I'm saying? Where did you try to stake Bitcoin and it said, you know, XYZ only? Because I'd say I stake every day. As a matter of fact, you can even stake on the Ethereum network, and the Ethereum network, all you have to do is have 28 Ethereum and you can stake. It don't ask you any demographic questions. So like this is proof. This is proof of what I'm saying. Yeah, I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Lloyd Sky 9, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Oh, for the racial wealth gap, this was cemented into place. And when the Bitcoin price skyrockets, like this is at 70,000. Imagine what happens by the end of the year. And now, mind you, again, we're not even talking about Elon Musk or anything. We're talking about MicroStrategies and BlackRock only. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Facts. People pick and choose. This is proof. This is proof. This is proof. Somebody don't like how this sound, we get all mad and, you know what I'm saying, say that I'm tap dancing. Who am I tap dancing for? I'm an agent. How am I an agent? I'm telling you not to use the U.S. financial system. How am I an agent? Like it's cool, it's funny, he, ha, ha, ha. But does it make sense? Most times shit doesn't make sense. And people buy it anyway. Like it's I'm telling you, like but you have to sit back and you have to analyze the psychology. Now, Umar Johnson claims to be a psychologist, but he don't never analyze the psychology of odd decision-making motives that will be things like this, because the economy is indeed the psychology of buyer behavior, mathematically charted. Can we agree on that? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, that's what it is. Yeah. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 says, imagine a calcified wealth gap. Eternal black poverty is wild. Now, as far as charts go and indicators, you have a racial wealth gap that's expanding, right? You have an asset class that's blowing up, and the people who have the expanding wealth gap are actively boycotting the expanding asset class. What will that do to the racial wealth gap? So again, like people are actively choosing their fate. You're looking at 200% and 300% returns on cryptocurrency, and then turning around and complaining about a wealth gap being at zero in 2053. Yet cryptocurrency probably would be the quickest way to mitigate it, aside from reparations from the United States government and the very people that want economic freedom, allegedly, are completely ignoring one vehicle towards contributing to that. I mean, if not utilizing the U.S. financial system is not one form of economic freedom, I don't know what else is. I don't know. And I'm not about to sit here and try to figure it out for people because I don't have time for that shit. So if you know what I'm saying, like if people want to bang their head on the wall, I mean, I don't know. I can show you where a brick one is, and I gotta go ahead and go about my business. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know what else to say. What else do you say? It's crazy. But then when you look at this kind of thing, right? Then you go back and look at other decisions, and there's a pattern. Like there's a pattern. And it's like, okay, like let's examine this pattern. And then it's like, nah, we ain't about to examine that pattern. Okay, whatever. Guess what? Other people have. You know what I'm saying? Probably helps them maintain a racial wealth gap. If we examine the pattern, would probably help us mitigate it. I'm not going to sit there and keep saying that there's this quote unquote. I keep telling people, man, like the simplistic, nonsensical BS WS system. One of the biggest vehicles to that is our own self-denial. That one of the biggest accelerants, catalysts of WS is our active participation. And like there's just multiple ways where participation may not be able to be avoided, but it can be mitigated. And the very people that claim that they want to see this thing gone so badly are the ones that try to intimidate people away from mitigating it on their own. It's ridiculous. And facts, and shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. And they not both. No, they not, bro. Low skill jobs are about to be a non-existent. You know those pictures, those black and white pictures of the women working in the farms from like World War II and the Great Depression, and like the people in the factories and like the people in New York City sitting on the I-beams and stuff like that. Bro, low like McDonald's jobs, they about to be in a history museum like that. AI and the undocumented bros finna fill up all those jobs. So where everybody else gonna be? Universal basic income. That's not gonna be in Bitcoin. Universal basic income that's not going to be paid in Bitcoin. Now people think that Plantation South was bad. Wait till the Plantation Planet come. Wait till the whole planet is Plantation Planet Earth. Facts, bro. Look at how people looking back now. Look at all of this. As much as people say about old ninjas, look at all of the accomplishments that old ninjas had did that made us be able to be where we are today, right? Like they might not have done everything perfect, but they did a hell of a lot. Everybody gets frustrated with some old ninjas and they make some mistakes and say some crazy wild stuff, but there's no denying it that if it wasn't for the old ninjas, we wouldn't be where we are today. And look at how mad we are at them. Imagine the hatred that the future generations are going to have for us when they look back and see Bitcoin prices of $20. When they see the racial wealth gap fixed. The old ninja generation includes Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. And look at how mad we are at that generation. We mad at them, and they had the goats. They had the Black Panthers. They had the pro-black goats. And look at how mad we are at that generation. Just wait for what's coming for us. They had Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, Neely Fuller Jr., Dr. Amos Wilson, Claude Anderson. They got the all-star team. And we mad at that generation. Just imagine the resentment that's waiting for us. Carlton Way said the future generation will be pissed seeing us on Twitter space. Right, because the upper classes will be looking down on them from outer space. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And this is why I say people question what you want. Be honest. There's nothing wrong with honesty. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with honesty. When you're honest, you work through it. But one problem is that people ain't honest. So if you're not honest, then don't nothing get recognized and it don't get worked through. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Open interest for Bitcoin futures on centralized exchanges has reached a fresh high, indicating increased trading activity around the largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization. Like, all of this is going on. All of this is public information. According to CoinGlass, the aggregated open interest for Bitcoin futures reached a record level of $38 billion on Friday. What does that indicate? That indicates that there's somebody out there that's clearly very interested in Bitcoin and also clearly very invested in it. Since the start of 2024, daily open interest in Bitcoin futures has increased by more than 100% from January 1st, when it was approximately 17.2 billion. This rise coincides with Bitcoin's price surge to $70,000, a 66% increase year to date. And again, these price increases can be calculated based on how much money is invested into and how much money goes out of. So none of this stuff is speculation for the most part. The only thing that's speculation is the volatility aspect. Open interest, a measure of total value of all outstanding or unsettled Bitcoin futures contracts across exchanges, indicates increased market activity and trader sentiment around a particular asset. The current open interest figure aligns with a monthly volume of over 2.3 trillion in Bitcoin futures during March across various exchanges, the heightened since May of 2021, according to the Block's data dashboard. Okay. Meanwhile, the total open interest for Ethereum futures is 13.8 billion, marking an almost 90% increase since the beginning of 2024. So again, let me ask y'all, what do these numbers mean? What do these numbers mean? These numbers mean something. What they don't mean is that Bitcoin is going to zero anytime in our lifetime. That's one thing that they don't mean. Ether's trading price has reached 3,500, reflecting a gain of over 53% year to date. Let me ask you guys this question. Who has a money market account, a savings bond, or stocks that have had 53% gains? In recent months, the introduction of Bitcoin spot exchange traded funds by firms, including BlackRock, has influenced market sentiment and resulted in cumulative net inflows, see this, of over $12 billion into Bitcoin spot ETFs to this date. Now, here's another question. Is that number trending down or is that number trending up? See that? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. This is what this means. Open interest is orders sitting in the market. A high number of orders equals high volume. Money is being moved and large amounts of it. And let me ask you guys this question. Who's talking about it? You know what I'm saying? Who's talking about it? People do what they can to make sure that this kind of information doesn't trend. I want y'all to pay attention to that. I want you guys to pay attention to the active participation in making sure that this type of information doesn't trend across algorithms. Now, see, I get videos like this represented on my algorithm because I watch this stuff like a hawk. I can tell you all the channels that I watch. I send to the people that I talk to on a daily basis. I send them videos all the time. I talk about this stuff at work with my coworkers. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said they playing Diaspora Wars 3 on PS5. Not even noticing this. Bro, do you know they actually could, like, if you're gonna do some shit like that, make money out of it. Why don't FBAs and people in the diaspora actually make like a Roblox Diaspora Wars game? Like you could have an FBA roast special power where like you just like say some crazy ass jokes and like the person just flame up, or you could have like a Jollof rice gun and like shoot somebody with it. Like, why don't you monetize that shit? Instead of monetizing it for 2 weeks and getting your YouTube channel, you know what I'm saying, taken away, or monetize it for 2 weeks and getting your Twitter account taken away. Like, get together with some people and be like, yo, let's make a Diaspora Wars video game. Like, that would be dope. Like you could have a special move where like you channel Lake Lanier and like the water comes down and just splashes on somebody, or like, you know what I'm saying, the people from the diaspora could have spears. You know what I'm saying? If you got Haitian people on there, like you could like use voodoo and like summon a Neferkari zombie to come and, you know what I'm saying, beat up the opponent. Like, man, that would be dope. And it would have history in it. Like, what's wrong? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, man, what is actually wrong with people, man? There is something, there is a dysfunction. Something is broken. And this is what I'm asking. Like, what is it that's broken? Like, that literally took like 2 seconds to think of. And like somebody could do it. The same way they made that Def Jam game, make a Diaspora Wars game. You could choose like your country. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not choosing Africa, you could choose in the United States. Like you want to be an FBA from the Midwest. You want to be somebody from the South. You want to be somebody from, man, like that would be dope, man. That would actually be dope as hell. Like you could have a special power and like make a TikTok video. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit, man, that would be so stupid. It would be dope. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said we better make the game before some white guy does it. And if we make the game, bro, everybody like the Root, you know what I'm saying? Dr. Rashad Ritchie, literally like everybody, Roland Martin, like all the, you know what I'm saying, the PBCs, they'll all come out and say like, you know what I'm saying, they over there at Blacklight exploiting us. Like, but then they would literally buy the game if Sega came out with it. or if, you know what I'm saying, Microsoft came out with it and say like absolutely nothing except for, well, this shit is dope though. You know what I'm saying? They really for real do got the Ghana, they got the Ghana look down though. It's just goofy, man. Just goofy. Just goofy. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's have diaspora wars on Twitter and make Elon Musk rich. Let's have diaspora wars on TikTok and make that company rich. Let's have diaspora wars on YouTube and make that rich. Man, they could do a whole like diaspora wars theme. Like, you could have like Godfrey versus Corey Holcomb. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit would be dope, man. Like, they could have a whole diaspora wars roast off comedy tour. Like, they could actually make that shit something. And it would actually probably help people get along for real, for real. But that's not what they want. This is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. Most people are not honest. That's not what they want. Nobody wants to iron out no issues. People don't want to be in control of something. If we came out with that game, they would do everything to ruin us. If Warner Brothers came out with it, man, it would hit 100 million in sales the first day. That's what we up against. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9 with the $10 super chat. I appreciate you, bro. You the third stream sponsor. Lloyd Sky 9 says productivity and creativity is stifled out in this condition, it seems, from my perspective. Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree. A lot of comfort begets casual attitude. Facts. Most don't care about the collective, quiet as it's kept. And I gotta agree. And my thing is like, you know, I'm not really the save everybody type cat. I'm not about to sit up here and act like I am. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I try to discuss things that would be feasible to improve things. But I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it never goes off the launch pad. And then you always got somebody out there that as soon as there's a competing idea, even if you've never, you know what I'm saying, tried to discredit any of those people, they're there to make sure that it gets shouted down or something else gets prioritized over it because they're scared of, you know what I'm saying, like you getting a little bit of recognition for your own ingenuity. You know what I'm saying? Carlton's FBA creativity gene done activated at 3:38 in the morning. He said, "You." Carlton said, "You can Nat Turner versus Shaka Zulu on the game, bro. That shit would be raw. I'm telling you, it like, and then they'll be like, they could have like little side games, like you could have like a cook-off, like a little food sampling game, like just like in the little metaverse type shit like that. Man, that shit would be so hard. They could make a whole like little metaverse type thing around it. You know what I'm saying? And like the thing is, like the diaspora wars, like the whole premise of the game could be to compete for reparations. You know what I'm saying? Because they owe us all reparations. We just, you know what I'm saying, got to get them from the individual groups of people that did it to where we were geographically in our family lineages. You know what I'm saying? So like it would be like a war against each other, and then like whoever won, that person would get us all reparations. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit would be hard, man. Everybody would be mad. You know what I'm saying? The white people would get mad and call it woke. They wouldn't even be mentioned in it. We'd be talking about hairline forensics and Jollof. You know what I'm saying? Make roasting FBAs, you know what I'm saying? Diaspora people talking they shit about FBAs, and white people wouldn't even be mentioned other than, you know what I'm saying, like we coming for our check after you complete the game and shit. And they would still be just as red as a tomato and just pissed off, even though they're not even mentioned in the game. We sitting up here roasting each other, having a good time, laughing, joking about our, you know what I'm saying, little roast offs and stuff like that. And they would just, man, could you imagine the Quarterling and Ryan Kennel would spit his dentures all over the place being pissed off? Like, bro, ain't nobody even talking about you. And what you want to be, a DEI? We got a diversity and include some white people in the diaspora wars. We could throw Elon Musk in there as a punching bag, as the, you know what I'm saying, and from the South African part of the game. We could put Elon Musk like targets in a South African gun range if you feel excluded. You know what I'm saying? And we could, and you know, they be talking about inviting to the barbecue. We could actually invite, like, John Brown could be a hidden character, like, you know, on Mortal Kombat, how they had Reptile and Noob Sabian. We could actually make John Brown an unlockable character. You got to unlock him. But wouldn't only FBAs would be allowed to use John Brown though. Everybody else got to find their own good white person. Everybody else got to find their own good white person. John Brown is only accessible to the FBAs. I mean, that's historically accurate. Like, if we gonna do the game like that, it got to be historically accurate. So only a FBA player can unlock John Brown. Everybody, if you you know what I'm saying, in Haiti, if it's a good French person, that's your hidden character. But we got John Brown. You know what I'm saying? Man, do you know how dope that would be? Do you know how much money that would make? It wouldn't even, you know what's crazy? It wouldn't even make any money, because as soon as we came out with the idea, somebody, and it would be somebody who's pro-black, would take the idea and twist it around as if we're trying to degrade people. They would spin it as if we're trying to create conflict between our own people. And then they would turn around and say that we're trying to exploit black on black trauma. It would be a pro-black that did it before the white boys jumped on it and complained about it being woke. It would be woke and anti-black at the same time. Because all you got to do is listen to a pro-black long enough and you will hear the Fox News talking points. So you basically be hearing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would get smothered to death by the alt-right and the alt-black at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Carlton Way said, can we play as Umar in the game? Yeah, we could play as Umar in the game. So, but nah, you can't play as Umar in the game. Umar will be a character where, you know what I'm saying? Like, say, for instance, you go to the park. It'd be 3 Reese Witherspoons that you have to shoot, you know what I'm saying, with a water gun. And if you shoot one of them, then Umar Johnson will fall into a pool of water. And if you get that, then like you get like 100 bonus, you know what I'm saying, points that you could buy, that you could use at the FBA store or at the diaspora store or whatever in the game. Like, you know how you be collecting coins, collecting like little currency for the games. In the Umar bonus round, you know what I'm saying, you'd be able to get some money. He'd be one of the first people hating on the game, despite the fact that it's an actual diaspora game that's uniting the entire diaspora. He'd be the first person to say that he doesn't, quote unquote, approve of it. And then 10 years later, he'd be sitting up there trying to say that game was invented by a black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what these cats do, man. Like, you'll be one of the main voices sitting up there talking about we're using this game to exploit our own people, which actually we're not, because the profits from it would go to a legal fund to be able to try to take the United States to court on the world stage. But it would be all of them who would line up. They would all line up and take their shots to try to knock it down. Then they would say it's a scam, even though we're not asking for money, because we all got Bitcoin. So we, you know what I'm saying, everybody else poor. We're going to make it on our own. If you still attached to the Matrix, you a threat. We got a whole bunch of ladies in a red dress walking around out here. You know what I'm saying? We got a whole bunch of ladies with a red dress walking around out here. Ridiculous, man. Look at MicroStrategies. MicroStrategies Bitcoin bet lifts its market cap above nearly half of S&P 500 firms. What does that say about that? Shares have more than tripled this year. Amid rally in Bitcoin, market valuation climbs higher than eBay and Delta Air. Now, this is a company that puts full faith in Bitcoin. MicroStrategies has a 100-year Bitcoin plan. Clearly, they see something in Bitcoin. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, people waiting for Massa to say it's okay to buy Bitcoin. Look at Massa. He pretty happy with Bitcoin. Massa them got his Bitcoin biscuits. A lot of them. Billions of dollars worth. So damn much that the market capitalization is higher than nearly half the companies in the S&P 500, which people from that old school train of thought, mind you, are still telling you to invest in as a low-risk asset. Shares of MicroStrategy Inc., billionaire Michael Saylor's enterprise software maker that's heavily invested in Bitcoin, are up 204% to start the year, rising from 632 at the end of 2023 to 1,119 at Wednesday's close, as the cryptocurrency sits near a record high. For perspective, stock market juggernaut and investor darling Nvidia Corporation is up 82% in 2024. MicroStrategies is not even being discussed in the mainstream media, and it's up 204%. It's up 204%. Nobody's even talking about MicroStrategies. What a shame. What a shame. I'm not going anywhere, you know what I'm saying, on YouTube. When Bitcoin hits these outrageous prices, I'm still going to be streaming and YouTubing. And I might run replays of these streams with the dates on them. This is why I tell people on BLR1 and BLR2, go back and watch the Tales from the Cryptocurrency playlist. What does this say right here? BlackRock's Robert Mitchnick. Bitcoin is overwhelmingly the number one priority for clients. What does it's not the over? I mean, look at the live numbers. It's not the number one priority here. You know what I'm saying? Based on views and engagement, right? But it's the number one priority for people that got mad money. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said people that would piss people off. If people are pissed off by that, they deserve it. Would you? If you agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Most times when people are pissed off, they're a victim of their own fate. I know that's what happens to me. Many times, not every time, but many times when I'm pissed off, I'm a victim of my own fate. I did something that upset myself, or either I didn't do something that upset myself. But whatever it was, I had a part in it. In most cases, anger comes because of the circumstance of a bad decision. And everybody's guilty of making bad decisions. But the idea is to at least improve your decision making, at the least make an effort. Not just keep making the same bad decision. You know what I'm saying? BlackRock is focusing on Bitcoin. While you shouldn't focus on Bitcoin, BlackRock is. So people, when people always be like, this is a distraction. Oh, when people say, well, what is it's crazy. People always say, what are the elites focusing on? The elites are focusing on Bitcoin. Says it right there. All this puffy stuff going on, this is a distraction. What the rich people doing? I've literally done multiple streams about what the rich people are doing. The reason you don't know is because you don't watch them. Everything is a distraction. What the rich people doing? I did the streams about, hey, the Bitcoin price is about to skyrocket because these ETFs are about to pass, and all of these rich people are about to buy them all. What the rich people doing? They're all about to buy Bitcoin. What the rich people doing? So here we are again for the 90 millionth time. What are the rich people doing? Focusing on Bitcoin, for Christ's sake. you know what I'm saying? Like how else can you say it? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said people saying crypto is the distraction are the actual agents. Right. Somebody will sit there and say you're an agent for Bitcoin. I don't know how you can possibly be an agent for Bitcoin because literally nobody knows who the hell Satoshi is, but sure. But it would be more accurate if you said that I was an agent for Ethereum because I actually stake Ethereum and get revenue from Ethereum. So technically, I'm on the Ethereum payroll. So I guess that would make me a quote unquote agent for Ethereum. But I'm getting paid because of my own Ethereum, not because of anything that anybody else does. You know what I'm saying? But okay, sure. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit comes when people don't like what you say, well, you an agent. Okay. I'm not. But sure. Show me who pays me. You want to know? I mean, I get staking bonuses for Ethereum. Bruh, facts. Prime 16. Carlton said the rich people are also trying to mine that $1 trillion asteroid in space. Facts. Elon Musk trying to get to it. They're trying to mine that, and they're trying to mine Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? So here it says in a fireside chat today at the Bitcoin Investor Day by Reflexivity Research, Robert Mitchnick, the head of digital assets at BlackRock, shared insights into the asset manager's approach to Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and the future of the crypto market. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What do you all think that he said? What do you all think that he said? Mitchnick emphasized that Bitcoin, look at this. Mitchnick emphasized that Bitcoin remains overwhelmingly the top priority for BlackRock's clients, who are rich people with minimal interest in other cryptocurrencies. He highlighted that the crypto community desires a broader range of crypto products from BlackRock, but the company's focus remains on Bitcoin, and there's a reason why. What the rich people doing? I mean, if it wasn't handed on a silver platter, you'd want somebody to put it on a fork and put it in your mouth. Pause. Like, I mean, like, honestly, like, I don't know. I don't know. know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lois Guy 9. Lois Guy 9 says everything earthbound is actually counterproductive when you're wealthy enough. Facts. It's actually more feasible to crack the atmosphere to gain unlimited resources so you can bottleneck that inflow. Bro, facts, bro. See, that shout out to Lois Guy 9. Bro, I wish you was around, man. Shout out to Carlton, because Carlton was around. I used to do these like, I mean, when I'm talking about like I used to do these streams about like 2,000-3,000 years into the future of what people should be planning for now. And it had, like, I'm talking about like they had like crazy stuff in it. And like people just like the comment section would just be like frozen. Like nobody would say anything. The only person that will be commenting would be like Carlton, Carla, AB Promotions, DJ Omo. But yeah, that's literally, I agree with that 100%. And that's literally what I was trying to reiterate in those streams. They're still up. You should check them out. They're in the artificial intelligence playlist. Yeah. And it's like, and a lot of, and if you look at on the Reacts channel, if you look at the playlist on Reacts, a lot of those the playlist on Reacts before we've changed that channel into Reacts was about topics like that. And it's just like, it is what it is. Like we have a focus group of people here that's interested in that kind of stuff. The only thing that we can do is reinforce that stuff amongst ourselves. I'm not really trying to recruit anybody into anything. We know what time it is. We're doing what the times are to be done. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. All the questions that people ask, we answer, and people boycott the answers. We can't do anything about that. You know what I'm saying? It's like Stephen A. Smith. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? We don't care. more Bitcoin for us. It's already a supply crunch. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't buy, you're just helping us have some left so that when we get money, we can buy. You know what I'm saying? It's the way I look at it. You know? Regarding the future of Bitcoin on Wall Street, Mitchnick expressed optimism about a convergence between traditional finance and new technological achievements, stating, eventually, we expect there will be a convergence where the best of the old systems and the new technology will become fused into a new infrastructure system in finance. So again, what are the rich people doing? There it is right there. That's what they're doing. What the elites up to? Right there. You know what I'm saying? Earlier this year, the United States Security and Exchange Commission approved a batch of spot Bitcoin ETF traded funds, including BlackRock's application. Since then, look at this. Since then, their ETF has gone on to be one of the most successful ETF launches in history. BlackRock's spot Bitcoin ETF, I think this is, IBIT, has seen net inflows for the last 49 days straight, something only 30 other ETFs have ever done. Ever! According to Bloomberg senior ETF analyst Eric Balchunas. Bitcoin is breaking all kinds of records. Even the derivative Bitcoin products are breaking records. What is that an indicator of? And like the thing is that this hasn't decreased over time. It's only increased. It's literally only increased. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 15 people watching and we got 30 likes. If everybody could bang on that like button and get us to 40, that would be amazing. Look at this. Look at this. Longest daily inflow streaks. Look at Bitcoin out. Look at Bitcoin. Like compared to everybody, like these are all the ETFs. These are the biggest, the longest daily inflow streaks in history. Bitcoin is destroying everybody else. Like the very people that say they won't believe it without charts and data choose to ignore when the charts and data are being presented. You know what I'm saying? Now let me ask y'all this. What did Warren Buffett say about cryptocurrency back in the day? No, now you can't quote Warren Buffett's old stance on cryptocurrency. Anybody that tries to quote Warren Buffett's old stance on cryptocurrency as if that's how he currently feels is lying. They're intellectually dishonest. They're lying. Here's the new Warren Buffett sitting up here making money on crypto. Warren Buffett is cashing in on Bitcoin. Despite Warren Buffett's skepticism towards Bitcoin, Berkshire Hathaway benefits from its investments in new holdings. How skeptical of it are you if you're sitting up there using it to fund your company? How skeptical of it are you if you're sitting up there using it to fund your company? New Holdings has significantly appreciated in value since Berkshire's initial investment due to the influence of cryptocurrencies. Buffett's critical view on crypto contrasts with his firm's profitable investment, suggesting a nuanced approach to crypto. No, it suggests that Warren Buffett was wrong and he's not as smart as he thinks he is. And neither is anybody else that thinks like Warren Buffett. What it shows is that you're old and you're using crystallized intelligence. That's what that shows. It shows that you're old, you're outdated, and you're not flexible and open to new things. That's what it shows. That's what this shows. And it also shows that you have too much pride to admit that your company is benefiting from something that you literally came out and made the recommendation not to invest in. That's what that shows. Again, the gavel has been smashed. Undeniable facts. Somebody prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Warren Buffett. Now, people sitting up there talking about WS and how they take both sides of the argument. Here you go. Here go WS taking both sides of the argument. No, I don't use cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is nothing but nonsense as I sit here and get fat off of the returns. See? Both to the WS takes both sides of the argument, folks. Here it is right here in real time. WS taking both sides of the argument, even as it pertains to cryptocurrency. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, could you imagine falling asleep with your investment app open and accidentally hitting the buy button and buying Berkshire stock? Man, that would be wild. Could you imagine like going through your old emails and finding out that like you won some old contest back in the day and like you got 60,000 Bitcoin when it was like 20 cents? Could you imagine that? Like, imagine like you played some janky game like 10 years ago that had like Bitcoin as like a cash prize. And like you went back and like logged into that game and you had like 900,000 Bitcoin. Like, man, that would be crazy. People wouldn't even be able to enjoy that, man. You might mess around and have you might have a heart attack when you see that. That's some stuff that might make. Now, I'm not really scared of much, but like excitement like that, now that's some stuff that will mess with that'll mess with my vital signs. If I opened up some email and saw something like that, like my heart might stop and my blood pressure might go way down. I'll be like, oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Warren Buffett cashing in. This WS taking both sides of the argument right here. People ain't even around to see it though, because they allergic to the topic. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Warren Buffett, a stalwart critic of Bitcoin and crypto, is not he's not so critical that he won't accept the benefits of it. I'm gonna sit there and talk mess while I sit there and stuff my pockets. How Warren Buffett turns crypto into profit. Remember, this is the guy that said, I don't do that. That's why when you meet them people that say they don't do that, don't believe them until they actually don't do that. The real know what I mean. Berkshire Hathaway, under Buffett's guidance, has long championed the value of investing in companies with strong cash flows and solid business models. This approach has helped the company navigate through market fluctuations with remarkable resilience. Yet, Buffett's aversion to Bitcoin and crypto has become a consistent theme, famously remarking in a 2018 interview that cryptocurrencies essentially produce nothing and their value solely depends on the willingness of the next person to pay a higher price, which is literally the same thing that part of the dollar's value is based on. But that's not only what Bitcoin is based on, as actually Warren Buffett being very intellectually dishonest and not representing Bitcoin accurately for what it is. That's a flat out lie, and he was allowed to say it because he's a babbling moron with a lot of money. And he's one of the people that people have to prop up as a financial great after an epic fail of saying something like cryptocurrency produces nothing. You clown. We literally just went through billions of dollars that Bitcoin produced through Bitcoin ETFs. And this arrogant, pompous prick can sit up there and literally not be discredited about anything and still quote it as factual information and sit there and say that cryptocurrency produces nothing. Lie number one. This is misinformation. The value solely depends on the willingness of the next person to pay a higher price, which is literally that literally is part of the valuation in anything that has any value. And yet somehow he's still touted as some type of cemented voice in the financial industry. There's only one way that you can say so much incorrect stuff and still be looked at as reference information. I mean, let's just keep it a buck. Is Warren Buffett's crypto stance an epic failure and an exposure of his lack of adjustment to modern investment? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. But you know what's crazy? Literally, people will use Warren Buffett and Warren Buffett's stance on crypto to discredit somebody like me, while Warren Buffett in this article here is absolutely practicing WS, taking both sides of an argument. But they'll use his quotation to try to discredit me, which is wild, which is exactly what I'm saying about that video game if we ever did it. The very people who claim to be fighting for us would actually be fighting us. This is all this is evidence. All of this is undeniable evidence. Like, you cannot sit. People, like I said, people can come up with jokes that they may think are crafty. You know what I'm saying? And may get gaslit by their comment section. But then after the jokes and the laughter settles, can you debunk what I've said? No, you can't. You literally can't. You literally can't. I don't care what Warren Buffett said in the past. Everything that Warren Buffett said in the past is completely debunked by this article and his company's participation and massive gains that they've made off of cryptocurrency. End game. Shut it down. Move on to the next topic instead of trying to discredit cryptocurrency. Shut it down. Do what you do. We got this over here with the crypto. You know what I'm saying? If you told me you own all of the Bitcoin in the world and you offered it to me for $25, I wouldn't take it, because what would I do with it? I'd have to sell it back to you one way or another. It isn't going to do anything, Buffett said. Well, clearly this assumption is not working. This isn't working at all, because literally everybody is buying up all of the Bitcoin in the world, and people are still waiting for low buying prices, and they're not coming. Like, we're literally actively watching this example be meticulously wrong every single day we look at the market. Literally, this paragraph right here of Warren Buffett's quote, there has never, ever been an example of this ever in documented history as it pertains to Bitcoin. Never. There's no provable example of this ever happening anywhere in the existence of Bitcoin. Which is how you get to the realms of certain people can say certain things, and what that person said is more validating than actual facts. Pro-blacks who are allegedly against WS will take Warren Buffett's quotation and attempt to smother my message about cryptocurrency, while Warren Buffett's message about cryptocurrency is not consistent with factual information. It's not consistent with the facts. Make it make sense. Where is the standard of information integrity if you're moving like that? So now here it says, however, Berkshire Hathaway's investment strategy reveals a nuanced approach to the crypto market. The firm made a significant investment in new holdings. This is a Brazilian fintech company that launched a platform for trading new crypto in 2022. So they even, not only did they invest in a crypto company, they invested in a foreign crypto company, not even an American one. They didn't even invest in Coinbase. You know what I'm saying? Despite Buffett's personal stance, his company foray into an entity that embraces crypto indicates a recognition of the sector's potential profitability. So right there, anything negative that Warren Buffett has said about crypto is essentially debunked. It's debunked. It's the same thing as making fun of the sex worker that you decided to have a baby with. It's literally the same thing. So this must be some stuff that all rich guys do. Would you guys agree that what Warren Buffett is doing right here is literally essentially the same thing as making fun of your baby mom for being a sex worker, but you had a baby buyer? Be a millionaire. I write the check before the baby come. Who the hell cares until she's named in the lawsuit with Puffy? I'm just saying. New Holdings has been a standout performer in Berkshire Hathaway's portfolio since the initial $500 million investment in 2021, followed by an additional $250 million. The company has seen its value soar, with stock prices surging nearly 50% in 2024 alone. This performance comes on the back of an impressive run in 2023, making a near 100% increase in stock value. I mean, like, look, they off the charts. Look at these charts. Yeah, 50 got that wake-up call. You know what I'm saying? He trying to save face. The best way to save face about it would have been, you know what I'm saying? Like, just leave it alone. And the next chick that you mess with, man, don't mess with a sex worker or somebody who has the potential or could be a sex worker. It's like Warren Buffett. Like, bruh, you still sitting up there talking shit about cryptocurrency while you pocketing cryptocurrency returns. What are you talking about? Yet you're still somehow validating information. Like, you're still somehow considered credible. And like the very people that should be discrediting you will take your old stances and attempt to discredit me for whatever reason. Because they're that adverse to cryptocurrency. Like, if you're that adverse to cryptocurrency, I mean, again, this is all about choice. Just don't buy. Those of us who are going to buy cryptocurrency, like if somebody makes a 9-hour long video just being vulgar and belligerent and talking crazy about me and whatever, is anybody in here going to stop buying cryptocurrency? Like, I'm going to just wake up, stream the next day, and we're still just going to sit here and talk our shit about crypto. Like, I mean, a lot of the like YouTube theatrics and stuff like that, like I really don't get. Like, you're really that invested? Like, bruh, like if you're that invested and you hate cryptocurrency that bad, why don't you actually make videos about BlackRock and shit like that? Shout out to Chaos Rain Show. What's good? You know what I mean? Make videos about Michael Saylor, because I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. All these people on YouTube that sit around and lie, I'm not about to sit around and lie to you. I'm not buying 600 Bitcoin every other week. I'm not capable of doing that. Sorry if it makes me a low value man, which means that my word isn't anything, and that's the reason why I have an issue with Diddy. Clearly, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I don't have the capability to buy, you know what I'm saying, 600 Bitcoin a week. Like make this stuff make sense. Here's my question. Why do people not have a test of making things make sense? I don't get it. So now here says this strategic investment reflects possible shifts in markets where even traditional investors recognize the growing influence of digital currencies. Bitcoin's stellar performance in 2024, outpacing major indices, adds further intrigue to Buffett's investment strategy moving forward. Look at this. Bitcoin's stellar performance in 2024, outpacing major indices. Like, come on. Like I said, man, Bitcoin already passed the silver market. You will sit there and tell me to buy silver, but not tell me to buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin is headed toward passing the gold and real estate market capitalizations. Like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, look at this, man. Like this is unheard of. Look, I want to show y'all something. This right here is wild. This is unheard of right here. Look at this, man. Look at this. Multi-coin capital hedge fund has grown 9,281% since 2017, an investor note shows. Like, man, come on. Are you going to try to sit there and tell me that they're lying in their investor notes? I mean, there's a possibility that they could be, but they're going to get in a lot of trouble and get exposed by the SEC if they are. Like, man, come disprove this right here. Stop making videos about the YouTubers. Y'all see the people that write these articles at the bottom? Elizabeth Napolitano. Make a damn video about her. I'm reading her work. I just happen to agree with it. What's wrong with these cats? Make a video about the BlackRock CEO. Make a video about Michael Saylor. Here you go. Make a video about Michael Fink or Larry Fink. People need to stop being pressed over other YouTubers. I'm not making more money than Larry Fink. Everything black, the way that people fight over YouTube subscribers, you need to be fighting over Bitcoins like that. The way that people fear that if one person gets one more subscriber, it's going to somehow take away from all your ad revenue. You need to actually be fighting over Bitcoin like that with these people right here. But if you don't pay attention to the losing Bitcoin battle, then you don't know that you're losing. So it makes it, you know, like euthanasia almost. Everything BlackRock CEO Larry Fink said about Bitcoin. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What do you all think that Larry Fink said about Bitcoin? I'll tell you what. Let's use Warren Buffett as a reference. Warren Buffett said nasty disinformation about Bitcoin, yet and still his company is still utilizing companies that benefit from Bitcoin. Larry Fink and BlackRock are actively digging into the cryptocurrency market, buying large chunks of Bitcoin. What do you think he's saying about it? Whose word are you going to take? You're going to look at a company like BlackRock, look at everything they own, look at what he's buying, and say, you know, BlackRock has done pretty good, but I think Bitcoin is going to tank them. Really? Really? Okay. Good to know about your logic and decision making. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, is optimistic about Bitcoin's future, highlighting its market liquidity and transparency. Bitcoin's growth and the success of BlackRock's ETF, IBIT, reflects increasing investor interest in cryptocurrencies, which means what for future prices? Does that mean that there's a higher likelihood of Bitcoin going to zero or a higher likelihood of Bitcoin going to 100,000? Well, that don't mean nothing because the electric grid could go down. If the electric grid goes down, there's going to be widespread global problems. And the fact that Bitcoin fails during a global grid outage is literally an insane thing to bring up as the first failure of Bitcoin, because literally damn near everything would fail during a global grid outage. But that's literally some people's justification. It's the same thing as people that won't fly because they're scared of a plane accident. But you just drove past 3 car accidents. This is one of the reasons why I'm antisocial and I don't really deal with people, because I can't tolerate that kind of stuff. Like, I can't. Like, I'm not about to sit there and listen to you say nonsense like that to me. I don't fly because that plane might fly out the air, because we hear about that happening on the news like literally every day. Literally a plane falls out of the air every single day. Like, you don't even have to insure yourself when you get on a plane. That's how low the likelihood is of a quote unquote plane accident. But you have to have car insurance to drive, which means that the likelihood is higher. But we'll just literally ignore all of that evidence. If you're one of those, I'm not going to fly a plane because of a plane accident, people, man, more power to you. I wish you well. I can't. I can't with that. And that's what the cryptocurrency protagonists are. Because we literally have a grid outage every single day. Like, what are you talking? Like, that's the exact that, like, you have to come with that. Like, well, if thermonuclear warfare happened, then Bitcoin wouldn't be no good. Like, literally, neither would the entire planet. So what are you talking about? Of course, Bitcoin wouldn't be any good. Like, neither would the whole planet. Like that's the that's the extreme example that you have to come with for Bitcoin to like not be worth anything. It's got to be like Armageddon. Seriously? Like, last time I checked, like Armageddon was supposed to destroy the entire planet. So like literally nothing would be worth anything. Nothing would be working. like it's wild. And like they be like them type of people be the ones like they be thinking they came with something profound too. Like I'm finna stomp you right now. I bet you if Russia bombed us with a nuke, Bitcoin wouldn't be no good. You also probably wouldn't be any good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's that. Probably if you're in the blast radius, nothing is going to be any good. Literally the entire country is going to literally not be any good. We just got hit with a nuke. So like when we talk about like, well, Bitcoin is not going to be worth anything. Bitcoin is going down in value. Why does the example have to be like space aliens came down and took over the planet? Like we can't reference something that happens every day that will cause a hiccup in Bitcoin. It's literally got to be some shit from a World War III video or a conspiracy video. Not saying that any of that stuff couldn't happen, but like, why is nothing else? Like, why didn't you use that as the standard of judgment? I'm not going to go outside today because aliens might be out there. Like, why didn't you use that as a standard of judgment for that? Like, because literally, like, Bitcoin would not be the only thing that would be affected if that were to happen. So, like, everything would be affected. So, like, why would, like, I don't understand that. Shout out to Lloyd Scott 9. Lloyd Scott 9. I couldn't even try to understand. Bro, that kind of mindset, like, makes me violent, bro. Like, it raises my body temperature, like, to fever levels, and my blood pressure is like 250 over 100. And like all of my hair is standing up and my eyes are like completely dilated. I gotta walk away. I'm not about to sit there and I can't. Bro, like you're not even speaking my language. Like, but like the thing is that, bro, like look at people will literally pull out that kind of logic when trying to discredit something like that. And like they'll stand on it like it actually makes sense. Like that's not even practical. I've literally I never said that Bitcoin was nuclear bomb proof. I don't know like many things that are other than a tardigrade and some nuclear silos. Like so like Bitcoin doesn't meet the nuclear bomb proof standard. Damn near like 90% of everything else on the planet. Like, my bad. That really that really makes it a bad investment, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It's like sheesh. I get like like just sit back and like listen to some of the logic. Like sit back and listen to some of the like thought process that people have with the things that they say. If you got a legitimate doubt in Bitcoin, like well, the price might not be XYZ tomorrow, if it's a reasonable doubt, like okay, like yeah, I'm not about to sit here and say that Bitcoin is invincible, but like the standard of what takes Bitcoin down got to be like repeatedly getting bombarded with Russian Satan 2 missiles. Like nobody can, like, what are you talking about? That's insane. Nothing else has to stand up to that standard. Like if you go inside of a building and go up an elevator, guess what? If that building gets hit repeatedly with Satan 2 missiles, it's probably not going to be there anymore either. But you still went up the elevator. Like, what are you talking about? like that shit is crazy. So now here says Fink discusses potential regulatory impacts on crypto, but remains positive about the perspective of an Ethereum ETF. So now the thing is, right? I don't know if anybody was aware of this, but like they have been trying to get Bitcoin ETFs passed for a long time. The ETFs didn't really get passed until BlackRock and a bunch of the bigger companies applied for them. So now that you got BlackRock and a lot of the bigger companies applying for the Ethereum ETFs, we don't know if the Ethereum ETFs will go through in May, but there's a higher likelihood. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a higher likelihood that with bigger players being involved, they'll try to put it through faster. Now, if it does get put through, right, then we know that that is an indicator of sending Ethereum on that $14,000 price target, which would be amazing. Fink, who steers the world's largest asset management firm. Okay, so this isn't just some bum on the street. Well, Rob ain't nothing but a YouTuber. Rob is reading an article that's quoting Larry Fink, the world's largest asset manager firm. Okay. He expressed a bullish stance on Bitcoin, which has seen significant upsurge in value. This enthusiasm is rooted in the cryptocurrency's growing market liquidity and transparency, factors that have pleasantly surprised the financial mogul. Now, we're listening to a financial mogul here, someone who is a verified financial mogul with actual accomplishments and does this in his daily job. His employment and the trust that his clients have in him is based on his performance. People can ignore my YouTube videos, suppress my content, thumbs down it, you know what I'm saying, boycott it, not listen to it, keep the views as low as possible so people can say, well, nobody listens to this stuff, so it's garbage anyway. Nobody listens to this stuff but because it's garbage anyway, but everybody buys this stuff. And they trust Larry Fink to do it for him. You know what I mean? Again, undeniable facts that people can't maneuver around. Like, it's no way to maneuver around any of this stuff. You got to sit there and face it eye to eye. And most people can't look people in the eye nowadays. That's something that's like part of the past. Larry Fink's comments offer a rare glimpse into the mindset of a leading figure in the traditional financial market. His observation reflect the increasing acceptance of cryptocurrencies in mainstream finance. Now, you see how high the prices are already. Imagine what happens the day everybody accepts cryptocurrency. I'm going to ask you guys this question in the comment section. The day cryptocurrency is universally adopted, what happens? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? The day that cryptocurrency is universally adopted, what happens? I'll tell you one thing that's going to happen with us, all of us in here, everybody in this chat room. We all gonna have mansions. We're gonna be on vacation until our funeral. That's what's gonna happen with us. You know what I'm saying? No more YouTube content. You'll get Lamborghini content. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Phil Mayo. I appreciate you, bro. Phil is the 4th stream sponsor. Make sure you guys show Phil some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji, and ducks in the chat for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you, bro. Selling the clothes off their backs. Facts. For dollars still. For dollars. Not even for Satoshis. If you and the thing is that, if you ever encounter anybody that I know in real life, anybody that's known me for a long time, even before I came to YouTube, they'll tell you, like, my stance on cryptocurrency has always been the same. It's always been the same. It's always been the same. I've been a staunch, heavy, hardcore cryptocurrency advocate since 2017. And I've never gone back on it, ever. And I never will. I will never go back on my stance on cryptocurrency. And now what's interesting about it is that now you got all these rich guys literally saying the same thing. And what's interesting about it is that they're getting credit for it. And like, I've literally been on this and saying this since 2017. You know what I'm saying? Now, why is it that when people attack the cryptocurrency advocates, why don't they ever like call Michael Saylor a crackpot? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen is the 5th stream sponsor. Y'all are, man. Listen, see, I'm gonna tell y'all something about YouTube, man. I never get mad about the numbers. The numbers just indicate certain things, right? But when I tell y'all about the engagement, these are the indicators of how you can tell YouTube lies. I appreciate you guys don't know how much appreciation I have for the financial support. Not so much because it's like I'm getting rich off of YouTube. When you have the type of engagement where people feel that they get the value from your content, where they're actually willing to financially invest in it, you don't understand how humbled I am by every super chat. Because I didn't on the app that I used to do this stuff on. I just did it because I had fun. I didn't get paid for it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a new phenomenon for me on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And so like of course, money helps, right? Like Blade said, this ain't the March of Dimes. So it's not like I'm saying like, don't super chat, because if you do, I appreciate it and I'd use it to invest and try to get, you know what I'm saying, create better content for y'all. But what I'm saying is that the appreciation is so humbling. It's crazy that many times I have significant, like watch YouTube, y'all. Seriously, like watch. I'll have significantly smaller amounts of people in my comment section and get significantly more super chats per stream. It's crazy. I watch a stream where it's like 600-700 people in the chat, and I got like, sometimes like on the low days when I'm talking about cryptocurrency, I had like 15 in here and still get more super chats. Like, that's crazy. Man, y'all are the best. For real, like, man, y'all are the best. That's why y'all deserve the best. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show her some love. And make sure you also show Phil some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji, and ducks in the chat. I definitely appreciate it. So look at this. Bitcoin's performance in particular has defied skeptics. See that? Bitcoin's performance has defied skeptics for the 99 millionth time, and it'll continue to until the price gets to $1 million. And then people will still sit up there and deny. Still sit up there and be in disbelief when it's at $1 million and say it's going to crash tomorrow because it can't sustain itself being this high. It's going to be literally a repeat of the same story until it's completely unaffordable. You know what I'm saying? With its price movements and the influx of retail investors catching many off guard. Look at this. I would have never predicted it before, Fink admitted, which is crazy because this dude is the CEO of a financial company. And literally, like, those of us in the cryptocurrency, you know what I'm saying, space have literally been like, nothing that these guys are saying is profound. We've literally said this. Like, Bitcoin was literally, when you talk about something being built for something, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not built for this. Bitcoin was literally built for this. Like, this is the purpose and intent of what Bitcoin was built for. Literally, all of us saw this coming. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I see it too. Rob 100%. Post some trash content and it's straight to the homepage. YouTube is low-key anti-black. Bro, they hot facts. They high-key anti-black, bro. They high-key anti-black. High-key. High-key. They've don't even get me started. Man, high-key, bro. High-key. Shout out to my man Patrick Taylor. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. 6 stream sponsor. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. Patrick said, where the F was you at in 2010 when this guy was trying to get me to invest 500 in Bitcoin? Oh my God. Oh my bro. Yo, somebody calculate how much $500, how many Bitcoin $500 would have got you in 2010. You know what? We about to calculate that right now. Hold on real quick. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. Because, see, I got time today. Hold on real quick. We finna. Let me see. I got time today. All right, let me see this. Hold on real quick. What we got here. All right, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let me just pull this up real quick. Bitcoin, what was that? 2010? Was Bitcoin around in 2010? Let me see. One Bitcoin value in 2010. What's the value in Bitcoin in 2010? Whoa! Ooh! Hold on real quick, man. Bitcoin was 5 cents in 2010. Bitcoin was 5 cents in 2010. Can I get somebody to verify that price? 5 cents in 2010. So 500 divided by, let me see, hold on. 5 cents. Hold on. Damn. Okay, there we go. Hold on. See this, I'm not used to using this screen here. Equals, wait a minute. Damn. I need to make this. There we go. I need to make that smaller. All right. It equals, oh, Lord have mercy, man. That equals 10,000 Bitcoin. 10,000 Bitcoin, bro. Times $70,000 now. Lord have mercy. Lord, look at that there. See, that's why you don't do that. That's why you don't do that. I believe you, bro. Because I know how much I've lost, especially in Ethereum. I don't even look at my purchasing and sale history of Ethereum because I just get mad. Like, I don't even look at it. Look at it. Look. $500 divided by 5 cents equals 10,000, right? 10,000 times, we're just going to use the approximate price of 70,000. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Ooh. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. I appreciate the super chat, bro. Patrick said, where the hell was you at in 2010 when this guy was trying to get me to invest $500 in Bitcoin? When he was explaining it to me, I was like, it's digital, man. What? Oh, my God. Oh, man. Bro, I would have invested 500 back. Man, listen, if I had known about it, if I had known about Bitcoin, I didn't know about it until 2017. In 2017, I found out about Bitcoin. My brother told me about it. I researched it. Within 2 days, I downloaded Coinbase, set up a Binance account, and any other exchanges, Yobit, and the rest is history. I literally, I only needed 2 days of research, and I immediately started buying cryptocurrency. That's back when that's back when Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Ethereum were the only cryptocurrencies that were on Coinbase. See, like that's OG right there. That's OG right there. Most people don't even know the struggle of I'm trying to buy XRP. Where the XRP at? Most people don't know that struggle. Them struggles is gone. Like them days of that struggle is gone. That's like that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like rotary phones in the cryptocurrency world. I want to get XRP. Where XRP at? I want to get KuCoin. Where KuCoin at? I want to get Binance Coin. Where Binance at? How I even get it? Bro, them days are like now, like it's mad coins on Coinbase. Like the new cryptocurrency investors don't know how good they got it. Then you get emails every other day. Binance is you got 24 hours to get all your crypto off the exchange because, you know what I'm saying, it literally was illegal overnight. Like you like, man, what the hell? I can't tell you how many times I had to move all my crypto off of Binance because like just randomly it was illegal because the SEC was playing all kind of games. Everything all good, then you got 24 hours to move all your crypto because we just got outlawed in the United States. Like, why? But here go the thing though, bro. Like, yeah, the chance to get a higher gain would have been greater when the price was lower. But if you ask me, it's never too late to collect cryptocurrency until the last Bitcoin is mined. If you ask me, there is no floor on when you should buy cryptocurrency. Now, you know, of course, if you have an investment strategy, yes, I'd obviously use your floor. But if you're trying to accumulate, the goal is accumulation, which is the game that these MicroStrategy and them are playing. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't take my word for it. Pay attention to the buying habits and strategies of these whales. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, Fink also pointed to the success of BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF, IBIT, as a testament to Bitcoin's growing appeal. Since its inception on January 11th, IBIT has witnessed unprecedented inflows, becoming the fastest growing ETF in history. This surge reflects a growing appetite among investors for exposure to cryptocurrencies, with Bitcoin leading the charge. Now, I think it was about 2 years ago. How many people remember when we was talking about cryptocurrency like 2 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, I think when like the Russia-Ukraine thing first happened, which is still happening, but somehow just doesn't, you know, is out of the news cycle. Do y'all remember like when we was talking about how the Bitcoin price had surged right when that war started? And everybody that was buying a little bit of Bitcoin, like y'all saw the returns? Hopefully y'all still got y'all crypto and have still been accumulating from back then. Because that's around the time when FTX was going through their issues and Solana had tanked down to $10. I'm not trying to be funny, man. I hope something else tanks. Man, if there was like a supply shock and like Bitcoin Cash went down to like $50, man, I'm buying as much as I'm spending a whole paycheck on it. Last year around this time, Bitcoin Cash was like, it was like $99. It was in the 2 digits. I don't know if we'll ever see 2-digit Bitcoin Cash again. I don't know if we'll ever see, I don't think that we'll ever see 2-digit 3-digit Ethereum ever again. I don't think we'll ever see 2-digit Solana ever again. Like when it comes, like some cryptocurrency milestones, we're getting to the days. I want people to understand this. We're at a milestone where 5-digit Bitcoin in the very near future may be a thing of the past. That may be a thing of the past by the end of this year. We may never see 5-digit Bitcoin ever again. That is very likely. That is a very likely approaching reality, which is wild. It's especially wild if you bought Bitcoin at $1,500 before. Because if you bought Bitcoin at $1,500 before, you already saw the craziness of like 4 months later it being $20,000. If that wasn't enough craziness, now you got this stuff going on right now, which is just, this is just new territory right here. Like this is completely uncharted territory where we are right now. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like we've landed on Mars. Now we're out just exploring around. This is where we are. What we think is that there's a high iron concentration. What we think is that there's ice caps. What we think is that the planet is red. What we think is that there's a thin oxygen atmosphere. That's what we think, but we've never actually landed on Mars and got to walk around and feel that shit. Now we're walking around and feeling that shit. You see what I'm saying? That's where we at right now, which is crazy. Like the cryptocurrency journey of Bitcoin is wild. Like it's literally enough to be a good Netflix documentary, for real. Because you'll just be sitting there with your jaw dropped, like, where was I at? Why wasn't I aware of this? And you don't want to be that person. I'm telling you, that is the person that you do not want to be. And there's going to be a lot of those people. And I beg of you all, do not allow yourself to be one of those people. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, as the conversation turned towards crypto regulation, Fink touched upon the SEC's potential designation of Ethereum as a security. Let me ask you guys this. What happens if SEC designates Ethereum as a security? What happens? While speculative, he suggested that such a classification would not deter the creation of Ethereum ETF. Our Ethereum ETF is under registration, and I don't think that the designation of Ethereum as a security is going to be deleterious to the approval of Ethereum ETF, Fink said. So again, you know, with Ethereum, ETFs coming into play, what happens? Let's check out this video.
Look who's here, BlackRock's Larry Fink, live in studio. We're talking market bubbles. Where does he see them? How he's guiding his team to invest around them. We will talk infrastructure investing in the wake of that Baltimore Bridge disaster and tragedy, and probably one of the most important and urgent issues for our audience, smarter ways to save for retirement, but how to start right now. All right, first, let's get to the markets really quickly. We do have green on.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why, I mean, like, Fox News got Larry Fink on there. This is BlackRock. People talk about the elites. What are the elites doing? I mean, you can't put the radiation signal on the moon like you could put the, you know what I'm saying? Like Batman could put the bat symbol out there. But here's what the elites are doing. We've been talking about it for 3 hours now. You know what's crazy about this? Some of the most money, if you if you would do a calculation, right, and calculate based on content how much money is discussed in particular content, my cryptocurrency streams probably talk about the largest amounts of money out of all of the content that I do, yet they have the least engagement. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy work, man. That never ceases to amaze me. You see, it don't stop me from doing them. I don't care. It's just why it's I gotta ask y'all, why do y'all think that is? We gotta get to the bottom of that. We gotta get to the bottom of that. We can't leave it alone. We gotta keep figuring it out.
On the screen here for all four majors, we've got the Dow point gain looking pretty healthy, 295 points to the upside. So the Russell is the biggest percentage gainer. It's up about 1.5%. NASDAQ, it's wiggling a bit. It's up 7 points. The recent rock star NVIDIA, though, maybe that's the problem. It's all the way at the bottom.
I agree. But what's now, here's my thing. I'm going to ask everybody, would you all agree that you have to do some degree of celebrity gossip, especially if you have a channel as small as mine that doesn't grow, to keep your channel breathing? Like, look at all of my other videos on this channel, the like ratio, the comment section, and then look at the cryptocurrency videos. Supply and demand. The demand is not there for the finance videos. The demand is there for celebrity gossip. That's why you see celebrity gossip. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 said, people hate finance, Rob. I've had people talk about empowerment and escaping WS. Then in the next vein, they will tell me they don't like numbers or dealing with money. I'm at a loss with that, bro. That's facts. So a shout out to you, Lloyd Sky 9. I told you, bro, I appreciate you. That is such facts, bro. That like that literally sums up everything. That sums up everything. And if you think about this, right? Now, somebody will take this and manipulate what I'm saying and sit there and say that I'm buck dancing, right? But again, these aren't my words. This is me asking a question. What if you told a person that's supposed to sign off on reparations that you don't like numbers or dealing with money, but cut the check? How do you say all of that in the same sentence directed to the same person? And what are they supposed to do after hearing that statement? We all know what they plan on doing, what they want to do, but what have you just opened up a can of worms with by saying that? Again, I would never say that because, for one, I love math. For two, I love money. Shout out to Patrick Taylor. Patrick Taylor says, because a lot of black folks don't really have disposable income, so talking about money is depressing. Bro, I don't have disposable income. Most people don't have disposable income, but most people get a tax return. Most people, if you're in that type of financial situation where you don't have disposable income, more than likely you get a pretty decent tax return. And again, nobody's expecting people to buy 500 and 600 Bitcoin at a time like BlackRock is. You know what I mean? But people like the very people that don't have the disposable income, they will super chat it up on YouTube. How much disposable income do you need to buy one Solana at $13? No, I agree, Patrick. But at the same time, no, there's the same lot of people who be like, nah, I'm not doing none of this. But those people also more than likely, if they've worked at a company for a long time, they got some money in a 401k making negative returns. And then they'll have their money tied up in a pension getting paid negative returns and then turn around and tell you that Bitcoin is a scam and they're scared of it. You know what I'm saying? Bro, negative returns on a 401k is mad accurate. Fact. Them 401ks is return the percentage on them of return is less than prime rate. It's less than prime rate. It's less than the risk-free prime rate. Getting returns on a 401k or any type of investment that's being managed by somebody less than prime rate is crazy. That's crazy. That's a negative return. You know what I'm saying? If you're not even getting a return of what the prime rate is, that on top of any economic shock that will cause inflation, automatically negative return. It's not even worth putting your money in that. And then you got it tied up. Shout out to Patrick Taylor. Patrick Taylor says, I think people, and it's just black, like to be able to hold or see what they buy. You can hold it. Literally, that's what Bitcoin is about, is holding it. And you can see it on your wallet. But see, here's the thing, though. It goes back to what people like. So if people are riding high off of what they like, and they like it like this, and they like it like that, well, you might like potato chips, but lima beans will put muscles on you. So again, if you have the luxury to like, that's a choice. So these are choices being made. I don't like Bitcoin because I can't put it in a Gucci wallet. I got to put it in an Exodus wallet. So I'm going to hold my fiat in dollars. Okay, that's a choice. You know what I'm saying? So again, we got to examine, why are people making that choice? Everything ain't about what I guarantee you people don't like white supremacy, but they're contributing to strengthening it. You know what I'm saying? So I know how that be. Sometimes that voice to text, that's not the business. You know what I'm saying? Now, you talking about scared. That's one thing that I'm scared of. Believe it or not, I've never used voice to text. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, some people get hostile when they feel ashamed and refuse to humble themselves for knowledge. I only have about 2 people in my local circle who go in like you all do. I greatly appreciate you all. Yeah, I appreciate you too, Brooklyn Queen. And like, my thing is, like, if I don't know something, I see, like, I don't understand the ego. You know, like, I think like that thing, I think that's like a self-consciousness thing. Because I in my experience, people that I consider intelligent are never really know-it-alls. And the people that I consider who are very intelligent, who like I look up to and be like, man, these people know a lot, they don't think that they know a lot. Like, they're always chasing information. They always want to know more about something else. It's only people that don't really seem to be well informed that put off that energy of the buck stops here, in my opinion. Like, all of these people that are brilliant, they're constantly trying to figure something else out. And they'll be real quick to tell you, like, well, I don't know for sure, but this is my best recommendation. Like, they're real quick to cover themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't know everything about everything. But what I do know, let's chop it up. Let's discuss it. What I don't know, if I come across something that I don't know, put me onto game, or I'll do some research and try to get up on game. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. I don't understand that kind of mentality. Like, that kind of mentality is crazy to me. I could never be ashamed because I don't know something. Like, when I see that I don't know something, I'm like, oh, bet I'm about to find out about this. I'm about to learn this. You know what I'm saying? I like that, that whole kind of mentality to me is just crazy. But that's the way people be, though. It don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and please share the stream to your social media. Let's see what they're talking about.
Bottom of the NASDAQ 100. S&P, as you see right there, up about 18 points. Speaking of which, we are coming up on the end of the month and the end of yet another winning quarter. The broader index is on pace for its 5th winning month, and flip it over quarter to date, the S&P has put in an absolutely gorgeous gain of 9.5%. Now
They're calling 9.5. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. They're calling 9% a gorgeous gain. They're calling 9% a gorgeous gain. How can you be angry at Bitcoin yet appreciate a measly 9% gain on the S&P 500? Literally damn near every single cryptocurrency outperformed the S&P 500. Literally every single one. Solana destroyed the S&P 500. MicroStrategies itself destroyed the S&P 500. They're calling 9% a gorgeous gain. A gorgeous gain where? In what market? Is that a I'm so heavily invested and concentrated in cryptocurrency. I'm looking at this 9% and like, ugh. Facts. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said only traders are eating off a 9% gain unless you got 100,000 plus in investments. Bro, facts. Facts. Like, this is the S&P 500. Like, these are 500 of the largest stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. And like, yay, you got a 9% gain. Like, are you serious? That's barely keeping pace with prime plus inflation. Like, that's trash. That's 401k. That's not even 401k. Like, that's like slightly more than 401k. Like, that's garbage. Like, literally, cryptocurrency is superior assets to any stocks, except for stocks related to cryptocurrency like MicroStrategy. Like, I would be like, if I had been holding my Bitcoin since 2017 and I had only a 9% gain, like, I would be livid. I can't go from like, you ever heard that expression? Like, I think it was like Pookie from New Jack City, and he was like, crack don't get me high no more. Like, I can't go from being a cryptocurrency investor back into the traditional market. Like, I can't do it. It's like I got a raise of $100 per hour and you're expecting me to go back to minimum wage, and I'm looking at you crazy while you're telling me this is such a great rate. Like, are you insane? What are you talking about? I literally was just making $100 an hour and you telling me go ahead and go apply at Walmart because they're paying $15 an hour? You sound crazy. Like, I try to tell people, like, we be talking at work and they be talking about their 401k, and I tell them, like, man, get your money out of your 401k and stake Ethereum. And they're like, I don't know about that. I can't see it. I'm like, when is the last time you saw your 401k? Are you serious? Like, you literally have to show proof, and you have to write a letter, and you have to pay a special tax to be able to get it out. Like, you could just flip your Ethereum into US dollar coin and use it on the Coinbase credit card. Like, what are you talking about? Well, I just don't trust cryptocurrency. But you literally trust your money with some financial manager that you've never seen in an office 7 states away, and you have literally you never read the 10Ks of what is actually being invested in your mutual fund. You can literally open up your cryptocurrency wallet and look at the charts and activities and move what you want to on your own. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, and 401k not even buying individual shares, they're buying ETFs. Facts. Like, it's like aggregate fund on top of aggregate fund on top of aggregate fund, where the risk gets mitigated. That's how you get those low returns, because the risk gets mitigated damn near to being risk free. So of course your return is going to be somewhere around prime. Like, the whole purpose is to return on the risk. That's why if you win the lottery return is so high. Yeah, I agree. Believe it or not, though, bro, I've actually convinced some people, like some of my past coworkers and stuff. They still hit me up to this day. You know what I'm saying? Facts. At the meetings at work, I don't even say nothing. When they talk about the 401k, now we can skip that. Oh, you don't want to save for your future? Yes, I do. That's why I'm not interested in your 401k. Now tell me about the vision insurance. I want to get some Dolce & Gabbana glasses. How much I got to put away in my flexible spending account? You know what I'm saying? Like, they be like, don't you want to save for your future? I'm like, yes, I do. That's why I'm not interested in your 401k. Like, I had like back in the day, like maybe a couple years ago, I had $25,000 in a 401k, right? I took out the $25,000, you know what I'm saying? I blew, I say probably like about 7,000 of it, you know what I'm saying, on stupid stuff, because that's just what I do. You know what I'm saying? I like to kick it, I like to turn up, I like to have a good time, and that's exactly what I did. You know what I'm saying? And then the rest of it, I put it into crypto. Literally, like, it's insane right now. Like, besides that, just the money from Solana when it crashed is insane right now. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, back in the day, like when I had first started working at my job, I had told everybody, I'm like, yo, save $100, put it into Bitcoin, and in 5 years, let's buy the building that we work at. That way we'll always be able to control everything about our job, and we'll be able to profit share and get the money. Literally nobody wanted to do it. There was this white girl that I work with, what I used to work with. She don't work there no more. She was down, but she was the only one. She was like one of the few white people that worked there. Literally nobody else wanted to do it. Nobody else was, you know what I'm saying? Nobody else was interested. Now today, like, people complain about, like, they don't like the new management. They don't like, you know what I'm saying, this, and they don't like that, and they decreasing the staff. Don't tell me, I don't want to hear it. Because we could have bought 2 buildings by now, as much as Bitcoin went up. if you had been saving $100 from back then. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't care how much you don't like your job. I'm cool with it because I know I can just do whatever the hell I want to. That's your problem. I didn't even hate my job as much as you hate it. And I was more invested in getting control of the place than you were. And now that something has changed that's outside of your control, which I was trying to convince people to buy their control, now every time you go outside to go on break or go outside and smoke, everybody want to fill your ears with their woes and shit. I don't want to hear your woes. I want to watch my YouTube video and smoke. Shut your ass up. You take your ass somewhere else. Go talk to a wall. It got more of an open ear for you than I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, I can't. The window was open. Now it's shut. Don't tell me that you know what I'm saying? That you hot now because the window's shut. You knew that shit. I tried to tell you about it when the window was open. It's too late now. I got a little fan over here. I'm good. You the one that's burning up and sweating all over the place and funky. You know what I'm saying? Shit ain't my problem. And I got bottled water over here. You thirsty. You know what I'm saying? Better get you a stick of gum.
If you stretch that out over the past year, the 31% run-up either looks fabulous or worrisome. What does the world's largest asset manager think right now? With $10 trillion in assets under management, BlackRock Chairman and CEO Larry Fink is here, and we're also joined by Charlie Gasparino. Charlie.
All right. Now, before we get into some macro stuff and that amazing letter that you put out, which I really enjoyed, and infrastructure. Actually,
now, let me ask you guys this question. You guys see that this is on Fox News, right? Fox Business. They got you know what I'm saying, the BlackRock guy on there. What does MSNBC or CNN ever do comparable to this to provide its viewers with financial direction? Yeah, they do enjoy, and that's the thing that people deny, Brooklyn Queen. And then if you bring that up, somehow you're a coon. Like, literally, I suggested let's buy this building. No one else no one else wanted to get down. Then when you complain about your job and I tell you I don't want to hear it, oh, well, you just a coon and you just acting like you better than anybody. Man, get the hell out of here, man. You talking about I'm a coon. I'm the one that said buy the damn building so we can control it. Man, shut those stupid ass up. This is one of the reasons why I shouldn't have said shit to you in the first place. That's that YouTube shit that you see in real life. I'm the coon because I don't want to hear about your woes of passing up an ownership opportunity. Get the hell out of here. I guess that just make me a coon then. I'm going to wear my coon skin coat and be looking like Frank Lucas when he went to that boxing match. Get the hell out of here with that bullshit.
Plays in that letter, so we should talk about that a little bit. I noticed that Donald Trump once said, my money manager, Larry Fink, made me a lot of money. Yes. Did very good. You were in the White House with him.
I had no idea Larry Fink was Donald Trump's money manager. How many of y'all knew that Larry Fink was Donald Trump's money manager? I didn't know that. Remember, we were just talking about shit that people don't know? I didn't know that. Facts on facts. Value chain. You know what I'm saying? Like Fox News, right? Right-wing news outlet. You got the BlackRock guy on there that's got all the money managing the former president's asset portfolio. I'm talking about space shit, though. I don't know what to like. I don't know what to say, y'all. I really don't. What do you say about this? What do you say? You want to know? There's only one thing that I can think of that can be said about this. There's only one thing that I can think of that can be said about this. And it's this.
What do you do with the Bitcoin besides it just gather value?
Real estate developers in New York City, they're not buying the real estate because they want to live in it.
But like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. We call them poor. Okay? Right? Like, the point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up forever more. Forever.
Right. I mean, right. But I mean, we can all look Bitcoin sort of as
Forevermore. People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor.
Man, listen, I'm telling you. When Bitcoin hit $100,000, I'm getting a system put in my car and I'm beating that song everywhere I go. You ain't gonna hear no rap music coming out of my car. You're gonna hear that song anytime I'm driving down the street, not on the freeway. That song is going to be beating out of my trunk. Like that song is, I'm gonna be getting pulled over for noise violations literally every damn day for beating that song. Like all the screws are gonna be loose in my trunk. I'm gonna be pulled over on the side of the road. The officer gonna be like, "This ticket is waiverable. All you gotta do is call this number." I'm gonna be like, "The only question I have, officer, is do they accept Bitcoin?" Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with it? I'm dead serious, man. I'm telling you, I'm finna be bumping that. That shit. Anytime I have a party, that's gonna be the first and last song get played every single party. Every single party. I'm gonna do the crazy techno stuff. So man, I'm put all kind of glow stick, you know what I'm saying, glowing teeth in my mouth and be doing all kind of weird movements and everything with a Bitcoin medallion on. Bet. Yep, sure am. Try to tell y'all, man.
Really enjoyed it. And infrastructure actually plays in that letter, so we should talk about that
Right.
a little bit. I noticed that Donald Trump once said, my money manager, Larry Fink, made me a lot of money.
Yes.
Did very good. You were in the White House with him. He had a lot of good things to say about you because he had his money with BlackRock. If you were his real money manager now, he's sitting on paper worth $5 billion. You know he's cash poor. What would you tell him to do? This is DJT, the new stock. As you know, everybody's talking about it.
The stock has an amazing run. And I think in a SPAC, the Trump organization needs to hold their shares for either 1 or 2 years.
So the board can tell him to sell now. They can give, and by the way, the board is not exactly the BlackRock board. It's his son and his buddies,
But I believe there's some covenants when they go public. I don't know it, but most SPACs have covenants.
Well, if there wasn't a covenant, would you tell him to sell right now?
I don't know enough about the company, so I'm not going to. I would recommend him not asking me that question.
Now, I want you guys to see. You see how he navigated around that question? You see that? A lot when it comes, a lot of times, right? A lot of times these people they don't answer questions. And the thing is that it's interesting, like, because it seems like when it comes to situations like this, it seems like we always, quote unquote, have to have the answer. I'm gonna give you guys a life hack. You don't. You don't. He said that his best recommendation would be to recommend not asking him what to do with the asset. I mean, that's some honest shit right there. Now, what I want people to pay very close attention to is that this guy right here is the CEO of BlackRock, and he used to be Trump's money manager. And this is the guy who is he's one of the guys that's extremely bullish on Bitcoin. You can buy Bitcoin in tiny intervals on Cash App, Coinbase. Dollar cost average. Let me ask you guys a question. Would you say that this is a reap what you sow situation? If you guys would say that this is a reap what you sow situation, give me a thumbs up. If you wouldn't, then give me a thumbs down and let me know. Yeah, I saw that, DJ Elmo. That was in the Discord. Yeah, I think what did she have? She had like 600 Bitcoins. I saw that. DJ Elmo said in UK, a Chinese woman has been charged with money laundering because she has 2 billion pounds worth of Bitcoins. The article I read didn't say it's ill-gotten, but only that she failed checks. Man, that's wild that a single individual has that many Bitcoins. That is wild. But there's a lot of individuals out there like that. Just people that just been holding on to their Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 18 people watching and we got 35 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button and get us to 40, that would be great.
Larry,
So you would give him no advice?
I look at it, looks high to me on every metrics. It looks like it's a very high stock price, but look at it, there's a lot of momentum going on there. Time will tell, but by every metrics, it's very, it doesn't make any money. By every metrics, it's a very expensive stock.
You don't expect a call from him, right?
I would take his call and I would give him advice if he asked, but that advice would be private, Charlie.
Okay, thank you.
Larry, forget about some of the IPOs lately, DJT
Right.
and Reddit, and how
Yeah.
they've spiked. The S&P, we just showed it. To some, it looks very much like a bubble, and it has the characteristics of a bubble, not just the S&P, but this entire market. It's getting frothy. It's got what many would say is a compelling story. That would be AI. What kind of meetings are you having at BlackRock about how to invest around what could be a bubble bursting?
AI is not a bubble that's going to burst. If anything, AI is going to have short-term volatility and short-term price implications. AI is the way. AI is the way of the future, and there's no bubble. There's no bubble that's going to burst. The only thing that needs to happen with AI is people need to identify who the potential market leaders are now and keep their faith in investment in those potential market leaders and make sure that you're just not investing in junk companies. But there is no AI bubble. That's not true. Short-term price fluctuations and market rifts do not imply a quote-unquote bubble. A bubble means quote-unquote overvaluation. The AI market isn't even mature to be able to say that it's overvalued because it's not even mature yet. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see what they say.
Well, first of all, I don't think it's a bubble.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
We're seeing more.
Right off the rip. Right off the rip. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I never watched this video. This is literally the first time that I've seen this. So right on target. Again. And this is what I'm saying. I really care greatly about the quality of information that I deliver to those people that watch my content. I'm not going to tell you some crazy shit. As much as it might sound good, I'm not going to tell you some crazy shit. I'm going to tell you the most accurate interpretation of information that I can honestly provide. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that this is what I'm saying. We got people that can give analysis and information like the CEO of BlackRock. but we gotta see value in it and build the platform to where we're creating value and other people are seeing how much value that we're creating, and then we're able to profit off of the value that we create. As long as we stay in the shadows, those opportunities are not going to exist. And then what's happened is that we've created an eclipse of possibilities instead of creating limitless possibilities. I'd go on one of these shows and debate with these people, or, have conversations about financial stuff all day long and be more accurate than them with 100% confidence. Me, no name, low IQ, DEI, woke, diversity hire will come on and flame y'all on Fox News, MSNBC, or anything. But what has to happen is we have to make it where people believe that people like me are non-existent. So you have to watch this. There is no other alternative. And then what happens is that you have those of us who don't have faith in our own abilities who gaslight that and create the bubble. Now, how come nobody ever talks about that bubble of WS that's gaslit by non-white people? Well, you can't be as smart as them talking on Fox News. Why? I've literally been involved in cryptocurrency longer than Larry Fink. Why can't I be smarter than him? There's literally documented social media dated posts that prove that I've been analyzing, advocating, and discussing cryptocurrency longer than Bitcoin, longer than MicroStrategies, or longer than BlackRock. There's not enough interest in this topic by people who should be supporting it to legitimize my expertise. So again, it's not the algorithm. People are interested in what BlackRock is doing, so they watch it because they're addicted to control. If there was an addiction and a drive for control and people watched control-driven content, then maybe there would be more traffic around this here. But the algorithm is math. Bitcoin is math. Math don't lie. Math don't lie. People do. You know what I'm saying?
Invest around what could be a bubble bursting.
Well, first of all, I don't think it's a bubble. I think we're seeing more validation with stock prices. We're seeing earnings momentum in a lot of companies. Even today, you cited the Russell. The Russell 5000 is when that goes up at more, that's starting to tell you there's more breadth in the marketplace. Historically, we looked at so much of the gains in 7 stocks, but actually the breadth of the market is expanding. To me, that gives me a good sign. When I talk to CEOs and businesses, probably 80% of the companies that I'm talking to are seeing upward momentum.
In earnings and stuff like that.
Earnings, revenue growth, margins, productivity is up. Let's be clear. Productivity fell during COVID when people were working from home. People are back in the office. Productivity is increasing. Productivity is a good sign for expanding margins. And so, look, we read the newspapers. We listen to television. It's full of negativity.
Right.
And at the same time, we're having record stock levels.
I love when it goes up too, but
I mean, I want you guys to pay attention to what he said. Did y'all hear what he said? He said, if you pay attention to television, it's full of negativity. Yet we're having record stock levels. So you have to ask yourself, are you one of the people that's ingesting negativity, or are you one of the people that's paying attention to the record stock levels? that right there is a big indicator of what kind of course that you might be on. And see, these right here, these are the kinds of things that people don't want to evaluate. These are the kind of things, people, what I'm saying, they get uncomfortable with that kind of stuff. But it's not a matter of getting uncomfortable or not. This kind of stuff right here should be looked at as a matter of life and death. And I don't know. I've only ever been alive that I know of. I don't know a firsthand experience about death, but I got a feeling that being in a casket inevitably is not very comfortable. So, there's that. So if you're looking at this as a matter of life and death, then you would assumedly you'd assume to want to do life-preserving measures. That would be what would be assumed in a common sense forum. But in most cases, when we observe human behavior, subsets of humans, we don't always see common sense exhibited. And then we see explanations outside of common sense reinforced with more non-common sense explanations. And there's no correction mechanism for that. People are just free to just say and do whatever they please based on whatever. That shouldn't be allowed. There should be some type of structure. There should be some type of organization. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to sound bad either, but freedom ain't for everybody. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Productivity is a good sign for expanding margins. And so, look, we read the newspapers, we listen to television. It's full of negativity.
That's a good question, DJ Elmo. I'm not exactly sure. When the video is over, I'm gonna try to look on the article and see when it was posted, because I'm actually playing this off of an article.
And at the same time, we're having record stock levels.
I love when it goes up too, but when all assets are going up, and I'm talking gold is at an all-time high or relatively close to it, Bitcoin, which of course you know about because of your
Bitcoin. Man, listen, I'm telling y'all, man, Bitcoin. Opportunities of a lifetime. Like literally, the halving will be here in less than 25 days. The halving is literally the window closing. Like, it's not just a figure of speech. Like, it literally is. Like, the literal window is actually closing. That's why, like, the supply is being cut in half. You know what I'm saying? How do you convince people of it? How do you convince people? Here's my answer. You don't. You have discussions amongst open-minded people and you make your moves. You talk about the people and just, they're only a subject of conversation, and you just keep making your moves. You know what I mean? I don't think it's anybody's job to convince anybody of anything. You know what I'm saying? People are set in their ways. So let them stay set. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, how do we purchase these BlackRock Bitcoins? They have a ETF. Now, I'm not sure how to purchase the ETF because I don't deal with derivative cryptocurrency assets. I only buy cryptocurrencies directly, so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure you could probably either go to the BlackRock website and talk to them, or look up some information about the BlackRock ETF, and they'll show you how to buy it. You might have to buy it through like a market manager or something like Fidelity or something like that. But that BlackRock ETF and the MicroStrategies ETF is popping.
Of negativity,
Right.
And at the same time, we're having record stock
Listen,
levels.
I love when it goes up too, but when all assets are going up, and I'm talking gold is at an all-time high or relatively close to it, Bitcoin, which of course you know about because of your IBIT ETF,
Yes.
all of these assets are just spiking no matter what the news is.
I think there's strong reason for the United States to have more momentum than any place in the world right now. The innovation in technology, the innovation in energy stocks in terms of oil discovery and extraction.
Mm-hmm.
So there are many reasons why we're seeing, greater productivity, and there's really great opportunities. But, my letter talked about retirement. Okay, right. Retirement is not something about whether the market's up or down in any one quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't be confused about,
All right, look at Bitcoin. So we can kind of tell when this was by what the price of Bitcoin is. Probably 2 or 3 days ago. Now, do you remember at the S&P 500? The S&P 500 was a measly 9%. Look at Bitcoin. Last 6 months, 162.28%. Like, how can you just sit there and ignore that? Like, this is being talked about on the news. Yeah, he got arrested. Win, lose, or rug. He did. I was thinking about doing a stream on it, and then I was like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't be having time. Like, I would have done a video. Like, videos take so much time to produce. I just don't be having time. That's why I be trying to get the streams out. That's why they be so long, because I might not be able to stream for a minute again. But like, I did want to talk about that, but I think we knew when you start doing those TikTok videos in front of police cars, your days are numbered. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Keith Evans. What's good with it, bro? Keith says, I used to use TD Ameritrade, and you can buy ETFs like stock. Technically, they are stocks, but not your keys, not your crypto. Facts. Which is why, if you ask me, these ETFs and derivative cryptocurrency investments, to me, like, those are investments for rich dummies. Those are investments for undeserving legacy rich dumbasses that don't know how to do anything for themselves, like, send Bitcoin from wallet to wallet. Those of us that have been investing in Bitcoin in the days when, like, you literally ran the risk of losing your shit on the blockchain if you missed one digit, I would recommend just buying the cryptocurrency direct. Again, this isn't financial advice or recommendation or anything like that, but what I do is I buy my cryptocurrency direct. I'm not an old, dumb, legacy, privileged, plantation, pass me down rich person. You know what I'm saying? I'm somebody that nobody in my family was able to take advantage of the handouts like the Homestead Act. So I got to do shit the hard way. You know what I'm saying?
One stock or a market over a quarter. This is a long horizon. And I said this is a crisis in the world today. And it's a crisis because we're spending so much time today talking about the miracles of medicine. There's not a day that you don't read or hear about the new wonders of some of these weight loss drugs and what they do in terms of eliminating, much of the kidney disease and liver disease and heart disease and joint diseases.
So you like Ozempic, huh? You're not on it. You lost a few pounds.
I'm not on it, no, Charlie. But I know many people who are.
Headline: Larry Fink.
I'm not on Ozempic. But let's be clear. It is extending life.
Yeah.
And something that I'm also aware of, some of the new therapies for dementia, how it's extending the period of time when it really gets advanced.
Right, we have friends that
Yes,
are living
but
longer.
we're spending we're gonna be living longer.
Larry, what I love about you is you do take that long-term view.
Always.
You always have.
Always.
And your letters are must-reads because of that. But we do live in a short-term.
We do, and more than ever.
More than ever. Okay, so.
But that's the dilemma. How do you transcend today into something
Okay,
long-term?
we'll do that in a minute. But
Okay,
now that we're in today,
Yep.
I want to talk about, you and Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan, the CEO, the two biggest guys on Wall Street, run the biggest firms, but you're kind of the yin and yang of predicting the future here. Jamie is very negative. I mean, he thinks the Fed, well, not very, but he's significantly pessimistic. He would say Fed rate hikes are coming more. Something's going to happen with the economy because of that. You've the one. I mean, listen, you nailed the Fed rate hike stuff. And I think you're going to nail it going forward. At least two more. One in June.
Probably two more.
Why don't you see that having any deleterious impact on the economy and the markets?
Because most of the viewers who own homes, they own homes with a 30-year mortgage. They are not impacted by higher rates. And so the transmission of high rates in America are much more elongated because the average homeowner is not impacted. In most places in the world, home ownership is a adjustable mortgage.
Now, see, like, this is what I want people to pay very close attention to, right? Like, people have excuses for not listening or paying attention to this type of content. But, like, I want y'all to pay, like, do y'all see, like, they're talking about home ownership, like, many of us are not homeowners. So, like, as we're listening to this financial content as it pertains to Fox News, like, this kind of content don't even, like, our situations are worse than the discussion that's taking place here. And, like, people don't see a need to address that. Like, first and foremost, it's a problem that many of us don't own homes. That's a problem, right? You know what I'm saying? Second of all, if a lot of the economic indicators are based on homeowners, then what are the economic indicators for people that don't have homes? And when I say don't have homes, I'm not talking about homeless. I'm talking about people that rent, people that, have some other type of arrangement other than actually owning their home. Because, see, like, when you own your home, you can take out a line of credit on your home. You can get other forms of financing when you have a asset like home ownership. Soon eventually in the future, you'll be able to take out lines of credit on your Bitcoin. But that's, you know what I'm saying? We might be grandparents by then. Great-great-grandparents. Nobody's even looking into the future like that. That's the problem. Facts. DJ Elmo, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. If I was a homeowner, I would literally be taking out a line of credit on my home, buying Ethereum, staking it, paying it back, and keeping the difference. Literally it would just be a repeat loan cycle every single time. And the fact that the people that have homes are so high IQ that they all don't do that literally exposes a lot. But it also exposes a lot that the people that are dealing with a severe wealth gap don't try to calculate ways to creatively mitigate financial barriers. I don't have time for that type of incompetence or tolerance for it. And I don't think that anybody else should either. That kind of bullshit creates bottlenecks for those of us who are working to try to figure these things out. And I agree with Patrick. Patrick said a lot of Black Americans lost their homes due to Obama's policies, the guy that many put in office. Listen, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. That is literally before. Now, again, this channel ain't financial advice, but before anybody decides to, like, come up, and experiment with that theoretical idea that I said, study how micro strategies funds their equity in the business. That is literally the exact same thing that they do. That's literally what they do. You know what I'm saying? So it's clearly a model that works. You know what I'm saying?
Some sort, and it resets all the time. So we have the entire mortgage industry that's having that has a 30-year
So
mortgage.
it sort of cocoons, you're saying, the consumer to some extent.
It brings down the volatility dramatically, and it really gives us that. Two, we have corporations that have done a very good job at extending the maturities. If you look at the credit markets today, you do not see companies being stretched too far. Now, in some of the private credit.
See, shout out to DJ Elmo. See, this is what DJ Elmo said, Blacklight. In the UK, home equity line of credit products is non-existent like in America. And see, that's one of the reasons why having a business network is important, because see, that's when you set up an international trust with your people. You know what I'm saying? And you say, I want to try to, you know what I'm saying, hedge some risk by using this type of investment vehicle. You get that trust together, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, like you get you a piece of real estate and draw the line of credit, make some domestic investments. You know what I'm saying? But see, like, this is what I was like, when you're in a difficult situation, the natural thing to do is like not to just sit there and expect the situation to change itself, because the only thing that the situation is going to do is change itself into a more difficult form. You have to create creative ways to be able to mitigate the barriers in front of you. That's called evolution. Some of the most, when we had these kind of conversations, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, because like Brooklyn Queen was there. Brooklyn Queen was there. You know what I'm saying? I called into shout out to my man Moxie Approve. He had a really good stream the other day, and I had called in and we was chopping it up. And like, you know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, I kind of had to defend us about certain things. And the thing is like, you know, you get around and you talk about things, you get into circles, and you don't even be fighting white people talking about our capabilities. You gotta like convince other black people that we're capable of doing certain shit, which is just, it's wildly bizarre to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why that happens. But then in most cases, the person that is saying we're capable of doing this is the one that gets called a coon somehow, while the people that are saying that we have all of these bad habits and do all of this bad stuff and like we're so easily influenced, those are the people like, you real, like you keeping it real, like we do be doing that. Like, it's like, what? It's real, and nobody holds themselves accountable for that. And my question is, why not? Shout out to Keith Evans. Keith, you're the 7th Dream sponsor. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys show Keith some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. Keith says, is it Nexo Celsius if you borrow against your Bitcoin? I'm going to have to check that out. I didn't know about that. I'm going to definitely check that out, bro. Michael, why is that? If you have like 5 black people and you let them get to talking, immediately it becomes Fox and Friends. And then when you try to be like, that's not really accurate, when you don't join in on the bashing, you become the coon. I don't know what to say. Like I'm telling you, I'm truly mind boggled and astonished and bewildered in many cases. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the things that you will say, like okay, so here's an example, right? Like, say for instance, somebody says hip hop, quote unquote, destroyed the black community. I don't know if I would say that, because for one, like, there are still black communities. For two, if we're talking about people dying or going to jail, the majority of us are not dead or in jail. A minority of us have died as a result of a criminal consequence, hip hop influence, and gone to jail. Like 51% of us are not dead or in jail related to hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's statistics that can back that up. Yet and still, even though there's statistics that can back that up, somebody will still tell you with full confidence that that stuff has destroyed our community. And then everybody else will say, like, yeah, they're right. And it's like, but they're literally not, though. Like, the majority of us actually work and are free people. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can look this stuff up in the U.S. Census. Like, and again, this is while you're amongst your peers. This is before you even like get on a Fox News or something like that and be having to talk to these people. You know what I mean? And now this is gonna sound really bad, right? This is gonna sound really bad. But I'm gonna ask y'all after I say it. It don't matter how it sounds. Is it true or not? DJ Elmo says, Blacklight. Neely Fuller says, only interact with other black people if it's productive. Now, let me ask you guys this. In what direction would that impact the amount of people that you have a conversation with? Would that significantly increase it, or would that significantly decrease it? If your answer is it would significantly decrease it, is that an extremely detrimental problem that should be examined? Let me know what you guys think.
Credit areas, you're seeing more and more small companies, and I think this is the tale of two parts of the economy. The big, large cap companies that are part of the S&P are doing quite well.
So they manage
overall.
their balance sheets well.
Absolutely.
So the Fed, want to nail you down.
Yep.
Prediction on the Fed.
I think, as I said now for over 2 years, inflation is going to be stickier. I still believe inflation is going to be stickier, but I do believe the Federal Reserve will have room to test the economy, to test the markets, to one. Well, depending on what happens between now and June, but if everything materializes as we think it will be, they will do an easing in June and maybe one more easing between now and year-end.
Okay, you just said maybe. All right, now.
But it's always maybe.
I know, I understand that, but we felt, at least as we look at all of the data, which is still coming in strong for the U.S. economy, and the market is doing well, that there may be just one. And Raphael Bostic of the Atlanta Fed just came out and said one rate cut this year.
Maybe. I'm not uncomfortable with that prognostication. Earlier this year, and I think when the last time I was on the show, there were many people talking about her sixth rate cut. And I said, I think on the show, it'd be two then. And I'm still saying two. But if I had to have a bias, I would say 1 over 3.
Right.
What assets have surprised you?
I'm sorry?
What assets in the last, let's say, 6 months and their moves have surprised you? I mean,
so let's check this out, right? Now you know what she's hinting at. See, like, this is how you know that this stuff is pre-scripted. What assets in their last 6 months have you been looking at? Unless you're living under a rock and this dude is the manager of the largest asset management company. Literally the only thing that's been moving crazy and crazily significant is Bitcoin in the last 6 months. Like that 6 month specific time period literally nails it down to Bitcoin. So she's asking a leading question to move the conversation into talking about Bitcoin right now. But like, this is what I'm saying though, right? So like, if people knew this, right, you would already know where this is going. But there's some people that are actually watching this like it's the news, which is even more wild. It's just like it's just crazy. It's crazy. It just I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Clearly, she's trying to lead into a conversation about Bitcoin. So let's see what they say. But the thing is that there's nothing. The last 6 months of Bitcoin, despite the fact that the amount of increase is of course very attractive, right? And the number 70,000 is all inspiring when it comes to looking at a lot of assets. Again, if you've been in the cryptocurrency market for a long time, what we have right here is Fox News acting like Christopher Columbus coming to the United States and it was Indians here already and white people saying we created society. Like, we've all known this stuff already. The proof is there. You know what I'm saying? Our videos about cryptocurrency from 2017 are pyramids. You're going to sit there and try to say that nobody knew about this stuff and you have superior intelligence. And like literally, like people have been using Bitcoin forever and holding it forever. Like literally none of these newbies, these high IQ newbies say anything about HODL, but they know so much. Like literally nobody jokes about the Tron Lamborghini, but they know so much. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like this is honestly like this is a mockery, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying, of what cryptocurrency was originally created for. But again, I'm old school.
And an obvious one might be the AI related stocks, big tech, but what else?
Actually, in some of those AI stocks, their earnings are actually validating, like NVIDIA's earnings.
And see, the thing is interesting about this is she keeps leading, right? But pay attention. Michael Saylor is trying to not mention Bitcoin. He's trying to steer the conversation away from Bitcoin. And the reason why Michael Saylor is trying to, or not Michael Saylor, but Larry Fink, the reason Larry Fink is trying to steer the conversation away from Bitcoin is because he does not want to say anything about the price attractiveness of Bitcoin on a public forum that would then indeed create a bubble, and it would cause BlackRock to have to buy Bitcoin at higher prices, which means that they'd be getting less bang for their buck. They want to buy up as much cryptocurrency as they can. So if you have Larry Fink not talking about Bitcoin, you're not really gonna get a lot of public interest or public involvement in it. He can take it back to his office and they can buy whale amounts of cryptocurrency in the privacy of their own dwelling. And that's what he's doing right here. He's literally actively hoarding information. This woman is trying to get him to talk about cryptocurrency. She gave the time frame signal, and she listed off all the other assets, which means that clearly she doesn't want to talk about those, and she left Bitcoin for him to finish the sentence, and he starts talking about AI. Now you see where we're at the time, right? This video is 12 minutes long, and we're at the 10-minute mark, and he's done everything to avoid any of her leading into Bitcoin. So I wouldn't be surprised if he might mention Bitcoin once or twice, but he's not going to elaborate on it. And that's to keep the price down so that BlackRock can buy as much as they can, which they've been doing, and they're going to continue doing.
Things are validating some of its stock price. Now it's trading at a 30 PE, but and arguably it was growing faster than that. So let's see how that continues on. Look, I'm very bullish on the long-term viability of Bitcoin.
That's surprising.
That is. How much time do we have left? He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds. Now, if you're very bullish on the long-term viability of Bitcoin, Why didn't you talk about that the entire time? Literally, they had a graph up there that showed a 169% increase. Shout out to Keith Evans. Keith Evans says you're absolutely correct, BLR. BlackRock and others like MicroStrategy, Grayscale are manipulating Bitcoin to grab up more. When it runs, people are going to be pissed. Yeah, facts. Facts. And when it runs out, we're going to be good. It's going to be like 2 Chainz, you getting mad and we getting rich. You getting mad while we getting rich. And see, instead, it's going to be like, watch out a little bit. 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 You getting mad, we getting rich. You getting mad and we getting rich. Dope Style Production says now they're going after pensions to bankrupt the people. Don't fall for it. When you say they're going after pensions to bankrupt the people, can you elaborate on it? Who's going after them? And what are they trying to do to them? You mean like BlackRock going after them, or who you talking about?
Surprised me how much that's gone up. I mean, look, we're creating now a market that has more liquidity, more transparency, and
exactly, DJ Elmo. That's facts. See, DJ Elmo said, "I'm very bullish." There you go. Some folks don't even know what that means, and that's where wherein a lot of the problem lies. This shouldn't sound like a foreign language to anybody, but I guarantee you that it sounds like a foreign language to many people. You know what I'm saying? Which it doesn't have to. That could change. You know what I'm saying? But time tells.
I was gonna say, did that surprise you?
That surprised me how much that's gone up. I mean, look, we're creating now a market that has more liquidity, more transparency, and I'm pleasantly surprised, and I would never have predicted it before we filed it, that we were going to see this type of retail demand.
So you thought
Of course, because you weren't even involved in cryptocurrency. Like literally, like none of these people would even acknowledge cryptocurrency. So literally, of course, you wouldn't have, because you're not that savvy of an investor. You're like literally decades late. Again, which nobody's asking these people, why are you so late in the game? That's something that people should be asking. But instead, as soon as these people get on the TV screen, everybody just starts glazing. Nah, bro, you're supposed to identify value and look at all of the, as much as you want to talk about how good your portfolios are doing now, look at all of the purchasing power that they had, that they could have spent on Bitcoin in 2017. Look at all the opportunity cost. While we sit up here talking about how, every day they sit up here glazing the BlackRock CEO, let's talk about the opportunity cost of not investing in cryptocurrency until 2024, that they cost all of their shareholders. But no, Fox isn't going to do that, because we always, you know what I'm saying? Got to always make porcelain look priceless. Like, get the hell out of here.
Do good, but not this good.
I thought, yes.
Well, IBIT is your ETF over at iShares.
Yes.
It's about to overtake Grayscale, which was in the business certainly a lot longer. You look at the gains since January 11th when it first came about.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this much inflow this quickly?
No, literally no. Like, no one's ever seen this. But we all told you that it would happen. Shout out to DJ Elmo. Bro, that's facts. Opportunity cost is crazy. Man, the opportunity cost of not buying Bitcoin is insurmountable. It's insurmountable. We just calculated, shout out to Patrick Taylor, $700 million opportunity cost of not investing $500. That's crazy. That's crazy. So if $500 creates a $500 investment in a $500 investment in 2010 creates a $700 million opportunity cost in 2024. Imagine all of the money that BlackRock had available that they didn't invest in 2010. They could have bought the entire Bitcoin market cap. Like, man, that's like that. That's not even fathomable to think about. It's not even fathomable to think about, man. Like this is like just mind blown. Shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate y'all. We got 20 people watching and we got 41 likes. If everybody can bang on that like button and get us to our next level of 50, that would be great. Look at these returns. In 2 months, 72.1%. You know what I'm saying? 2 months, 72.1%. Imagine if you had taken out a loan for $5,000, bought Bitcoin with the loan for $5,000, and your, you know what I'm saying, your APY on the loan was 12%. Like, it's just, again, it's, imagine, you know what I'm saying? Like, we go through this thing, and then it's like there's no disposable income. But then, like, okay, what about if I get like one of those credit cards, you know what I'm saying, that has like $500 on it, you know, that they approve everybody on, and I spend 250 on Bitcoin and just pay it back, and every time I pay off the credit card, buy another $250 of Bitcoin. Like, with a 70, there's no way, with the 72% gain in 2 months, there's no way you could possibly have lost money. Like, it doesn't matter like what somebody says, or like the kind of creative jokes that they come with, or what faith that they don't have in Bitcoin. Like, we're looking at the math right up on the screen. You can not like Bitcoin as much as you want, but you cannot sit there and say that the math is false. And that's why when people talk about Bitcoin, or when people, you know, they have an issue with people because they support cryptocurrency, literally the only thing that they can do is make jokes, but they can't make sense. But the problem is that when you have an entertainment driven content search drive, the entertainment of the joke is of more value than the actual value of the content that's being joked about. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to DJ Elmo. I agree 100%. Look, and you, as you can see, like, again, I'm not making these numbers up. They're right there on the screen. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says return on investment at 70% is astronomical gain. Facts. If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, this, to me, like, this and the examination of this should really put into perspective the priority of why people should really, really reconsider and revisit and re-architect how they do business. You know what I'm saying?
To
IBIT is the fastest growing ETF in the history of ETFs. Nothing.
There it is. And why? Because it's attached to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the fastest growing, highest return asset in the history of any asset. It's the highest returning asset in the history of any asset. I want you guys to see something here. Okay? Next time somebody has a joke about cryptocurrency, you tell them this. And I'm going to blow this up real big so that y'all can see it. Do y'all see that right there? Since 2011, Bitcoin's cumulative gains have exceeded 20 million%, far outpacing the cumulative gains of the NASDAQ 100 and U.S. large caps, which recorded returns of 541 and 282 respectively. Since 2011, Bitcoin has gained 20 million%. I will crush anybody's Bitcoin, anti-Bitcoin talking points. I will destroy them with facts. If you like jokes, go to a comedy show. I will dig the grave of your talking points. I will stuff your talking points into a casket. I will put the dirt on your casket. I'll put a piece of cardboard over it and plant some dandelions around it. Why are we even having this conversation? Why is this type of rhetoric online not marked as disinformation? I will go heads up with anybody. With Bitcoin, trying to discredit Bitcoin. Anybody. DJ Elbow. Bitcoin becomes the best. Look at this. Do you see this? This is in March of 2021, man. This ain't even this year when it hit the all-time high. Bitcoin becomes the best performing asset of the decade, returning 10 times more than NASDAQ 100. Come on, man. Let's get it. Since 2011, Bitcoin's cumulative gains have exceeded 20 million%. Man, where's these people getting their data from? $20 million%. Super facts. Bitcoin should be renamed Megacoin. Facts. It really should, because mega means million. Like, man, listen, man. Listen.
He has gained assets as fast as I've been in the history of ETFs.
So Ether is next with an ETF?
We'll see. That's under registration.
Oh, now, as you guys just saw with that 20 million increase over a decade, it only makes sense that this would push a Bitcoin ETF to be the fastest growing ETF. Like, anything derived off of Bitcoin is going to be the fastest of anything in history because of the pace that Bitcoin is going at. It's going to be carried by the acceleration of Bitcoin. Like, if you have an ounce of common sense, if you understand how Bitcoin has been going, this is literally not shocking. This is no surprise to anybody. Like, this is just a natural progression of things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Keith. Keith says, if they hold back the price after the halving, weak hands will sell and BlackRock will catch it up. Oh, poker hand. Facts. And let me tell you something. Listen, if after the halving, if Bitcoin dropped down to $15,000, I'm going to buy up. I'm going to be late on so many bills, and I'm going to spend so many whole paychecks on Bitcoin. People going to think I lost my damn mind. I'm going to be filling up my car with half gas. I'm going to be on a diet. I'm already skinny. I'm going to be losing more weight. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be cutting off all the lights in the house. You're going to have to use a flashlight. There's only going to be one battery that gets passed around to everything that uses batteries. Late on the bills. You know what I'm saying? Car insurance going down to liability only. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Health insurance gone. I'm okay. I go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? I'll do a couple push-ups. Stop smoking for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Instant lunch. You know what I'm saying? With the chili lime sauce. Facts. Ain't no more steaks. Nah, ain't none of that. You know what I'm saying? We go to Texas Roadhouse for 50 to hell. Nah, we finna buy $50 of Bitcoin. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? Biking to work. Look, but I live close to my job. I could bike, I could walk. You know what I'm saying? That'll take care of the doctor fee right there, because that'll keep me healthy, discourage me from smoking. Everything will just start working the way it's supposed to on living off the grid while on the grid. You know what I'm saying? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich forever. Shit. Eating the peanut butter out the jar with a spoon. Look, I don't care. You talking about Bitcoin go down to $15,000? And listen, man. Listen here. Because we know that if it go down to if it goes down to $15,000, it's going back up. Like it's already done this. We've already seen this happen. We saw it literally drop from $20,000. You know what I'm saying? Down to like $4,000, and then poof, it's been at like 40,000 ever since. We already know what's finna happen. While everybody is sitting up there pointing and laughing and making jokes like, oh, see those Bitcoin crackpots, those Bitcoin crackpots. You think I'm about to be spending money on crack while Bitcoin is $15,000? You're smoking crack. If I had $10,000 to buy a key of cocaine to cook some crack up, man, I'm buying Bitcoin. You crazy as hell. The drug, you know what I'm saying? The criminals got it all mixed. While you sitting up there buying bricks of coke, boiling it, you know what I'm saying, booting it up, you could be getting the same returns with a trap house with some mining equipment on some Bitcoin. Like, y'all crazy, man. Y'all hustling backwards. I told y'all they don't even know how to do crime right. You see that Chinese lady got the 20 million. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, they don't even know how to do crime right. I have, man, what? I will have whole, man, listen, man, stop. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, man. Like if I had money like BlackRock, half the United States, I would own half of the United States continent. I would own half of the United States continent, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's just not talk about your product.
Right.
Talk about Ether. The SEC, there's lots of noise about them declaring Ether a security.
So do you see what he did here? Let's not talk about your, now you see, I told you guys they were going to, they did a quick right turn. Let's not talk about Bitcoin too much. Let's talk about Ethereum, because there's not even any value on Ethereum ETFs because they don't exist yet. Let's not talk about the existent Bitcoin ETF, and let's talk about one that hasn't got approved yet. I told you guys they was going to do everything to take the attention away from Bitcoin to not cause any kind of, like, he's making sure to try to not cause price inflation. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is technically price manipulation. This right here is literally the same bullshit that Elon Musk does with Dogecoin and Shiba. Like, you're going to choose to selectively not talk about Bitcoin because you want to buy it all at a discount. and you're going to talk about a non-existent Ethereum product when you were specifically asked on public news media to talk about Bitcoin. That's like Elon Musk. Oh, I'm dumb as hell. I'm gonna make a Don Lemon coin and a Doge coin and tweet about it, and then I'm gonna dump all of my Doge that I bought the other day when it was down 13% after I tweeted about it and it's up 20. I don't understand like how he's allowed to do that. And then like they'll just sit there and glaze him and talk about how much of a financial genius. You're like, no, you're literally doing price manipulation on a social media app in real time, and literally the SEC is doing nothing about it. If that was anybody, like that's the same type of stuff that like Martha Stewart went to jail for, insider trading. Like, make it make sense. And again, I don't know if you would call where she went to jail. It was more like a 5-star hotel that she wasn't allowed to leave, but you know what I'm saying? Like still.
That's under registration.
Okay, so let's just not talk about your product.
Right.
Talk about Ether. The SEC, there's lots of noise about them.
And like Bitcoin isn't his product. The spot ETF is. Like that, like, dude, that's not your product. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, they're absolutely actively like look. We literally check this out. He's on Fox News, right? Y'all saw that article that I read where he gave an in-depth explanation of his thoughts on Bitcoin specifically. He didn't say any of that while on Fox News because he knows that less people read the cryptocurrency articles than that watch Fox News. So if he puts the exposure of Bitcoin on a public forum like Fox News, it could affect the price. Like you know what I'm saying? Like these people have to be called for what they are and what they do. You know what I'm saying? Lois Sky 9 says, we know the market will go up. We just don't know what volatility they will introduce to shake out weak hands. Facts. Shout out to Keith Evans. Keith says, it's sad, BLR, that our fam and kids won't jump on board. When I hit, they ain't getting squat. I literally said the same thing, bro. But see, like most of my, like the people in my circle, they're with it. They're with the bit. You know what I'm saying? You know, people be like, oh yeah, I'm with the shits. You know, they with the bits. You know what I'm saying? On my side of things, you know what I'm saying? The folks that I deal with, they with the bits. I found out about Bitcoin from my brother. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of other people like, I mean, like literally, like when this is what's crazy about this, right? And I hate to say this, right? But we got to talk about things in terms of what they are. There's so many people, man. There's so many people that use white skin as a reference check, right? And it's so irritating. It's so freaking irritating. You could literally show somebody everything and present facts in a thorough and flawless way, and it doesn't matter unless a white person says it. Even in that situation where people are operating it with that type of mind state, when you show them Larry Fink, when you show them Michael Saylor, when you show them that lady from Grayscale, they still don't even listen. Is it like, look, here go, like you're not listening to me, you're not listening to the data. Let's go and try to see if we can tap your coon gene. Here goes some white people that are saying the same thing, and it still doesn't work. Like it still doesn't work.
That's under registration.
Okay, so let's just not talk about your product.
Right.
Talk about Ether. The SEC, there's lots of noise about them declaring Ether a security, which would take it out of the Bitcoin category as a commodity. How does that translate into an ETF?
I don't think that. Look, I really can't talk about it, but I don't.
Like I'll sit up, like check and that's so true, bro. That is so true. That is so true. Lois Scott 9, shout out to Lois Scott 9. Lois Scott 9 says built-in inferiority complex, no faith in black mouths. Facts. I could sit here and do a live stream, right? Like I put together like a live stream with like so much information that if with Bitcoin that if you watch it from like beginning to end, it's literally completely infallible. The only thing that somebody could do is make fun of how I talk, make fun of how I look, or like try to like twist anything that I have said into a pause-worthy moment. You know what I'm saying? For a couple sideways laughing emoji value in the chat. But as far as like just deconstructing the information integrity of my content, it's impossible. Like it's diamond hard. You know what I'm saying? It's diamond hard. If people ever try to come after my platform, the best that you could do is make fun of me. Like you can't attack the integrity of my content. It's molecularly invincible. You know what I'm saying? And what somebody will say is after putting together all of this information with all of the citation, all of these people backing up every point that I said, you know what I'm saying? Me coming to the same conclusions as they are, calculating the stuff right on the screen. That boy, he sit up there and talk a lot. He can stream for 5 hours straight. That's because I don't really talk about cryptocurrency all like that. And I got to make sure I get all this information in before the time frame expires. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if the price goes up to $100,000 tomorrow, I got to hit that. Like now we got a whole new realm of implications and like 10, 15 new articles that just came out because of moves that people are going to make because of the new prices. And there's other content that I do, the migrant crisis, you know what I'm saying? Talking about the police and all that. I don't always get a chance to do like a Bitcoin stream every day. So I got to put it all into a block. I mean, which it makes sense because it's the blockchain, but you know what I'm saying? That's not on purpose. Which is crazy because then they'll still like somebody will sit there and say like, man, I saw something on Fox about this stuff called Bitcoin. It's like you just like put your you know what I'm saying, face palm and just like it just okay. Like it just is, you know, it is what it is.
I don't think that designation is going to be that deleterious too.
Oh, really? So even if it's a security, you could start an ETF, an ETH ETF.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, that's wild.
So we got a financial locomotive.
Look at this. Do you hear what this woman is saying now? We have a financial locomotive headed our way. Larry Fink is optimistic on the Ethereum ETF, right? Now here she comes with the follow-up.
ETF, an ETH ETF.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, that's wild.
So we got a financial locomotive heading toward a cliff, and that is retirement. So you're going to talk
cliff,
more about
yes.
that in just a minute.
Financial locomotive headed toward a cliff. Well, it doesn't sound too good for those 401ks now, does it? That doesn't sound good. I've literally never heard anybody describe Bitcoin like that, except for the people who are just literally anti-Bitcoin for no logical reason. Which there's so many people like that, which it's just, what do people have against it? Like, it's like crazy. Like it's sitting there, it's on an exchange. All it's doing is getting, you know what I'm saying, bigger and making people rich. And like, it's not bothering you by just sitting there. So like, why do you hate it so much? Like, but people got a different kind of animosity towards Bitcoin, though. Like, it's just like wow. Like, man, people start acting like crazy, like demon possessed. Like, man, they gonna shut that conversation down real quick. And it's like, why? You got people say all kind of crazy stuff, man. You got people that's not they're not even religious, and they'll sit there and say, well, it's the mark of the beast. But like, you ain't religious though. Now you religious? How is Bitcoin the mark of the beast? Literally everything is anytime somebody don't know what something is, the mark of the beast. I remember when people were saying that about the C-19 vax. The C-19 vax is, you know what I'm saying? Like they were saying that. Like, huh? Now, what's interesting, right? I don't believe in all of that. Y'all know that. But if I was to believe in it, I would say that we've all already been marked. Because your social security number is a biometric identifier that identifies you as a social security and ties you directly into the financial system with you as the security and no cash. The United States has always had its economy built on human capital, not on cash value, which is one of the reasons why they can switch from a gold standard to a nothing standard to a military standard to a printing out money, because that's not really what the value of the country is based on. Why do you think that they're bringing in more migrants? Migrants is the biggest import these days. People talk about the new world. Last time I checked, this half of the hemisphere was called the new world. And if the United States is running the global infrastructure, then what we would be in right now would be the new world order. Not something coming, something that we're already in. Something that the very people that call themselves the truthers, that are looking for the truth, want to act like somebody else is setting up, that their ancestors set up. Your ancestors set up the new world order. Literally, it's written on the back of a dollar bill. Like this isn't up for debate. If we're going to go down the conspiracy theory, that's not really a conspiracy route. Like, I don't know about as far as like the Bible or none of that, but as far as like tangible evidence goes, I mean, there's nothing that I said that anybody can disprove right now. Like this is literally considered, when they navigated here, they called this the New World. The United States is the leader of all of the countries that were the people that navigated here, leading this quote unquote New World Order with NAFTA, NATO, EU, G7. Like, what are we talking about here? Like white Christians, stop with the New World Order nonsense. Your ancestors created the New World Order. This is the New World Order. We're living it right now. I get so tired of that gaslighting and nonsense. Stop talking about, you know what I'm saying, all type of medical treatments are the mark of the beast, or cryptocurrency is the mark of the beast, man. Your ancestors that set up the Federal Reserve already did that. The Bureau of Vital Statistics. Why do you think it's called a social security? What is a security? A security is something of value. And social securities are the smallest unit of our society, just like a Satoshi is the smallest unit of a Bitcoin. They just want to deflect and project and put everything onto everybody else. Your ancestors literally came here and called a place where there were already people at the New World. What are you talking about? Why are we speculating on this alleged quote unquote New World Order? Like, you know what I'm saying? Your boy George Washington and all them set it up already. The plantations. I'm not trying to hear no New World Order outrage from the people that benefit from the New World Order. The hell out of here. The hell out of here with that nonsense, man. You know, the only thing that makes me more mad than hearing people repeat this nonsense as if these clowns are on some type of crusade to stop something that they benefit from and created, is when people don't shut that nonsense down. That's the one thing that makes me more angry than hearing it. China and Russia is the new world. How is the new world? How would China and Russia be the new world order when they're geographically considered the old world? Like literally, they're not the new world order. How is it that the place that has that literally actually has new world order on their dollar bills, we actually have it on our currency? How are we not the leader? How are we not the new world order? I can't with this nonsense. Seriously, I want think about that. Like, I don't believe in that stuff, but if I did, the arguments that people have about it, it don't make any sense. And they let people get away with it. Like, man, no. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but when you're living in an information war, you can't give nonsense any room to breathe. All nonsense has to be suffocated coming out. Literally, as soon as any of these people open their mouth, the apple needs to be stuffed into it. Like, man, shut up. What you talking about? America's a Christian country. Literally nowhere is there anything Christian on the dollar other than in God we trust, which there's no evidence of any Christianity on the dollar. So what God are you talking about? We got a bunch of cult Latin on the dollar. There's an attack on Christians. There's an attack on the truth. And they're waging it. You know what I'm saying? The actual denial of reality, it needs to be called out. I swear, like, I can't stand when people be like, they just be talking. I just let them talk. I don't even pay no attention. It doesn't matter if you don't pay no attention or not. Literally the entire world does, because they literally have the loudest voice in the entire world. It doesn't matter if you don't pay attention or not. You're only hurting yourself by not paying attention. You have to pay attention, confront, and extinguish the threat. And since people have chosen to not take that path to mitigate obstacles, that's one of the reasons why the situation that we have is in such an inflammatory state. And it will continue to inflame until people develop a calcified backbone. As long as people continue to move and operate like jellyfish, then that's what it's going to be. Multi-coin capital hedge fund has grown 9,281% since 2017, investor note shows. Multi-coin capital's hedge fund has returned 9,281% of its value since its inception in 2017. And again, like, this sounds impressive, right? And we're talking about it, of course. But if you're understanding how Bitcoin is accelerating through the market like a burning meteor that's the size of like 7 suns put together, then you won't be surprised by this. You won't be surprised by this. The investment firm's fund had a 537% increase in returns in 2023 as the crypto market experienced a resurgence, which it really didn't experience a resurgence. Like, it was always like, you can't experience you can't have a decade of 20 million% and experience a resurgence. Like, what happened was just that the growth accelerated. Like, it wasn't a resurgence. What do you talk like? How do you resurge when you have a 20 million% increase history? Like, you know what I'm saying? Multicoin Capital's crypto-focused hedge fund has brought its first investors more than 9,000% in return since 2017, according to the investment firm's annual investor letter reviewed by The Block. So let me ask you guys, is Multicoin Capital lying? Is there anybody that would be confident enough to say, under threat of lawsuit, that Multicoin Capital is lying? Is there anybody that has that type of brashness or confidence that instead of making a video about me because I talk about cryptocurrency, that they would be bold enough to say that and put their name on it about a multi-billion-dollar company that has access to more lawyers than ants inside of an anthill? Probably not, which is why the easy target is the YouTuber. The surge in returns marks a stunning reversal of fortunes for the bear market battered fund, which lost nearly all of its value in 2022. According to the letter, and again, according to the letter to investors dated February 16th, Multicoin Capital Master Fund has returned 9,281% of its value since its launch on October 1st of 2017. So again, we know how the cryptocurrency market works. So they're sitting here talking about quote unquote losing value, and in the same sentence, we're talking about a 9,281% return. You know what I'm saying? I got you, DJ Elmo. Let me hold on real quick. Let me see where. Okay. DJ Elmo says, I am annoyed and all hyped up. I want to buy the ETF, but it's not yet allowed in the UK markets. I'm telling you, bro, the best, if you ask me, see, like, I don't plan on buying any, I don't plan on investing in the ETF unless something insane happens, like the Bitcoin supply just miraculously goes to zero. And even then, if the cryptocurrency just somehow there's some type of insane surge and it goes to zero, then I'm gonna start getting Bitcoin Cash and wrapped Bitcoin. But I would just directly buy Bitcoin, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying, like micro strategies. If you wanted to get a stock, like an asset that's on the stock market, micro strategies would be something that I would look into. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, Blacklight breaking news. Can't buy Bitcoin ETF like BlackRock in the UK because the FCA hasn't approved it, according to the Morningstar. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, like, very soon, though. I don't know what else might be necessary for them to get approval, because I'm not really familiar with UK markets and stuff like that. I really don't know what the requirements would be, but usually, like the UK follows America. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't see if we've got it approved over here. It seems to me like it would just be a matter of time before it would be approved in the UK. And I gotta agree with Keith. If you guys agree with Keith, give me a thumbs up. Keith says, I believe actual owners of Bitcoin will be better off. Yeah, facts. I agree. 110%. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. I appreciate you, bro. My man, Black Free Thinker, been a member for 6 months. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. And if you want to support the channel for less than a Bitcoin, all you got to do is just become a member. It's only 99 cents. We getting close to 100 over here, too. We getting close to 100 over here, too. You know what I'm saying? YouTube can play how they want to play, and they can try to slow the growth of my channels. You know what I'm saying? But between Blacklight Revelations 1 and Blacklight Revelations 2, we almost at 10,000 subs. It may look smaller because everything is broken up into fractions, but it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. What's good with it? Yeah, we going in, bro. We going in. This right, look. Now they talk about $1 million worth of game podcast. This the $1 billion worth of game podcast right here. But ain't nobody gonna watch it though, except for y'all. Except for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Gilly the Kid gonna have like, you know what I'm saying, like motherfucking like 600,000-700,000 people watching it. You know what I'm saying? This shit about to have 6 or 7 people watching. It's about to have 6 or 7 people watching it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Shout out to Keith. Keith said the only problem I can see with the personal ownership of Bitcoin is the government trying to restrict actual owners or tax the crap out of us. Yeah, which in my opinion, I would be interested to see what type of tax structure they would create for Bitcoin. If you know what I'm saying, I don't. If Bitcoin is like digital, how do you tax somebody? If somebody has a lot of gold, how do you tax the gold? I said that earlier, bro. Absolutely quantity, not quality, because as few viewers as I got in here, I guarantee you I got more super chats than those people that be having like 700 and 800 people in their streams. I'm telling you, pay attention to that. I don't be lying about that. Which again, you know, I'm not sitting up here like pocket watching or sitting up here like I'm balling out on YouTube, but I'm looking at it in terms of a metric of subscriber appreciation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I appreciate y'all that y'all appreciate, you know what I'm saying, my content. So now here it says the staggering gains are largely a result of the cryptocurrency market's resurgence, giving the fund a return. Look at this. Giving the fund a return of 537% in 2023. So what I want you guys to do is, like, these target numbers that we're talking about here, don't just leave these target numbers in the live stream as you listen to them. In your own savings and investment, you know what I'm saying, in your personal life, you need to be trying to target these kind of returns for yourself. Do you guys remember when we talked about when we talked about the Ukraine war, and we were talking about how you want to be on the other side of the price changes? Like, if gas rises, you don't want to be paying $10 per gallon. You want to be benefiting from your investment in natural gas. It's the same principle applies. The same principle applies. The firm is expected to file a Form ADV, mandatory for advisors who must register with the Securities and Exchange Commission, and exempt reporting advisors. Last year, they reported assets of over $1.36 billion in assets under regulatory management, according to their Form ADV. In 2023, crypto did what it does best and defied death again. Again, I don't understand how they can keep saying like crypto was near death. Like, how do you have a 20 million% return in 10 years, and we're gonna act as if it was anywhere near death ever? Like, that, we're not even talking realistically here. You know what I'm saying? Multi-coin executives Tushar Jain, Kyle Samani, and Matt Shapiro said in the letter, markets rebounded in spectacular form and our hedge fund was able to capture the market's overreaction to meaningfully outperform. The strong returns made up more for multi-coin capital's 91.4% loss in 2022. The fund said in its letter that its performance since inception figures included various investments made through side pockets. The bear market cycle was particularly painful, but ultimately inconsequential time for the investment firm, according to the executives. 2022 was a particularly painful cycle due to the triple threat of macro tightening, a directed political vendetta, and a once-in-a-lifetime financial fraud. Multicoin's executives said in their note, alluding to the collapse of embattled crypto exchange FTX, which again, this is suspect, to which their firm was exposed. And again, if you ask me, like, FTX just got done dirty. You know what I'm saying? I really wish I had a chance to cover FTX so y'all could see what I mean. But FTX just got done dirty. And then for real, like I said, when FTX fell, and I this is what I'm saying. When FTX collapsed, there was literally zero reason for Solana to go down to $10 a coin. There was no reason for that. Like, that was an actual market error, if you ask me. There was no logical justification for that tanking of the price. You know what I'm saying? If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. What is the logical justification of a $10 Solana with the FTX collapse? Like, can anybody make sense of that? Because, like, I keep trying to reiterate that point, like, that makes absolutely no sense. And, like, I don't think that people really appreciate the significance of how bizarre that was. Facts. You ain't never lie, AB. You ain't never lied. We benefiting now. Like Trump said, bigly. However, those events were ultimately not a death knell for the company. The combination of all these events created a wave of panic selling that in all likelihood was worse than the actual events themselves, they said, which again comes from people being misinformed. Like, why would you panic sell off Solana because FTX fell? Like, because Solana was, like, FTX had a big holding of Solana. So, like, that doesn't have anything to, like, that don't make no damn sense. Like, it is what it is. The block contacted Multicoin Capital for a statement, but the firm declined to do so. Multicoin Capital is currently experiencing a financial turnaround as a boom in digital assets market has sent a handful of cryptocurrency prices skyrocketing. Not really a handful. That's it. Just a handful. Really? That's what it looks like. A handful. Only a handful, huh? Okay. Most institutional investors have crypto exposure via venture funds, but are missing the largest segment of the market, liquid tokens. The fund's manager said, "We believe crypto public markets can also produce similar, if not better, venture scale returns than the private markets, especially if you employ a longer term strategy. This fund is a great example of that. Since inception, this fund has returned 93.81x on net basis, outpacing just about every venture fund over the same period, including our first venture fund." Bitcoin is trading roughly at 69,602 at the time of this writing, up more than 70% at its price at the height of the bear market, according to the block's price data. Meanwhile, several altcoins such as Solana, Dog with FIAT have seen their prices increase since their inception by more than 20,000% and 2,000% respectively, according to the block's data. I mean, again, when people are attempting to discredit cryptocurrency, they need to be discrediting cryptocurrency in front of data and show us what pieces of data they're using to discredit cryptocurrency, not what jokes they plan on using for the day. Litecoin price spikes after CFTC calls it a commodity. Litecoin is now trading at over $100. Just like maybe 2 years ago, it was 29. Literally, it was just 2 digits last week. Okay. Litecoin price spikes after CFTC calls it a commodity alongside Bitcoin and Ethereum. And again, remember, Litecoin used to be one of the Holy Trinity. Litecoin was one of the Holy Trinity of Coinbase. You could only buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin on Coinbase. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, that probably has a lot to do with those coins having a head start and building up a lot of market cap as well. That's really not something that people consider because there's not even enough people in the cryptocurrency space that have been around that much, you know, that talk about this kind of stuff online. You know what I'm saying? That know that history that far back. You got people like old boy from BlackRock like taking over the narrative as if he's some type of cryptocurrency genius. He's such a genius about it that it took him until 2024 to get into the market. That's how smart he is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Keith Evans. Keith says, good luck with Litecoin. Unless there's a new development, I'll have to check because they have a huge following. If you ask me, like one thing, I've never really like held Litecoin. Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin, I've bought those and like gotten good gain. Like you can get like some good like movement with them. I actually had a bunch of Bitcoin Cash, and then I actually traded it to complete. Like I had like a half a Ethereum token, and like I traded some Bitcoin Cash to get some more. You know what I'm saying? But man, I'm telling you, Bitcoin Cash is a good like large size coin that's good for like ridiculous, just out of nowhere gains. But it can be out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying, decline too. I remember one time when like Bitcoin was like $300, and then like literally in a week it shot up to like $4,500, which was straight and like just made no sense whatsoever. It was insane, and I don't know why. I still couldn't tell you the reason why that happened to this day. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even know what people out here using Bitcoin Cash for. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Litecoin defied the sluggish markets Friday and has spiked 11% over the past 24 hours. Second only behind surging meme coin Dog with FIAT. Right now, I don't know if y'all know about what's going on with Solana, but right now the Solana meme coins are on fire. I never got it. I never bought any Bitcoin. I never bought any BSV, but I got some, you know what I'm saying, when it forked. You know what I'm saying? And you couldn't do nothing with it. Like like I had it, it was on Coinbase, and like you couldn't do nothing with it. I found some exchange, I think it was YoBit, that actually had like Bitcoin silver wallets. So like I took it and I sent it to Yobit, and I think I exchanged it for Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says meme coin lovers may be having a great month, but Litecoin holders are celebrating today with their coin taking the spot as the second best performing cryptocurrency in the top 100, while bullish performance in the last 24 hours saw its price spike nearly 11%. Okay. This comes on the fifth day of relatively slow markets, with Bitcoin and Ethereum correcting by less than 2% in the same period. See, when it comes to what Bitcoin and Ethereum lose the amount of the highest gains that other assets get. Like other assets brag, like if you invest with us, we'll get you 2%. Bitcoin and Ethereum lose 2% and then turn around and gain like 700. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, whatever. I think there's one. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but one of the Solana meme coins is that dog with fat, if I'm not mistaken. And there's another one that's doing real good called Bonk. But see, like me personally, like I ain't really into meme coins all like that. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't get meme coins, right? Because you want to diversify your portfolio. And there's always room for big gains when it comes to especially like small cap meme coins. But like the thing is just you really got to know what's going on with them. The only meme coins that I've ever messed with is Doge, Shiba. There's one called Elon that's similar to Doge and Shiba, and Pepe. They got this one. It was on y'all gonna laugh your ass off. It was on Yobit. Whoever used the Yobit exchange. Yobit is like the hood of cryptocurrency. It's like that. Yobit is like that ratchet exchange where, you know what I'm saying, there's people all in the street drugged out, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hookers walking around, pimps on the corner. That's like Yobit. Yobit is like the hood, you know what I'm saying, of crypto. And I won like they got all kind of stuff. Like I won like a lot of money in a dice game. Like I showed TD, you know what I'm saying? Like I got 0.7 of a Bitcoin over there that I won in a dice game. You know what I'm saying? But it's stuck in limbo because that exchange is janky. You really shouldn't mess around over there. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I had to do what I had to do. But I got some good gains on this coin called Putin coin, and it was hilarious. Sometimes, like the meme gains that you get be hilarious. Like I seen Pepe, right? Like when I seen Pepe, I said, "Oh yeah, all these racist 4chan white boys gonna buy Pepe. I'm about to get rich on this." You know what I'm saying? So I threw some money into Pepe when it was real low, and then it just shot up. It shot up like 50%, like over the last month. You know what I'm saying? I flipped it all into Bitcoin. I don't know what any long-term goals of any meme coins are, though. I don't know what the long-term plan for them is. See, like that's one thing that's different about Bitcoin than is different about other coins. Like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, they got long-term plans. Like I don't know what the long-term plan. Like I'm gonna just make this meme coin with like this dog on it. Like, okay, anything else? And like if there's no anything else, like it's really hard to see where the value may be derived from. Now, the thing is I'm not saying that there's no value in it, and I'm not saying that value can't be derived in it. But what I'm saying is that it's easier to plot a course if you know where something's going versus if you don't know where it's going. Now, if you see particular price behaviors and you can figure out a pattern on how to capitalize on those price behaviors, that's something that people might want to look into. But as far as like holding and different things like that, I usually don't really look to meme coins for that type of purpose. Unless it's something crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like my brother made like $5,000 off a Trump coin. Clearly, because Trump has a cult following. Literally, like everybody that's in MAGA, you know what I'm saying, that's into cryptocurrency is literally going to pump that price the same way they pump Trump's value. Yeah, shit, I'm about to invest in that. Hell yeah, I'm going to flip that and get some Bitcoin. Saying as soon as I seen Pepe, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Kanye West probably got some of those. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going to get some because I know how the price is going to fluctuate because I know who's going to be buying it. They're going to buy that just for no reason. Yeah, dude, keck. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, dude, whatever. My 200% gain. Thanks. Thanks for your racism paying me money. You know what I'm saying? Idiot. About damn time. You know what I'm saying? It's about damn time. Like, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but like that's another way that people can mitigate the risk is pay close attention to the things that racist white people invest in because they invest with cult-like behavior. You know what I'm saying? And they'll all just buy it, even if it's ridiculous. So buy stock in it so that when they do their cult nonsense, you can profit off of it. Thanks for being racist, moron. You know what I'm saying? Literally, I said, "Oh yeah, I bet you the whole alt-right done bought $1,000 worth of this Pepe coin. You better believe I'm about to buy me some of this." Sure enough, value went up like 75%. You know what I'm saying? And I said, see, as much as people say, like, I don't be paying attention to white people, like I can't be bothered. I can't pay attention to what these people do. See, I pay attention to what these people do, and see, I made me some money off of it. The same way they make money paying attention to our behaviors. Why you think so many of the same ethnicity be signing rap artists? Oh yeah, it's a Trump coin. Lloyd Scott, shout out to you, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, dude, Keck, you know what I'm saying? Like freaking Pepe, man. There's no DEI here. Yeah, little do you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I just bought like 5 million coins at like a fraction of a 1/10%. Idiot. And like all of you morons are on Discord, like in 4chan, glazing each other over racism, you know what I'm saying? Increasing the price, and I'm about to sell it and get me some Bitcoin. Oh man, like like I just whatever, man. Like you know what I'm saying, you got to play the game. Sometimes the game is ugly. You know what I'm saying? That's that real villainy, man. That's that real villainy. That's what I'm talking about, man. You got to be a villain. Like, yeah, I'll drink some poison, but here you can have a whole bottle of it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take this stomach ache while I watch your eyes roll into the back of your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, got to play the game. You got to play to win. You know what I'm saying? You don't play fair. You play to win. I don't know what this truth and justice stuff is that these people talking about. I don't think that we're the people that should be installing no truth and justice, seeing how we've never had it. But again, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the global cryptocurrency market cap today sits at $2.79 trillion, marking a mere negative 0.1% change in the last 24 hours. The most significant non-technical event contributing to Litecoin's spike is a recent statement by the United States Commodity Future Trading Commission. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Are these people significant? What do they do? Oh, man. Oh, man. We might actually have to take a break on that because... Hey, how many of y'all heard that, man? We might actually have to take a break because we've been going hard and heavy talking about nothing but numbers. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this, AB. Watch the numbers go up though on the stream if we do like this. How many of y'all heard about that that leaked? Ugh, God, it's probably not the only thing that leaked. The leaked call between, or the leaked I guess recording between Diddy and Meek Mills. Y'all gotta blame AB Promotions for bringing this up. You know what I'm saying? This is his fault. What y'all about to see right now, this is all AB Promotions. This is all AB Promotions' fault. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Wait, okay. Hold on. All right, wait a minute. Wait a minute now. This is so crazy, man. Oh my God, man. I don't know if I like right before I had went live, shout out to Moxie Approved. Moxie was live, and I had mentioned that in his chat. And Moxie said he don't believe, like, look, man. Yeah, it's the other sound effects. But Joe, the dude with the ashy the dude with the ashy lips in the beginning is hilarious. This dude right here is hilarious. This dude right here is if we should have never gave you niggas cell phones. If that was a person, it's him right here. This motherfucker right here. This dude right here, man. This like, man, somebody should like there should be a Surgeon General warning, and this right here is the reason why you niggas should never have cell phones. I swear to God, like, man, as soon as this dude started talking, I was laughing uncontrollably. I was laughing uncontrollably for like the next 15 minutes. I was laughing so damn hard. I think I killed a couple brain cells. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I'm stuttering a little bit and messing up on my math problems today. You know what I'm saying? I gotta take me a little bit of ginkgo. This nigga done messed my brain up. He's actually made me dumber. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was laughing at this idiot ass shit so much he actually made me dumber. You know what I'm saying? Look at the live chat numbers. That don't make no damn sense. That don't make no damn sense. We literally are talking about billions of dollars worth of games, and we about to look at this idiocy and the live chat numbers go up. That don't make no damn sense. Look at this shit. Look at this.
And I had my own weed, but like everybody was passed out. Yo, Diddy had that man in the room. Look, yes, I put my ear to the fucking door and I brought the phone because Diddy started going in overdrive. I ain't know what the fuck was going
on. Bruh, like, how many of y'all believe this is real? If y'all believe that this is real, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't believe that this is real, give me a thumbs down. Like, bruh, you lying. Like, stop.
And I had my own weed, but like everybody was passed out. Yo, Diddy had that man in the room. Look, yes, I put my ear to the fucking door and I brought the phone because Diddy started going in overdrive. I ain't know what the fuck was going on, but I just heard balls slapping against ass cheeks. I heard niggas struggling to take dick. I heard niggas being like, "Yeah, daddy." When he started all that daddy this and daddy that, and then I heard some hollering and struggling. Like, yeah, I kept the phone there and I recorded all that shit.
So there's been.
That nigga's the reason why niggas shouldn't have cell phones. Your cell phone privileges are revoked, sir. And you're not allowed to make videos no more. You are not allowed to make videos no more, bro. You're getting arrested if we catch you posting one more motherfucking video. Bro, if you make one more video, man, it's about to be a reward on you. Like, man, I'm the moment that dude opened his mouth, when I'm telling you, I had tears coming out of my mouth or coming out of my eyes. I was laughing. I was laughing so damn hard, man. My stomach was hurting, man. Like almost like my stomach almost ripped apart. Like I was laughing so damn hard. I was like, bro, like this nigga's ignorant as hell. Like, you can't make this up, man.
This huge buzz on the internet about leaked audio between Diddy and Meek Mill. And let me tell you, it's been shocking everyone. The audio captures some explicit and disturbing sounds between these two big names in the hip-hop world. But here's the thing, this leaked audio could have some serious legal consequences, especially for Diddy. The content of the audio suggests some potential wrongdoing and raises concerns about consent and exploitation. So, without any further ado, let's get right into this whole new scandal. Well, leading up to the leaked audio, there
like and like that's it. Like that's just it. Like that's I don't even know what to say about that. Like, man, what? Are you for real? Oh man. Like, really? All I gotta say is why, man. That's all I gotta say. So all I gotta say is why, man. Look at this, man. Hold on real quick, man. We got one more. See, because that's just gonna put this. That's just gonna put. Hey, that's just about to put this right here. That's about to put this right here into context. Hold on real quick. like this shit is a whole hot mess. Like this is a hot mess. Like, man, like if you're living life and your life got you involved into where there's even a question of you being involved in some mess like that, change your ways. That's the only advice that I can give you. Now look at this shit right here.
Let's get Dave, and I put White Lives Matter on a t-shirt. And they're like, well, we can't go. Oh, you know what? Let's go get celebrities. Let's go get Puff Daddy. Let's get Dave Chappelle. Let's go get Meek Mills. What made somebody think Meek Mills could say something to me?
Latest journey, salute.
No, this is the funniest thing of everything. Yo, man, I'm about to start crying, laughing, man. Somebody thought.
Hey, the only reason that Kanye could be crying, laughing is because he heard what we just heard, man. Like Kanye, when he mentioned Meek Mills, is like he mentioned Meek Mills and his mind went to that video, to that audio clip, and he just started dying laughing like this is really actually like who y'all about to get. This who y'all about to get for real?
Let's get Dave, and I put White Lives Matter on a t-shirt. And
shout out to John Guillory.
Oh, you know what? Let's go get celebrities. Let's go get Puff Daddy. Let's get Dave Chappelle. Let's go get Meek Mills. What made somebody think Meek Mills could say something to me?
Latest journey, salute.
No, this is the funniest thing of everything. Yo, man, I'm about to start crying, laughing, man. Somebody thought Meek Mills.
see.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
Meek's a gangster.
I'm not gonna get to my joke.
Meek is a gangster, man.
Somebody said, "Oh, Meek." No, I'm literally in tears.
The world tour or your girls tour, right?
Hold on. No, somebody's like, let's get Dave, and I put White Lives Matter on a t-shirt.
Man, I'm telling you, man, that's hilarious, man. That is only one reason why Kanye was laughing like that. And y'all know why now. Y'all know why now. I can't. Hold on, man. Then we're gonna get right back to it. We're gonna get right back to it because I'm trying to get through all of this cryptocurrency content. Because I'm trying to tell y'all stuff is about to move. Stuff is about to move. Stuff is about to move. You don't want to be looking at the $100,000 Bitcoin price and be sitting up there feeling like this got done to you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be sitting up there looking at that Bitcoin price like I should have bought it because I feel like this now.
And I had my own weed, but like everybody was passed out. Yo, Diddy had that man in the room. Look, yes, I put my ear to the fucking door and I brought the phone because Diddy started going in overdrive. I ain't know what the fuck was going on, but I just heard balls slapping against ass cheeks. I heard niggas struggling to take dick. I heard niggas being like, "Yeah, daddy." Like when he started all that daddy this and daddy that, and then I heard some hollering and struggling. Like, yeah, I kept the phone there and I recorded all that shit.
So there's
that nigga was that nigga. That nigga was trolling so hard. I think it was trolling so hard. Man, you know he I think he was trolling so hard, man. Like, you know he was trolling, bro. Like, you know this dude trolling, man. That shit was hilarious.
There's been this huge buzz on the internet about leaked audio between Diddy and Meek Mill. And let me tell you, it's been shocking everyone. The audio captures some explicit and disturbing sounds between these two big names in the hip-hop world. But here's the thing, this leaked audio could have some serious legal consequences, especially for Diddy. The content of the audio suggests some potential wrongdoing and raises concerns about consent and exploitation. So, without any further ado, let's get right into this whole new scandal. Well, leading up to the leaked audio,
Man, your life is a hot mess. Man, your life is a hot mess. Man, your life is a hot mess, man. Man, your life is a hot mess, man. Like that's crazy. Bro, I'm telling you that nigga need to become a comedian, bro. I swear, man, when I tell you I was laughing so I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe. Bro, I was crying laughing, bro. I was laughing so damn hard. I was like, man, this dude has literally skyrocketed past everybody as the most ignorant Negro on the planet. Like, it's not even a competition anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got like Cat Williams, Dave Chappelle, Corey Holcomb. You know what I'm saying? Like, them niggas is all second place to this one nigga that was talking for 15 seconds on this titty video. You already know it did. You already know what it did. Look what it did. Look what it did for the numbers in the room. We haven't had 22 people all damn night. You know what I'm saying? We've been like teetering at like 19 and shit. Knowing like I usually have, you know what I'm saying, more people than that watching the streams. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as we put that idiot ass shit up on the screen, we break 20. Like I said, bro, it's the data, bro. The data. Now, as soon as this go up, watch this. Watch this. You know what I'm saying? Watch this. In a lawsuit against crypto exchange KuCoin, the CFTC declared Litecoin a commodity. All right. Now, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely a good thing. If you ask me, what that should do is that should give Litecoin some degree of increased price stability by solidifying it as a particular asset class by an authoritative organization. You know what I'm saying? This statement is crucial as it look at this. See, this statement is crucial as it places Litecoin outside of the scope of the Securities and Exchange Commission, which regulates securities and imposes stricter responsibilities on coin issuers. All right. So that makes it where there's not as much regulation on Litecoin, which again isn't a bad thing. Shout out to Black Spider. What's good with you, Black Spider? KuCoin solicited and accepted orders, accepted property to margin, and operated a facility for the trading of futures, swaps, and leveraged margined or financial retail transactions involving digital assets that are commodities, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin, the complaint reads. So they also classified Ethereum as a commodity, which I'm pretty sure I think it already was. Being declared a commodity potentially opens the door for more comfortable endorsements and further integrations for Litecoin with less fear of SEC attempting enforcement action. So as you can see, that interpretation definitely affected the price in a positive way. We talked about two-digit Litecoin a couple hours ago. Litecoin started the day at $94.80, traded sideways until 6 a.m. UTC, when bulls took over the market and spiked the coin to its daily high of 106 before correcting slightly to its current mark of 104.99. The coin is up 11.56%. Now, mind you, this is just in over like a day or two. Now, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me in the comment section if I'm wrong. Litecoin is the original Bitcoin fork. Like, I think Litecoin is called Litecoin because Litecoin was like the predecessor to the Lightning Network. I could be wrong on that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I said. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys take a moment, hit the bell, and please share the stream to your social media. We got 47 likes. And we got 21 people watching. If everybody can bang on that like button and get us to 60, that'd be great. All right. So now here it says in the last 24 hours and 21.71% in the last week, plus 27.5% in the last 30 days, which again, that's not bad. Friday marks the second best performing day of the year for Litecoin, only behind an 18.7% spike on March 11th. On the technical side, Litecoin was trading sideways during January and February, bouncing in a horizontal channel between $63 and $77. Now, I think that we will see two-digit Litecoin again. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen, excuse me, for being a like enforcer. Make sure you guys throw some like enforcers in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Now, I got this feeling that Litecoin will take off and will have a good skyrocketing. I think this was an unexpected event, and I think that this is going to correct down further, probably back to like around $80 or $90. You know what I'm saying? I don't really see it maintaining at 100. Like, this is just a momentary bump because of something unforeseen that literally nobody was even expecting to happen. And the people that aren't really familiar with the market are as dumb as they always are. Like, oh, let me get this. It's going to give it a little quick price bump, you know what I'm saying? And then it's going to bring it back down. Now, later on in the year, when crypto really just goes completely nuclear, yeah, definitely, you know what I'm saying? We might be nearing the end of the two-digit Litecoin days. But as of right now, I don't think that this is really going to stay like this. You know what I'm saying? The coin broke its channel on February 29th and started a bullish trend on March 1st. Most of the positive performance registered in 2024 has been due to March's positive results. Since the bottom of the channel to today's high, there has been roughly a 63% spike. Past data shows that many of the unusually large candlesticks are followed by a correction of many small-bodied candlesticks in the days after. Litecoin failed to break past the resistance set by March 11th spike, which could point to a possible cup and handle pattern, a big spike followed by a symmetrical period of correction and a recovery that cancels all the losses almost in a semicircle shape. If this is the case, there should be a smaller correction followed by a similar recovery before a bullish breakout, which I think that's actually describing exactly what I said. Overall, the coin looks bullish and healthy in a longer time frame, which, again, I literally just said the same thing. I said it's going to skyrocket and go nuclear like down the line, but I don't think that this is really going to sustain. The Relative Strength Index, RSI, shows that the coin is slightly overbought with a 66% dominance with bulls over bears, with Litecoin proving its bullishness after bouncing from its exponential moving average of 55 and going back into trade on top of EMA 10. Given that the coin is bullish in charts set at 24-hour candlesticks and in weekly candlesticks for the first time since June of 2023, an immediate resistance could be around $115 for a 10% gain. If it remains strongly bullish, the next one appears to be near 135 for a nearly 29% gain. However, if it fails to meet expectations and corrects down, it could drop somewhere near the 80% price line for a 22.5% loss. And that right there is what that right here, this 80% price is, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So again, as you guys can see, you know what I'm saying, I made my prediction and literally they used their technical charts and their technical charts came up with similar information to what my prediction was. Because again, this is an isolated event that literally nobody was expecting. We got all of this hype behind the halving. You know what I'm saying? We got all this money going into the Bitcoin ETFs. We got all these announcements, you know what I'm saying? BlackRock and all these other companies are making all these plans that they plan on doing. So we know that there's all this planning and all of this stuff that's going to go into Bitcoin ETFs, all this stuff coming in the future. Literally nobody was expecting anybody to even mention Litecoin. Like Litecoin wasn't even being discussed. You know what I'm saying? And they did, and it got mentioned. And after getting mentioned, the market reacted. Now, because this was an isolated incident and the market reacted simply to an announcement and really nothing to, I mean, okay, like they got classified as a commodity. Now, in order for that to sustain some value, something has to be done with that classification. Okay, well, we're going to make some ETFs. Okay, we're going to create a hedge fund. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. But that hasn't happened yet. So just being listed, just that announcement is only enough to create a quick bump. And if there's no plans or anything behind it, it's not going to sustain like that. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm thinking it's going to go down unless something else happens with the undertone of Bitcoin in an isolated event with just Litecoin. It's not going to stay at 100 like that. Unless BlackRock decides to say we about to buy up all the Litecoin. Okay, now of course something that's gonna completely change things. But unless something like that happens, we're headed back to 80. You know what I'm saying? At the most, maybe like 90. Grayscale is launching proof of stake investment fund for millionaires. Let me ask you guys this question. Why are millionaires interested in cryptocurrency? Isn't that a dumb question? It's a dumb question that has to be asked repeatedly. And the reason why we have to ask that question repeatedly is because we're on YouTube. YouTube created the necessity for us to have to repeatedly ask dumb questions. So here we are. Why would millionaires be interested in this Grayscale fund? Now, shout out to Patrick Taylor. You see the number going down? Now that the dumb stuff ain't on the screen? The data don't lie, bro. You know what I'm saying? The data don't lie. Grayscale is launching a dynamic income fund for investors with a net worth of over 2.2 million. The fund will invest in proof of stake tokens. Now, this is what I want you. Now, check this out, right? Now, mind you, this is a cryptocurrency stream with a cryptocurrency thumbnail. with cryptocurrency tags, with a cryptocurrency-based title. Literally no mention of any type of celebrity nonsense. We took about a 10-minute break to joke around about the P. Diddy situation. The number of people in here bumped up by about 7. Now people found, how did they find that? They found that. How would you have known that we was talking about Diddy unless you hovered over the stream? You see? So like people can do their investigative homework, and you know what I'm saying? People can do their research and figure out all kind of stuff on the fly when they want to. But then when you put the interrogation lamp on them, Weez don't know what the hell Weez was doing. Okay. Grayscale announced it is launching a dynamic income fund that will focus on investing in proof-of-stake tokens, the firm said in a post on X on Friday. Grayscale said in a description that the fund, which has the ticker GDIF, which is something that we should be paying attention to, is for accredited investors with a net worth of at least 2.2 million. Man, look at that. That's a nice private client club. Any of y'all qualify for that club? Grayscale is launching a dynamic income fund for investors with net worth of over 2.2 million. And you know what's crazy about this? Like, there's a lot of celebrities that might meet this, but when it comes to like other groups of people, we don't even like, they're just regular everyday people who name we don't even know. And there's massive amounts of them that literally qualify for this because of some life insurance policy that their grandparents left. Or some piece of land that they stole from some native indigenous people that was left to their kids in a will. If you qualify to participate in this fund, give me a thumbs up. If you don't qualify to participate in this fund, then give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys this question. If this fund grows, right? If this fund grows these people's wealth, my question for you guys is what is that going to do to the racial wealth gap? I didn't know that, Keith. I'd be I'm interested to see what that does. The firm also said that GDIF will be Grayscale's first actively managed investment product. Grayscale said the financial instrument will aim to optimize income in the form of staking rewards associated with proof of stake digital assets, which opens the door wide open for Ethereum, according to its statement. The fund will manage the staking and unstaking of multiple tokens and pass on rewards to its investors. Grayscale's spot Bitcoin ETF, which allows people to gain exposure to the cryptocurrency without having to purchase it themselves, was approved and is regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Since it began trading in January, the ETF has shed billions of dollars and remains the largest in terms of assets under management, according to Block Data Dashboard. When ranked by trading volume, Grayscale is second only to BlackRock's spot Bitcoin ETF. This fund won't be regulated by security laws. In its disclosure, Grayscale outlined how GDIF will function. Interest in GDIF have not been in and will not be registered under the U.S. Securities Act of 1933. So again, isn't that interesting that they decided to come up with this law in the year of 1933? I wonder what happened in 1913. You know what I'm saying? Things that make you go, or any state or other security laws, the firm said. Grayscale's disclosures also stated that the fund will not be registered as an investment company under the U.S. Investment Company Act of 1940 and will not be required to adhere to certain restrictions and requirements under the Investment Company Act, and investors will not be afforded the protections of the Investment Company Act. All right, so this is cool. So now my question is, where is our company that's doing something like that we could dump some money into? I want you guys to estimate the amount of money that you all feel that we're blocked out of as a result of the boycott of the cryptocurrency market. There you go. You think that was an accident? Shout out to DJ Elmo. You think that was an accident? DJ Elmo said Blacklight 1933, 3 years prior to the Great Depression, and 1913, secret meeting to form the Federal Reserve. If they say that this is the New World Order, then what that means is that things follow in an order. And I agree with Brooklyn Queen. Let's start one. We got to go through a lot of red tape and a lot of fire to start one. We're going to have a lot of videos made about us and a lot of people calling us a scammer, even when we haven't even received a dime of money. And then us being literally nobody's going to have mercy on us that we're a startup. And then people's logic will be, well, why would I spend money with them when I can go to this company that's professional? And then it's going to be like, well, why are you assuming that we're not professional? Like, it's just like, my thing is, I would love to do that if I wouldn't be met with the outcomes that we see as outcomes every day. When it comes to white people, they have an entrepreneurial spirit and everybody's willing to do business with them. When it comes to black people, we need to have black people support us in order for other people to support us. But the majority of us are not in that mind state of where we would support ourselves. And like, it's funny that white people got this outrage about the DEI stuff, but literally in most cases, like a lot of times, like it be us kind of doing the whole DEI treatment thing. Like, remember how we talked about that example of like the old school coon families? Like they'll talk about, I'm about to go cross town because I don't want to shop over here because all these black people. Like y'all are literally like the older people in your family are literally saying the same thing that the right wing white DEI people like Charlie Kirk are saying right now. But now all of a sudden, like you're outraged about it because white people are saying it when like grandparents, great grandparents, and in some cases parents were saying that same nonsense. And again, like I said, Brooklyn Queen saw me on a panel where like I'm, you know what I'm saying, kind of like trying to mitigate some of that kind of rhetoric. And it's like, before you know what I'm saying, get up against Fox News, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta get out of the damn barbershop. Like what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. Y'all see that? DJ Elmo said 83% of millionaire millennials are generated from crypto holdings. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the data just keeps presenting itself. Shout out to DJ Elmo. Make sure y'all show him some love. Throw some flames radiation emoji in the chat. Hey, AB Promotions, you still in the chat? If you still in the chat, bro, break down in the comment section how you made the money on what was that, on Dogecoin? Like people don't understand, like you can make like $2,000 on a $150 investment. And like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can make like a decent look, like you can make pick 4 money on like on a vending machine money level investment. And it's like people be like, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have no money. Like when we like, no one is saying go buy 600 Bitcoin. Like nobody is saying that. Like I'm literally not saying go out there and compete with Michael Saylor right now. And if you don't, you failed us all. Like I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying like implement a creative strategy into your wealth generation strategy. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like it's wild, man. It's just wild. Shout out to Keith Evans. Keith said, funny you mentioned barbershop when RFK was talking that nonsense with no pushback really from the brothers. He said programs for reparations. Like, man, listen. What I would have asked RF Kennedy, what other barbershops have you gone to? Like, what was your conversation at Best Cuts like? That would have been my first question for him. What did you guys talk about when you sat down at Best Cuts? I mean, but here's my question for you guys. Why didn't anybody like before we even get into the advanced questions of like let's hammer him with the YouTube talking points and reparations before we even get to that, right? Let's Occam's razor, simplest solution. What did you discuss at the other barbershops that you were at? When you went to Best Cuts, did you get a haircut and did you have a conversation over there? What did you guys talk about there? Oh, you didn't go to a barbershop. Well, can I ask what made you choose here for us? Right, Black Spider. I agree. But you gotta get him to say it. It doesn't do any exposure if we point it out and start saying it first. And this is what I'm talking about how it comes to like you have to like I don't understand why people boycott strategy, but there has to be like some type of the strategy is to talk to uninformed people, right? But the way to mitigate that strategy is to make uninformed people non-existent, but people are resistant to that. People wish to remain uninformed. So now you have this population of easily accessible uninformed people that stick out like a sore thumb at target practice. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, now there's a lot of access to people that could be uninformed because all you got to do is just find yourself a big crowd, and most of the people in the crowd are dummies because most of these people find peace in being uninformed, which makes it easy for there to be a large amount of uninformed targets. You see what I'm saying? Now, if everybody was well informed, anytime you step into a barbershop, you'd be stepping into the barbershop on the wrong day. And everybody would have been able to hit RFK up with questions. But when that occurred, that's not what we saw. You could catch me in a stereotypical place. I can play basketball. I play basketball all the time. Come see me at the park. Bet you're going to wish you didn't come asking me questions. Because I'm going to go all the way to your brainstem with the stuff that I'm about to ask. But that's because I make it my responsibility to be informed. So I'm going to ask you, well, what did you talk about when you went to the hockey rink? Oh, I didn't go to the hockey rink. What are you doing here, and why didn't you? See, like my thing is that one thing that doesn't get questioned is we got to start asking these questions of why did you not hit back? We can't let people have a pass anymore. Like if this was a game of football and a quarterback just sat there and let themselves get sacked all the time, like you can't sit there and complain and say like, like, man, the safety just keep tackling me. Well, you're not moving. You don't have any motion. You're not faking. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not throwing any passes. You're not running any plays. You're not doing anything. Of course, the safety is going to tackle you if you just sit there. Or like, if you're boxing and like you don't throw any punches and you don't have your guard up and somebody else is throwing a jab and they just keep connecting, you know what I'm saying? Then you go to your corner and you're like, coach, I can't dodge it. I can't dodge his jab. Well, that's because you have your hands down, no head movement, and you're not throwing any counter punches. I mean, what do you want? So now here's my question. Should the outrage be that somebody else is jabbing, or should the outrage be that the fighter is standing there acting like a punching bag instead of actually trying to fight back? I can't control what the other fighter does. I can only control what my fighter does. So I'm going to direct my irritation at my fighter. Why are you sitting there when you know what you're in the ring for? Why are you sitting there helpless? If I was trying to have a conversation, you'd be bumbling and stumbling and mumbling and babbling to try to talk over me. You know what I'm saying? Those guys who sat there in that barber shop like that, they should have got the business, man. People should have went in on their ass if you ask me. Why are you just sitting there like you don't have anything between your ears? Do you? Do we need to do a CT scan? If you ask me, mediocrity should be illegal. Like, check this out, right? If you go to a job and you have an intention, you want to get paid $50 an hour, and you go to a job and they only offer you $35 an hour, and you take it, and you come back home and complain like they only offered me $35. Me, if you're coming back home to me, I'm going to ask, well, what was your counter offer? Oh, I didn't give one. Oh, that's why you're getting paid $35 an hour then, because you didn't give a counter offer. You know what I'm saying? Man, they just did me wrong up there. No, you did yourself wrong. Man, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man. Like my job asked me if I could do them a favor, and they offered me a financial reward for doing the favor. Now, mind you, usually in most cases, I don't bite. They could offer me financial favors all day. Like I don't bite. Like I don't care. Like it's not that deep. Like I don't need it. Like I'd rather enjoy my peace of mind. But they offered me a financial favor. And I was like, nah, I can't do it. The only way that I can do it is if y'all give me this financial favor and y'all knock 2 call-offs off my attendance. They tried to sit up there and tell me that they couldn't do it. And I told them, if you can't do it, then I can't do it. It's just that simple. If you want me there, you're going to give me the money and you're going to take the call-offs off. If you really don't need me as much as you say that you are, have a nice weekend and I'll see you on Monday. 2 call-offs coming off and I get the money. Just that simple. True story. When are people going to learn to bite with their fangs? You know, everybody got canine teeth. When people going to learn to use them? Yeah, and that's exactly what I told her, bro. I told my job, I said, I didn't call y'all asking for a raise. We're not like, what are we doing here? I didn't call you all asking for a raise. I didn't call y'all asking for overtime. I was chilling on my couch, comfortable, watching horror movies. Y'all called me. If you want me, you're going to do what I say. If you don't, then you're going to find somebody else who will do what you asking. Point blank simple. Yeah, we can do it. I know you can. I know that you can. And I'm not trying to be funny, but sometimes I'll just do stuff like that to be a bully. Like, I don't even need nothing all like that, but I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna run it. Yeah. Just so you already know not to come at me with no nonsense. You already know I'm gonna tax you the highest price. You already know that whatever you offering, I'm gonna ask for something else. You already know that. So you coming into the argument with that implication already. I'm gonna establish that pattern. You're gonna really have a hard time, and you're gonna really have to give something up, getting me to give up my free time. You're gonna have to give something up. I listen to people, they tell me about these little bonuses they get. I'll be like, man, y'all crazy, man. You wasted your precious time and day off for that? And you know what's crazy? When I tell people, like, I'll be like, yo, this is how I did them. And then I show people the text message. They be like, you a bully. Oh my God, I can't believe you. You a bully. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to sit there. I'm supposed to let them like take advantage of me. Like, seriously, they already are taking advantage of me. You get 1/3 of my day. Are you serious? I have a limited time to be alive inside of my body, and you get 1/3 of my day that I'll never get back. You paying top price for my time because I'm never getting it back. That business is going to outlive me more than likely. And I'm going to tell you something. Anything that you ask your job, they can give you. They can give you. Don't you sit there and tell me you can't take 2 call-offs off and your paycheck is triple mine. Are you serious? I'm asking you for some shit that's free. Get the hell out of here with that bullshit. You want to complain? See, and that's another thing too. It's a test. You want to play a game and tell me that you can't give me something for free in addition to a financial incentive? Don't ever even ask me. Don't ever even bother me about lending you my off time, because I'm not even going to give it to you, because now you straight up lying to me, which is showing me that 1, you don't have respect for me, and 2, you don't value me. If you ever get denied something free that you ask for, immediately stop dealing with those people. There's literally no excuse for a job to ever deny you something that's free. It's free. Are you serious? BlackRock. 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 Remember that song by KRS-One? BlackRock. 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 BlackRock enters asset tokenization race with new fund on the Ethereum network. That's what old boy was just talking about on Fox. So they're cornering the Bitcoin market, and now they're working on cornering the Ethereum market. Now, we gotta ask this question, because when people say this is a distraction, we need to be paying attention to what rich people are doing. Again, for the 90 millionth time, as we're seeing here, undeniable proof, This is literally what rich people are doing. Like, so there, that takes care of that question, right? You need to be paying attention to what these rich folks are doing. Okay, this is what the rich folks are doing. Literally BlackRock, you know what I'm saying, managed Donald Trump's portfolio. Don't mess with cryptocurrency, but BlackRock's doing it. Pay attention. Don't pay attention to Diddy. Pay attention to what the rich folks doing. Rich folks messing with cryptocurrency. Don't mess with cryptocurrency. Those statements need immediate clarification. Shout out to Keith Evans. Keith Evans says, what do y'all think BlackRock is going to do after they dominate Bitcoin? I think they're going to try to buy or merge with other companies that have the other Bitcoin and then start attempting to accumulate as much Ethereum as they can. Or they'll start buying up shares of other people's Bitcoin related assets. So start buying as much wrapped Bitcoin as they can, start buying Bitcoin Cash. What they're if once they dominate or maximize their Bitcoin holdings, they're going to use the same strategy to buy the next most viable asset. Whatever is closest to providing value that Bitcoin provides, they're going to try to accumulate in the same fashion that they accumulated with Bitcoin. It's literally the same thing as they do with everything. After you take over the world, what you going to do? Take over the, you know what I'm saying, the solar system. After you take over the solar system, what you going to do? Take over the galaxy. After you take over the galaxy, what you going to do? I'm going to take over this sector of, you know what I'm saying, the universe. After you take over this sector of the universe, what you going to do? Take over the entire universe. After you take over the universe, what you going to do? I'm going to try to see if I can escape the barriers of the universe. I'm going to conquer all things big and conquer all things small. I'm going to conquer the widest space that I can conquer, and I'm going to master the smallest space that I can master. I'm going to completely take over the universe, and I'm going to completely have particle control on a quark level of physical activity. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to you, Lloyd Scott. And I agree, bro, because again, like this is not what cryptocurrency was created for. But this is what they're doing, which again is a cultural pattern. And the thing is that you can't, like, we can't sit there and say that we're the experts as it comes to dealing with this culture of WS if we're not utilizing our accumulated knowledge to somewhat mitigate it. Which again, if you ask me, the old ninjas that everybody is angry with are the generation that mitigated it with the greatest impact. And imagine everybody's mad at them. Everybody's mad at the old ninjas, but the old ninjas are literally the ones that gave us breathing room to be able to do the small amount of things that we're doing. So imagine the sediments that are going to be on us if we don't create some type of significant change in the near future. And ignoring things like cryptocurrency is just, you know what I'm saying, compounding on that. It's compounded, like ignoring cryptocurrency is compounding on the damaging effect of the already accelerating and widening racial wealth gap. Like there's like literally no one can sit there and say that it's not. Anybody that says that it's not, please, with data, show us how. I agree. Shout out to you, Black Spider. I agree 100. You know, I said this back. Shout out to Izzy. I said this in 2017. I helped a friend of mine to create some type of tokenization for a project that he was working on that worked out for him real well. But like I said this back in 2017. Even again, even if we don't, like, I think a lot of times people get, like, one reason why people get discouraged is because when people start making comparisons, people don't ever scale the comparison, right? So like I'm sitting here saying, look at what BlackRock is doing. Look at what BlackRock is doing. You will look into your wallet and hang your head and be like, I'll never be able to buy 600 Bitcoin. I'm not saying to buy 600 Bitcoin. What I'm saying is to start somewhere. So you know the gains that are going to happen with Bitcoin and all, and Ethereum and all that. I'm not saying buy 600 Bitcoin. 600 Bitcoin is insane. It's even insane for BlackRock in them. What I'm saying is use that knowledge. Oh man, shout out to Coon Harvester. Coon Harvester said he about to buy that P. Diddy coin. Oh Lord have mercy. That P. Diddy coin about to be wild. That P. Diddy coin about to be wild. That's about to be the meme coin with the blonde Meek Mills on it, man. That ain't, bruh. Lord have mercy. You know what I'm saying? Look, the YAG coin about to go ham. It's gonna be on the Solana network. That shit gonna jump like 700%. Shout out to Leonard D. Uta. What's good with you, bro? That YAG coin about to be the official coin of the Legitaba. That shit gonna skyrocket on the Solana network. They're gonna be like, come see the softer side of Solana. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like this. But like this, like the thing that I had modeled earlier, right? With the utilizing the debt network to build your value. And then this is like, see, like there is a Bitcoin is a path for generational wealth. We keep saying that we're locked out of generational wealth, and I get it, y'all. I get it. Please, when I explain these financial alternatives, please never interpret this as me attempting to discredit reparations. I'm not doing that. I would never do that. What I'm saying is that we do have pathways to where we can have generational wealth. That don't take away from anything that was done to us or owed for us. These are just options that we can exercise to deal with our current situation that we have now. You could build generational wealth with your cryptocurrency wallet. We might have been locked out of the Homestead Act, but we're not locked out of the Bitcoin Act. We're not. We might have been locked out of the GI Bill, but we not locked out of the Ethereum bill. You may not be able to get, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you may not be able to get like 60 Ethereum. But if you just save up a little bit, time, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of time, study some, you know what I'm saying? Study the market. If you see products that you think are going to be good, like I caught that Solana, it'll be plenty of opportunities like that. Like Smokey said on Friday, take advantage, man. Take advantage. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Lloyd Sky 9 said, Rob is going strong on 7 hours. Give this man his props for bringing us this information. This actually helps keep me focused and on pace mentally. Yo, I appreciate that I can do that for you, bro. I really do. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. Like those times when I go through those slumps and I'll be like, man, I don't even feel like streaming. I'm telling y'all, you all are what drive me to turn on the computer and be like, man, let me get this in. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. 10 stream sponsors, man. I appreciate y'all with the $10 super chat. Make sure y'all show her some love. Throw some flames and some radiation emoji in the chat for her. This is what I'm saying. See, so like now when we have these conversations, when y'all are, when we start talking and we, people be like, well, this is a distraction, right? Talking about, the Diddy stuff and all that. What are the rich people doing? They're buying Bitcoin. That's not, I like, it sounds funny because y'all know how I rocks with Bitcoin. It sounds funny, y'all, you know what I'm saying? But it's really not though, because it's really what's happening. Like, I'm not lying. They want to distract us with the Diddy stuff because the rich people over here doing this. I'm sitting out here in the middle of an ocean with a life raft like, yo, they're buying Bitcoin over here. They're buying Bitcoin over here. And it's like I'm behind a double-plated glass wall and like nobody can hear me. Shout out to Leonard. You already know, bro. You know how I do. We had to get the late night popping off. I started this one late night, bro. And shout out to Keith Evans. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to what Keith Evans said, right? Keith Evans said, try to accumulate at least 1/100th of a Bitcoin. Okay. We still have years till the next halving. 4 years. Every time, every leap year, halving year and leap year, y'all. If you pay attention to the calendar and you know when the leap years are, if you know anybody that was born on February 29th, every time they have an actual birthday, Bitcoin supply finna go down to half. How many of y'all know some people that was born on a February 29th? That's how you time your Bitcoin valuation. When the February 29th people have an actual birthday, your window is closing. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to my man AB Promotion with the $4.99 super chat. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat. Appreciate you, bro. My man says for the dedication and consistency. Yo, I appreciate it. I'm telling y'all, man, I really want to get through all of this crypto content so that way, like, I'm able to like space out the next one. But I really want to hammer home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to hammer home, like, don't be intimidated by people that are Bitcoin protagonists. Like, here is all of the evidence, man. Like, people can say that Bitcoin is going to go down to zero, is going to crash. Like, they can say that as much as they want to. I'm telling you, the likelihood is higher that Bitcoin will be $100,000 and it'll crash. The likelihood of a Bitcoin going down to zero is much lower than the likelihood of within 3 months Bitcoin being 100,000. I really, if I haven't proven that by now, hopefully by the end of the stream, I will have proven that. But that is the purpose of this stream, which is one of the reasons why it's so long. Like, this is a infallible stream solidifying the nonsensical Bitcoin doubting. You know what I'm saying? Like, this right here is this is the stake in the ground. Like, this is it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you doubt Bitcoin, here is your benchmark to get past. If you doubt Bitcoin, you have to disprove at least 15 minutes, any 15-minute interval of this stream that you want to. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the asset management giant also made a strategic investment in asset tokenization company Securitize. I never even heard of that company. BlackRock to start a new real-world asset tokenization fund on the Ethereum network. So, I mean, BlackRock is actually about to start a token on the Ethereum network. That's hilarious. That migrant coin. I need that. They need to actually make a migrant coin though. For real, they actually do need to make a migrant coin, and they need to cut down the amount of free handouts that they're giving them people. And if they made the migrant coin, they need to make the products that they can buy only able to be purchased with that migrant coin, and so that the money that they spend can be tracked. Instead they gave them a Visa and a MasterCard where they can spend the money anywhere, and an affidavit for somebody that's undocumented to sign their undocumented alias, because all of these people that are undocumented clearly only have an alias. They don't have a name. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't prove their name because they're undocumented. And just get them this free money. Instead, look, man, I ain't even trying to be funny. New York City want to get out of that budget. All they got to do is stop giving the migrants money and start buying Bitcoin. Eric Adams talking about, listen here, son. I don't know if we're going to have a fire department next year. I don't know if the police are going to be able to patrol as much. And the school week is only going to be 3 days a week because we got to service these migrants. You understand? We're going to have to cut $20 billion out of the city's budget. You understand? Buy Bitcoin and stop giving migrants free money. New York City would be in a look at MicroStrategies, look at El Salvador, look at Grayscale, look at BlackRock. If New York City start buying Bitcoin, they would be in a surplus, just like the 3 entities that I just named. Biden got Eric Adams up there, sitting up there sounding like that leaked audio with Meek Mills and P. Diddy. The migrant crisis got Brandon Johnson and Eric Adams running around sounding like that P. Diddy Meek Mills audio leak. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm just making that up. This is the fake news portion. All that stuff, some of the stuff that I said was just true, but the 3 days a week, I was just exaggerating like that. I don't think that they've said that, which is crazy because it's not out of the realms of possibility because they did actually, shut the school down and fill it up with migrants. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, the 3-day school thing was a exaggeration and I was making it up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just joking around. However, when you look at like what they have done, it's like, damn, like I was joking, but that's actually realistic. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I heard a lot of these immigrants sold. I bet you they did. They the same way people sell their food stamps. You already know they sold them cards. They sold them cards for cash dollars, man. They either sold them cards for cash dollars or they sold them cards for drugs. Somebody had like 100 of them food cards and they gave them to somebody and got a half a brick or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the asset management giant also made strategic investments in asset tokenization company Securitize. Okay. Asset management giant BlackRock officially unveiled its tokenization asset fund on the Ethereum network on Wednesday. The BlackRock US dollar institutional digital liquidity fund is represented by the blockchain-based Build token, which is fully backed by cash, US Treasury bills, and repurchase agreements, and will provide a yield paid out via blockchain rails every day to token holders, according to a press release. So, like, I mean, BlackRock is diving. Not only have they invested in Bitcoin, but now they're diving headfirst and are about to utilize blockchain technology to expand their product offerings. That's huge. That right there is what you call real-time institutional adoption. That's what you call real-time institutional adoption. Real quick, shout out to y'all. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream to your social media. We got 53 likes. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate it. And we got 27 people watching. If we could smash that like button and hit 60, that would be amazing. Securitize will act as a transfer agent and tokenization platform, while BNY Mellon is a custodian of the fund's assets, BlackRock said. Anchorage Digital Bank, BitGo, Coinbase, and Fireblocks also participate in the fund's ecosystem. BlackRock also made a strategic investment in Securitize, the press release added, but the terms of the deal weren't disclosed. So now let me ask you guys this question. What do these new developments show you all about BlackRock and their interest in cryptocurrency? Oh, I already know. And what's not good about it is that they're buying, like, they're buying up all the Bitcoin. They've now, like, it's like a bloodhound. They've now sniffed out Bitcoin. They're on the trail, and their focus is to buy up as much Bitcoin as they can. Now, the only competitors that they have is Grayscale and MicroStrategies and Fidelity. What happens if let me ask y'all this. What happens if BlackRock gets all of the Bitcoin? Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, we need to be looking at this and calculating this and making sure that, you know, BlackRock and you know, MicroStrategies and all these companies can't be weapons, you know, that are being used to lock us into the particular path that the racial wealth gap is headed down. Which, I mean, you know, even if that's not what their mission and vision statement are, just by default and demographic, that could occur as a byproduct, giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Shout out to Keith Evans. Now, I want you to pay attention to what Keith Evans says here. Imagine millionaires begging you for your fractional Bitcoin for millions. We are 10 years from that happening. This channel on YouTube will probably have 4,500 subs by then. This channel will have 4,500 subs by then. You know what I'm saying? And about 17,000 videos. And we'll be talking about that. And then, like, where it could go from there, I don't even know what could happen. Yeah, this channel here I have 4,500 subs. BLR1 like might have 6,000. You know what I'm saying? But like all these random white YouTubers, they'll literally have like 700,000 subs that like just dropped like 2 videos about nothing. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says this is the latest progression of our digital asset strategy. So that's big, and that means something. They have a digital assets strategy. The largest wealth manager company in the world has a digital assets strategy. Let me ask you guys this question. What do you think that their digital assets strategy is? I'm going to tell you what their digital asset strategy is. Pac-Man. You guys ever played Pac-Man? That's the digital asset strategy. And the ghosts are the federal government regulators that could create a difficulty in them being able to sell their products or purchase more assets. Their strategy is called Pac-Man. We've all played it as kids. You know what I'm saying? We are focused on developing solutions in the digital asset space that help solve real problems for our clients. What kind of clients do these people have? They feel like they're not rich enough. That's the sole client, the sole problem. The sole problem is that these people feel that their wealth is in danger and that they're not rich enough. What is the easiest path to convince people that you've mitigated that? If you show them astronomical cryptocurrency gains and you're buying the limited supply of cryptocurrencies in just gouges, you probably be pretty convincing that you'll be maintaining their wealth. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the announcement came after a regulatory filing that revealed BlackRock incorporated a fund with securitized, spurring speculations of a tokenized fund as observers pointed to blockchain transactions to seed the vehicle, CoinDesk reported on Tuesday. BlackRock is the latest traditional, look at this, pay very close attention to this. BlackRock is the latest traditional finance giant to enter the tokenization field after Citi, Franklin Templeton, and JP Morgan have already made headways with the technology. Now, I don't know if you guys know, but JP Morgan was absolutely against cryptocurrency. They were on the same page as Warren Buffett was about cryptocurrency. They were not on it at all. Now, looky. Like Notorious B.I.G. said, things done changed. Creating blockchain-based tokens of traditional investments such as bonds and funds, known as tokenization of real-world assets, is a fast-growing case for blockchains, and digital assets and traditional finance are becoming more intertwined. Tokenized U.S. treasuries, for example, have grown to 730 million from 100 million in early 2023 as crypto firms seek to earn a steady yield by parking their on-chain funds. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink said earlier this year in a CNBC interview that the company's spot Bitcoin ETF was stepping stones towards tokenization. Now, if you don't think that they plan on tokenizing their ETF and that they plan on coming up with some type of tokenized form of Bitcoin, which actually already exists, it's called wrapped Bitcoin, then again, you got to try to be a little bit more multidimensional in your thinking. I want to really hammer home how much money is being not only invested, but how much money is being generated here and who the people are that are doing it. I'm trying to tell y'all, literally, when people say this is a distraction, what should we be looking at? This is it. Like, I got libraries of content on it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody scratching their head till the dandruff come off. What we supposed to be looking at? They got us distracted with this P. Diddy stuff. What we supposed to, damn it, I keep trying to tell you this shit. ARC 21 shares Bitcoin ETF hits $200 million daily inflows for the first time. I mean, just story after story after story after story of absurd amounts of money going into Bitcoin. This is one of the reasons why, like, this is one of the reasons I don't care if I'm ever fortunate enough to be able to go live and have a steady audience of 150 people, 250 people. And when I talk about cryptocurrency, I only have 19 people in the comment section. I don't care. I don't care. My cryptocurrency content is not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is too, right? As much as I joke around about like how my channel don't grow and about how small my channel is, the loyalty of you all is what enables me to be able to not be algorithm dependent. See, like there's a cost. You know what I'm saying? Like what I give up with channel growth, I far exceed with loyalty and longevity. See, like now I want y'all to pay very close attention. Watch other people's channels. Pay attention to who's in the comment section. Literally, you always, for the last 4 years, you always know who's in my comment section. It's literally always the same people with like a few new additions who then stay and become regulars. Literally all of these people have literally been watching my channel at the very least for 2 years. And when I say watching, I'm talking about with like 90% attendance, like most of the time everybody's in the live stream. It's not like that when you watch other people. You can watch the same content creator multiple times. You're not gonna have that many of the same people where there's like a good 30 or 40 people that are the same people that are there every day, day after day. Like, you're not gonna see that. That right there is one of the things that allows me to be able to be algorithm and time block independent. I don't have to use those purple time blocks. I can go live whenever I want to. I don't have to talk about some stuff on the algorithm. I could literally just like I did with that one video where we was talking about that horror movie. Like, I don't care if that stuff wasn't trending or not. And you know what I'm saying? Like, we talked about it and it got the same amount of views that I always get. Yeah, and that's facts. Shout out to Leonard. Other crypto dudes are using bots to fake the chats, and they do. That's facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, people can sit there and be like, oh, you only be getting a couple hundred views on your channel. Bro, like, the people that have been watching, like, do you see the membership badges in my channel? The majority of membership badges in my channel are yellow, gold, and purple. That's something that you don't see all over YouTube either. That means something. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a whole bunch of blue and green members in my chats. Like, I have a bunch of people in my chats that have been members for years. That means something. I appreciate y'all for that. Shout out to my man Fantizzy. You know what I'm saying? Fantizzy been rocking with us since before Just Talking with TD and Rob was a channel. People don't know about the old Just TD and Rob when we didn't chase the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. Ask Fantizzy. People don't know about the old Just Talking with TD and Rob when we didn't algorithm chase. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Facts, Black Spider. Big facts. That's the point. Unimaginable amounts of money being hoarded by white folks, and the rest is being sent out of the country to support migrant families. Facts. Man, if you go and watch the old Just Talking with TD and Rob before Just Talking and TD and Rob with Rob was a channel, you'll be like, man, what happened to y'all? I'll be like, man, what happened? You know what I'm saying? Y'all be like, man, what the hell happened? What? Man, we went from interviewing city aldermen and city council people and reparations task force to saying, man, we finna react to Just Talk. We finna react to Club Shay Shay, man. Man, we said, man, we finna react to Club Shay Shay. You know what I'm saying? We about to react to Cat Williams. We about to react to Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, we got some classic content though, man. Like, y'all, I'm for real. Like, I be trying to tell people, man, go check out the old Just Talking with TD and Rob, man. Now, y'all should watch some videos with this white lady right here, Kathy Wood. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? The Bitcoin ETF market registered net inflows of $243 million as the Bitcoin price teased a return north of $72,000 a week after sinking below $63,000. Imagine this, like, this is a low price for Bitcoin. Like, this is what's like Bitcoin, like cryptocurrency is still not massively adopted yet, man. It's still taboo. And look at how expensive it is. Now, y'all should watch these interviews with Kathy Wood, because she's another one like Michael Saylor. She ain't playing around. Shout out to my man Fantizzy. You see, old TD and Rob were some classic shows, bro. Them is some classic shows, classics, like classic for real, for real. That was back when like I ain't really had like I might have only had like 600 subs on this channel. You know what I'm saying? The ARK 21 shares Bitcoin ETF registered inflows of more than 200 million for the first time on Wednesday. The ETF, whose co-sponsor is Cathie Wood's investment firm ARK Invest, amassed 200.7 million according to data by BitMEX Research. The Bitcoin ETF market registered net inflows of 243.4 million as Bitcoin teased a return north of $72,000 a week after sinking below $63,000. ARK-B became the third Bitcoin ETF to cross this mark on a single day after BlackRock and IBIT and Fidelity's. So again, these things are not performing like this because of how brilliant anybody working at these places are. They're performing like this because Bitcoin is just literally on a nuclear course right now. Like Bitcoin is on a warpath and is not stopping anywhere anytime soon. So the momentum of Bitcoin is dragging anything involving Bitcoin is going to benefit from the surge of Bitcoin right now, swinging like a wrecking ball. FBTC, in fact, saw a record low day of only 1.5 million on Wednesday, while IBIT saw inflows of $323.8 million. Okay. Now, what do y'all think Cathie Wood's house looks like? What do you think her bank account looked like? What do you think the interior of her car looks like? No, that's a modern woman on steroids right there. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is one of the reasons why I tell people, like, I don't really know if you're trying to accumulate Bitcoin. I don't know if right now is really the time period to be kind of having discipline on quote unquote certain price constraints. Like Bitcoin is like damn near on a parallel trajectory with the y-axis. So it's really kind of at this point, in my opinion, it's almost safe to say the closing window is more so a time frame, not necessarily events taking place. So it's like where you're looking for a target price, maybe in the next 5 to 6 months. I would just kind of get Bitcoin when you can get it, because just it literally we're in the time period of where you could literally wake up and it's $150,000 tomorrow. Because I'm telling, and if you don't believe me, ask anybody in here that invests in cryptocurrency. Literally last month we woke up and it was $70,000. Literally that happened. Like, this is not me exaggerating or making this up because I'm a cryptocurrency advocate and I'm biased toward cryptocurrency. That literally happened. And see, like, the thing is that, see, traditionally, when you're moving traditionally, see, this is a weird year, right? And it could be because of the halving. It could be because of, like, more, I don't know. I would say more people adopting it, but that don't really make sense because, it's not really getting a lot of, it's not getting a lot of publicity. This year is not the same. Usually what happens is, like, Bitcoin will skyrocket around Christmas. It'll stay skyrocketed till about February, and then it'll crash really, really hard. Like really hard. Like you'd be like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you kind of start feeling that heat in your stomach. You know what I'm saying? Like you just ate some bad chili or something. Ooh. Let me turn this screen back off real quick. You know what I'm saying? Then it'll start to build back up and skyrocket again at around Christmas. That's not what's happening this year. See, like right now, Bitcoin, like traditionally, right now, Bitcoin's supposed to have been crashed. Like we was coming into the year like around like 30,000, 40,000. I was expecting Bitcoin to be like around maybe like 45,000 right now, even maybe lower than that, like 40. Just based on historical patterns of how Bitcoin behaves. As you can see, I was way wrong. And what Keith is saying, like, see, like the thing is that I'm telling you, unless you've been paying attention and buying and you know these price frames, you got to understand the significance of what Keith is saying right here. Buying $50 every month, no matter what, when it's gonna be Satoshis are gonna matter. That's what I'm saying. Everybody that has Bitcoin right now, anybody that has any amount of Bitcoin right now, currently, there is a chance that 15 years in the future, the person in this conversation, right? We got 36 people. Whoever out of all of us has the least Bitcoin right now today, there's a chance that in 15 years, nobody will ever own as much as that person with the least amount of Bitcoin. So like there could be somebody that has like $5 in Bitcoin right now. In 15 years, there could be a chance that like nobody will ever own that amount of Bitcoin ever again. Now we're in the Satoshi scale. Yeah, that's facts. That's absolute facts. And that lends to the price sensitivity based on how the algorithm regulates the supply. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says Blacklight was fundamental case for the huge spike is its demand outstripping the supply. Facts. And see, there's two major factors, right? The first factor is the halving, which is cutting the supply being produced in half, right? Then there's Bitcoin, or then there's BlackRock MicroStrategies in grayscale, literally buying like 200,000 and 300,000 Bitcoin at a time. Every time they do that, that drives up the price like insane. All of that's happening all at the same time. Literally, like we're one ETF, or like it just say, for instance, say for instance, like ING just decides tomorrow, like we're just gonna start offering Bitcoin and we about to buy like $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. We're at 100,000. Like literally, like the moment that happens, we're there. Like where we like, imagine a stick of dynamite. Like where we are is that there's literally no more wick left, but the stick of dynamite hasn't blown up yet. Like there's like a thread of wick left is where we are. Like when I like just literally like anything, and it's not anything like is gonna knock it in the other direction. It's anything is gonna cause it to like literally anything is gonna cause it to explode. Southwest Airlines decides to add Bitcoin ATMs at, you know what I'm saying, at their terminals. Poof. We're at 80,000. Yeah, like I said, we're literally like one tweet away, we're one investment away, we're one endorsement away. Like we're literally like at T-0. And we're in that interval between like where T-0 is like at the countdown. It's like there's not even any interval. Like it's like a negligible amount of interval before the explosion. By Mickey D, yeah, bro, that would like instantaneously put the price at 200,000. Like with that right there, with as worldwidely adapted as McDonald is, if they decided to like we're just you know what I'm saying, we're gonna add a Bitcoin logo onto the price, like the $300,000. You know what I'm saying? Because see, like that's a huge magnitude announcement. Like that's literally everywhere accessible, damn near all the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's right there. That's just instant $300,000 Bitcoin. And then on top of it, that's just because of that. And still the halving and the other ETFs haven't got done because the Ethereum ETF is going to push up Bitcoin too. The same way the Bitcoin ETF pushed up Ethereum, the Ethereum ETF is going to affect the Bitcoin price too. I mean, it's not going to affect it as significantly, you know what I'm saying, as Ethereum was affected by Bitcoin, but it's gonna affect it. Anything that affects Bitcoin positively will always affect all other cryptocurrency positively to varying degrees. Same thing with Ethereum, because Bitcoin and Ethereum make up so much of the market. Bro, this is what's so crazy. Like, literally, it's crazy that Bitcoin is still in the shadows. It's literally crazy. Like, it's like the moment Bitcoin comes from out of the shadows, it's literally gonna burn everybody's retinas out of their head. Like, literally, just everybody's eyeballs are gonna just melt. It's gonna be like literally the entire world population was staring into the sun, and it's just eyeball slime just dripping down people's face. You know what I'm saying? They sit up here talking about the Bitcoin rally could stretch to 8 months. What does that mean? We're at 70,000 right now. What does that mean? Rally to, like, hear me, y'all. You see where we at right here, right? Bitcoin is right now $70,345. Bitcoin rally could stretch 8 months. Where does that place Bitcoin? If we're already at $70,000 and we're on course for an 8-month rally, where is that putting Bitcoin at? Shout out to Leonard D. Yuta. Leonard D. Yuta said Bitcoin should give Rob some complimentary Bitcoin for this stream. Man, BlackRock and them wouldn't let that happen. I'm telling you, there's not going to be any Bitcoin left. Like, all the Bitcoin that we like, there in the near future, no one's going to be able to buy Bitcoin anymore. Like, it's about to be like not available anymore, for real. Like, the small amounts of Bitcoin that we might own, like literally in about 10 years, like we could actually have private island money, for real. Y'all saw in the beginning of, like, and again, like, it sounds far-fetched, but remember from the beginning of the stream, which is crazy, it was 7 hours ago, Kathy Woods said 1.5 million, like, by next year. But if you look at the price progression based on the sensitivity to the events taking place, as crazy as it sounds, it actually adds up and makes sense. Like I said, people are still doubting $100,000 Bitcoin, but after the halving, when it doubling is 140. So we've already surpassed 100,000. We've already surpassed 100,000 with Bitcoin still in the shadows. Imagine what happens when you can go to a car dealership and buy a vehicle with Bitcoin. When Chevrolet and Ford, Volvo, Chrysler start accepting Bitcoin. What happens then? You already know that's what they think, because I'm not even gonna lie to you. That's exactly what I do to mine. That's exactly what I'm doing with mine. I'm be holding my Bitcoin like how Dave Chappelle was holding that baby. I bought these Bitcoins cash. I bought these Bitcoins cash. That's exactly what I would do with mine. I'm spending 95% of that shit on Bitcoin, and the other 5% I'm kicking it with. I'm about to be all on TV. They're going to be like, this what them idiots did with their reparations. I'm going to have bottles of Ciroc, a bottle of Ace of Spades. You know what I'm saying? A Gucci, a $5,000 Gucci sweatsuit. You know what I'm saying? With passion fruit, Ciroc spilt all on the front of it. They're going to be like, look at these idiots. Look at them. And then in a report 10 years later, do you all remember in 2024 when Black people were finally awarded reparations by the United States of America? There was an individual who was partying like he didn't have any sense. In newly disclosed information, it's been revealed that this individual invested his entire reparations check on Bitcoin. His net worth is now $15 trillion. That would be me. And I was kicking it like I was completely ignorant, but that was only with 5%. Because I know how to ball on a budget. You know what I'm saying? Advanced analytical geometry ain't the only thing a nigga learned in college. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Bitcoin is on the, look at this again. This is literally what we just were joking about. Bitcoin is on the brink of achieving its longest winning streak in history, which literally its entire existence has been the longest winning streak in history. Do we have to reiterate this again? I want to reiterate this again because we got more people in the room. Okay. I want to reiterate this to y'all, man, because this is important. Anytime people have doubt, when in doubt, stall them out. Ha! Changing my name to Black Coin Spider. I'm not mad at it. Listen, it's a lot in the name. It's a lot in the, every time you say your name, you reinforce yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot in the name. Honestly, listen, check this out, man. It's so much value in names. Do y'all think that as we walk around with these European names, that has anything to do with us having issues with dealing with what we deal with? It's a lost identity. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in the lost and found. A bunch of stuff's in the lost and found. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody know whose it is. Don't nobody know what it's for. But then when you figure out where that stuff goes, now you can start using it the right way. Who we named after? We named after some people that tried to genocide us. We carrying that around. You know what I'm saying? That's why when people be saying, like, you know, they be trying to make fun of the hood names and the ghetto names, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, I get what they doing with that. I don't really, that don't really bother me. And it's really kind of sad that, like, people kind of shame that like that. It's not ignorant. It's like people making an attempt to try to, like, free their mind. But your mind is so encapsulated that you just don't get it. You want to deny your history so much to try to fit into society that you don't understand the purpose of what these people who you're supposedly better than are doing. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to see this again. This is what's important. Since 2011, Bitcoin's cumulative gains have exceeded $200 million. Or I'm sorry, 200 million %. Okay. Show me another asset that since 2011 has exceeded 200 million %. And again, this isn't an exaggeration. This is exactly what it's done. How crazy is that? Like, it's, see, like, this is where you get into that realm of you're looking at reality, but it's easy for reality to be doubted. And I agree, Black Spider, and I think that that's the idea. That's what they want. We got to make sure that doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely what they want. That's absolutely what they try to do. We got to resist that. Look at this. Look at this, man. Since 2000, like, do y'all know how crazy this is right here? Since 2011, Bitcoin's cumulative gains have exceeded 20 million %. If you tell somebody this, they'll literally tell you, no, that's not true, and stand on it without any evidence, even though, like, it is true. And here's the evidence. Like, I mean, look at it. Look. Like, Bitcoin only has 2 years of loss. You know what I'm saying? 2014 and 2018. Like, literally every other year has been green. And Bitcoin is a risky asset. Like, it's volatile. Like, are you serious? Like, how do people ignore information like that? So, like, that right there is like, there is no data that supports that anything is a superior asset to Bitcoin. Like, literally, I mean, I've shown all the numbers. You can't show any asset that has numbers and returns like that. What it's doing to the derivative assets, creating these crazy amounts of income for these ETFs. Like, there's no other asset that's performing like that. Anybody that's telling you that there's some type of asset that's better than Bitcoin, there is no asset numerically better or outperforming Bitcoin. It is numerically impossible. There is nothing else that has gained 20 million % in the last 11 years. Nothing on the planet. If somebody tries to sit there and tell you that Bitcoin isn't a viable investment, ask them what other asset has increased in value 20 million % since 2011. And those people that you're having that conversation with will, with confidence, tell you that Bitcoin hasn't even performed like that, when you can literally just pull it up and show them that it did. Like, I mean, it has. What are you talking about? And I got to agree with Keith Evans. I agree 100%, bro. Let's support each other's mental health. I agree. You know what I'm saying? This surge is marked by consistent monthly price increases since September of 2023 has propelled prices to $70,000. With heightened investor interest and significant stable coin inflows, Bitcoin's rally may encounter less resistance. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bitcoin is poised to achieve its 7th consecutive month of gains, a feat witnessed only once in its history. 7 consecutive months of gains. Seven consecutive months of gains, y'all. Now, let me ask you guys this. As you're watching this, now do you see why BlackRock is interested? Now do y'all see why MicroStrategies is interested? Now do y'all see why Grayscale is interested? Literally everybody on the planet should be interested in this. The upward streak commenced in September of 2023, fueled by anticipation surrounding Bitcoin exchange traded funds approval. Bitcoin's 7-month streak. Since September of 2023, Bitcoin has consistently surpassed the previous month's figures, indicating a sustained upward trajectory. As the end of March approaches, with Bitcoin trading at $70,000, the market could witness a 7th consecutive bullish month for Bitcoin. The last time Bitcoin sustained a 7-month streak was in 2012 when its price surged from $4.89 to $12.37. Can you look? I'm gonna just let that sit right there. I bet you them people thought they was doing it back then. What were you doing in 2012? The last time Bitcoin sustained a 7-month streak was in 2012 when its price surged from $4.89 to $12.37. That's what they were considering a surge back then. And that is actually a surge. Look at what it's doing today. Look at what it's doing today. Look at it. Look at this. Look at this. $8 increase is what they considered a surge back then. Man, we just had a $30,000 increase. And you still got people sitting up there doubting Bitcoin. You sound crazy. The fact that we're even talking about a time in our life when Bitcoin was $4 is imagine $4 Bitcoin. Imagine if you had bought $100 of Bitcoin when it was $4. Oh, Can y'all imagine how much money you would have had? Unbelievable. Now, mind you, look at the opportunity cost of that. We calculated it, right? In 2010, Patrick was talking about $500. That would have been 10,000 Bitcoin. 10,000 times 70 is $700 million opportunity cost of not investing $500 in 2010. Now, if we're sitting up here saying that Bitcoin is a scam, what is the scam of the opportunity cost of not investing? I feel it, Keith. Think about that. If people are going to call Bitcoin a scam, imagine the kind of scam that you experienced by not buying Bitcoin when it was $4. What would you call that? What would you call that opportunity cost? That's an opportunity epic fail. I feel it, Brooklyn Queen. I'm telling you. Brooklyn Queen said, I'm not going to keep letting these opportunities slip by. I'm telling you. Shout out to Lloyd Scott 9. Lloyd Scott 9 said, I'd be sick if I got approached about Bitcoin in 2010. I really wish I had a heads up. I was fresh out of high school in 2011. Bro, I feel it. If you didn't, I didn't know about Bitcoin until, like I said, I didn't know about it until 2017. I was actually, like, my brother told me about it. I researched it for about 2 days. Literally in that, like, that's all I needed. That's all I needed. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen for gifting the membership. Appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. Took me 2 days of research. I was completely sold. Completely, you couldn't tell. Like, I was completely sold. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, killing it with the gift and the memberships. I'm trying to tell you, man, I was completely sold on Bitcoin after 2 days of research. I looked at it. I was like, I'm in love. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm in love and I ain't never leaving. And I haven't. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. This is only the second time in Bitcoin's history that 7 consecutive months of positive returns have been achieved. Back in 2012, the following month saw a 10% decline before another 6 months of consecutive positive returns were generated. Crypto firm Matrixport explained. The current bullish sentiment has further attracted substantial capital inflows into the market. Coinbase, a prominent US-based exchange, recently witnessed its largest influx of US dollar coin, which is a stable coin, totaling 1.4 billion, as reported by CryptoQuant. Market analysts interpret this surge in stablecoin deposits as a sign of robust buying interest, and you can also earn interest on US dollar coin. Like, why would you store your money? Why would you store your money at a bank when you can literally store US dollar coin that you can attach to your debit card, your Coinbase debit card, and buy crypto with it and just swipe it, like, you know what I'm saying, at Circle K, and get 5% interest on it? Like, just have it sitting there. Like, 5% interest ain't nothing compared to cryptocurrency, but it's better than a checking account that you're not going to get any money on, which, if you're not getting any kind of interest, you're literally achieving negative returns. You know what I'm saying? Man, shout out to Keith. Keith said, I had an opportunity in 2018 to buy a few Bitcoin, and the woman warned me against it. Bro, listen. Listen here. Listen here. Listen here. You know how many people tried to talk me out of Bitcoin? Man, listen, man, shut your ass up. I don't care what you say. I'll be homeless on my own. I don't care. I guess I'm just getting scammed then. Man, I'm telling you, I've been through it all. Well, what if this? What if this? Now people looking at me. You still invested in Bitcoin? I sure am. What you want to know? Because none of the answers have changed. The only thing that's changed is that I got more money. I mean, it's not like I'm rich or anything, because I'm not, but you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Volvo 2 Love. What's good with you, Volvo? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell yet, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream. We got 30 people watching and we got 56 likes. We can get that to 70. We can get that to 70. We can do that. We can do that, can't we? We can get it to 70 just like how Bitcoin got to 70. You know what I'm saying? So now here says the influx of US dollar coin provides liquidity, enabling investors to enter the market and acquire digital assets. With heightened investor activity, Bitcoin's quest for a new price record may encounter less resistance, potentially leading to further price appreciation and continuance of its winning streak. Now, here's the thing, right? Literally nobody is sitting here and saying that the winning streak is that Bitcoin is on right now is going to go in the same trajectory forever. Of course, we're on a path. There's going to be bumps in the roads. There's going to be pullbacks. There's going to be crashes. The macro and microeconomic environment is going to create changes. This is to be expected. Only pay attention to the long-term goals and how much you accumulate. Bitcoin could go down to 45 tomorrow, and then you'll have a bunch of people laughing and joking and, I told you so, you know what I'm saying, the crypto crackheads and blah, 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 blah. Then later on in the year, it'd be $500,000. And people will be talking about how, you know, the affluent won't even, quote unquote, break off their own, quote unquote. But see, the thing is that you will now be the affluent. And well, let's talk about that, quote unquote, the affluent won't break off their own, quote unquote, because we've been breaking off our own for the last 7 hours now and had the highest engagement when we were talking about Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Those are the conversations that people would not like to have on a neutral platform, because then they wouldn't be able to control how you react, respond, or address certain commentary, which is sad, but it's true. And it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So y'all know, man, people who use fiat as a store of value, we call them poor. I gotta agree. Shout out to Last Name, another channel OG. Last Name said niggas love a shit show, and that, bruh, believe like that Diddy and Meek Mill that was a literal actual shit show. Disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Let me shout out everybody, man, and shout out to everybody for sticking around through this long ass live stream, man. Unless something significant happens with cryptocurrency, the streams will be significantly longer. It's just that I didn't have a lot of time. I had content that I thought was a little bit higher priority that I wanted to hit. So I wasn't able to break this cryptocurrency stream up and hit it over a couple days. I'm glad we was able to get it all in. I'm sure people are not going to watch a 7-hour stream all the way through. But if you do happen to watch it, man, shout out to y'all. Hopefully y'all get some good information and you able to gain some value out of it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Alonzo Griffin. Make sure y'all show him some love. Throw some flames, radiation emoji in the chat. Make sure if y'all watch this and y'all don't know something, you leave comments in the comment section. Somebody can respond to the comment, or, you know what I'm saying, and help you out with an answer, or we'll be able to address it next time we talk about this kind of stuff. Shout out to Mama Zeke with the $20 super chat. I appreciate you, Mama Zeke. Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9 with the $10 super chat. I appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Phil Mayo, appreciate you, bro, with the super sticker, $10 super sticker. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen with the $10 super sticker. Shout out to my man Patrick Taylor with the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Keith with the $2 super chat. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Black Free Thinker with the 6 months of membership support. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9 with the $5 super chat, killing it out here. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, doubling down with the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Shout out to AB Promotions with the $4.99 super chat. I definitely appreciate you, bro. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen for gifting the memberships. Definitely appreciate it. She gifted 11 memberships, y'all. That actually, for real. Let me Hold on real quick. Let me see what it do real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Hold on real quick. And look at something on here. And look at something on here real quick. Hold on. Let me see what we got popping off over here. Yeah, that, let me see. That right there. That put us at 98 members, y'all. So all we need right now is 2 members, and we will be at 100 members, y'all, on both channels, man. That's huge. That's huge. So anybody that's watching on the replay that want to join, hit that join button. That'd be great to start off the next stream with 100 members. We killing it out here. I appreciate y'all. Hashtag replay gang. If you watch on the replay, make sure you join the Discord. Hit that link that's pinned in the chat. If y'all see anything about cryptocurrency that y'all want to talk about or discuss, or even if you see those cryptocurrency is going to crash tomorrow articles and y'all want to go over them, I ain't scared. Shoot it to me and we'll get it. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen,